Quality assurance engineer over here. Please, a round of applause, a round of applause. You know, why we're doing some of these things is to ensure that beyond all the knowledge sharing we're going to have done today, we're going to have networking sessions as much as we can. We're going to ensure that we exchange ideas because you never can tell who you're needing in this space and how you'll be collaborating beyond this event to get great things done in tech. So yes, the introduction is very important, and I hope that when we ask you to network as we continue with the event, you'll be more than glad to do so. Am I correct? Am I correct? All right. Last year, I can remember that we had a chant in line with the theme for the event. I know those who raised their hand and say that they were here last year, but I'm not going to harass you. Don't worry. I will remind you. You know, last year we had a very interesting chant that kept us alive all through the event. You know, when we would say Test Fest 2023, there was a response we had. You're thinking about it. It's been a long time. You can't remember. Do you remember? You do remember? Okay, so I think it was definitely along the line of the theme, which was celebrating the unsung heroes. That was our chance for last year. But for this year, we're definitely going to get another one because I know it's going to be a long stretch of conversation, and I want to ensure that every time we call upon you, you're going to answer us. So, what chant are we going with this year? Suggestions from you before we kick off the event officially? Anybody? Anybody? Don't worry, we don't have to necessarily go the way of the theme this year because I know the theme is somewhere around ensuring quality in tech, but we can do something different. We can even do a song, whatever it is you want to go. I could even do a rap for you, you know. When I go tech, you say what? You say what? No, now when I say test, you say what? No, when I say test, you say what? First, right? Aha, we could go that way if that's something you're in for. Huh? Or quality, yeah. So that probably would be when I say tech, you say quality. Or when I say tests, you say quality. I think that should be, if we're doing that, it should be when I say tech, you say quality. That's an interesting suggestion. Any other person with a suggestion? So if you want to go, we have two suggestions now. When we say test, you say what? Fest, right? That's test festival. Or when I say tech, you say quality. So those are two amazing options that we have. One more option and then we'll do a vote. Who is in to give us another option? One more option. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. What do we have? Do I have anyone? Is it on Google? Because I can see a lot of people pressing their phones. I know the answer is not on Google. Neither is it on ChatGPT. No, it's not. So one person, one more option. You can echo it. I don't need to bring the microphone to you. Just the same way she did. Anyone? Anybody? Somebody? Okay, should we stick with the two options we have? We should stick with the two we have. All right, let's vote. If you're for, when I say test, you say fest. Can I see your hands? Test first, test first. That's the first chant. Okay. If you're for when I say tech, you say quality. Can I see your hands? I think this is a coup to the software testers. It's a coup, right? You don't want us to take the shine on that, right, to this year. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to do when I say tech, you say quality. And I think that sort of embodies everyone, every role in here today, as well as the theme for this event. So I think we're game. We're game. So let's try it for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. When I say tech, you say, Laila, your quality is not quality enough. What's that? Let's go, let's go. Give me wake up, wake up, wake up. I know it was a long ride here, long journey here, but let's wake up, let's wake up, let's do this. So are you ready? Are you ready? All right. When I say tech, you say tech, 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 tech. People are still sleeping on this roller. Let me go and face them. Let me wake them up. I'll be back. Don't worry. What is happening? What is happening? You guys, let your voice be as though there were 100 or more people sitting on this roll. Are you ready to give it to me? All right. And to our very distinguished guests, we say welcome to you, and we hope that you can lend your voice to what we are doing here as well. Are you ready for the final time? Are you sure? When I say tech, you say tech, tech, tech. Amazing. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. All right, maybe, just maybe in the course of the event, we'll have somebody just drop some more lines to add flesh to that. You know, last year at the beginning, we were saying, if you were not in tech, what would you be doing? We had someone say there'll be an actor, there'll be an entertainment, and all of that. So maybe people who had one-time thoughts of being rappers, but found themselves in tech, will help us add more flesh to that in the course of the event. So think about it. I'll probably be bringing that up. But for right now, media team, please take it up. We'll be back in just a little bit. I think I deserve a round of applause, though. All right. Thank you so much, team. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I can announce to you that it's officially time to commence the Test Fest 2024, or you might want to say Test Fest 2.0. And I must say, with full audacity and authority, that you're currently sitting right now in what is the largest tech festival from this side. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be back here. I think we did this first last year, and we're speaking with Abiola earlier today, and she said the idea she had for this year was to make sure that it's bigger, way better, and something we've never seen before. And that's one thing I can assure that you're going to be getting today, is an experience unmatched with any other event, whether in the test industry or whatever industry that you're seeing. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Yes, definitely. We want you to enjoy every session that we have for you today. And with that, I want you to just welcome someone to your right or to your left and tell them, welcome to Test Fest 2024. Thank you. I love the smile the boss on red is giving as he's doing that introduction. Is it because you have two beautiful women beside you? Please, a round of applause for yourselves again. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, while we were having the pre-event engagement, I did mention that we had a slightly different celebration last year. And this was based on the obvious reasons of the fact that we brought together software testers and quality assurance professionals. Last year, we were all in this room to discuss very interesting stuff, especially as it concerns the work of these professionals in the tech ecosystem. But this year, like I said, the doors are even more widely open, and that is because we're welcoming everyone across verticals in the tech industry. And that's why we took time to know about you and what you do in the course of the pre-event engagement. And because today we have a wide range of audience, I can tell you that it's going to be a very, very amazing time. And I want you to always look at yourself and reflect as we continue with this event. I want you to always beam with pride and smile for the great work that you're doing to ensure that we have the right balance in the world. Because you can tell that you're in a very, very amazing industry, one that the world can almost not do without. So if you're proud of your work in the tech industry, please give yourself a pat on the back. If you're not proud, don't worry, don't do it. But if you're proud of the work you do, if you're proud of how important you are, because I can tell you that my work, what I do in my industry is very important, and I carry myself with pride in that industry. So I expect you to also carry that pride as we get into intricacies of your work today and some of the things that you need to know to forge ahead. With that, I believe we're ready for Tech Fest 2024. Let's talk about this year's Shalom.
Okay. Before we go into that, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's made this event possible. And as we shout out to them, we'd love if you can put your hands together just to show appreciations. Biggie Foods, right, who is one of our major sponsors for the event, say a big thank you. We also have Flash Change, who is also sponsoring this year's event, as well as the Bug Detective. Can we please put our hands together to appreciate them?
Yes, we appreciate our sponsors and we say a very big thank you to them for putting their weight behind the event this year. And Biggie came prepared. Tell somebody, Biggie came prepared.
They really came prepared.
They really came prepared, and they've told us that they're going to ensure we remain refreshed at every point of this event, and I hope that you're ready to, take as much as you can. Thank you so much, Biggie, and thank you for being here.
Okay, so I think we've done a lot of introductions about the events, about you guys, and I think it's time that we introduce ourselves to you. Today we're going to be going on a journey like we've mentioned before, and myself and the beautiful Moyo would be your pilots for the event. And my name is Shalom Adebola. I'm doing the day like this. I host events and ensure you have good experience. And at the night, when men slept, I do a little bit of product design. And with me today, we have...
Like Shalom, I am definitely not a tech bro. On the other side, I'm a tech enthusiast and, of course, a tech lover. My name is Moyosore Oluwa. I'm a media and communications personnel or professional, as you want to call it. And yes, I love what I do. And what I do in the course of the years have earned me a lot of tag. Sometimes people would call me a media personality. Sometimes they would call me a radio girl, a TV girl. But one tag that has earned me a spot right here in front of you today is the event host tag. And that is because I'm an exceptional event host. They would call me the strategic, audacious, bold, and innovative event host. So you can call me Moyosore Oluwa, the Sabi host, and it's a great honor to be standing here with you today. If you're happy to receive Shalom and myself for the second time in a row, the powerful duo, please a round of applause for us.
Okay, so our time is fast spent and we're going to be going into the event right away, and we're going to be welcoming the person who's going to be delivering the opening speech. And he's none other than an accomplished EA engineer with over 4 years of experience in the tech industry. His expertise encompasses a wide range of testing methodologies, including the manual, automated, and API testing. He has played a key role in ensuring the quality and reliability of products across multiple domains, including fintech, banking, and e-commerce.
Our speaker currently serves as a QA engineer where he has led teams to optimize performance testing and develop robust regression test suites. He has worked with notable clients like First City Monument Bank, FCMB, also Flutterwave, Moneywave, and Bata, driving improvements in application responsiveness and efficiency.
He is a certified ISTQB professional and specializes in using tools like Postman, Selenium, Appium, JMeter, and Jira to carry out end-to-end testing and automation. His commitment to excellence is evident in his contributions to the enhancing team processes and mentoring junior engineers, fostering a culture of continuous improvement in quality assurance.
As an advocate for quality in technology, he is dedicated to making QA an integral part of every development cycle, ensuring the delivery of world-class software solutions, and looking ahead, he aims to deepen his knowledge of testing while continuing to contribute to projects that push the boundaries of software qualities. Ladies and gentlemen,
put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, Daniel Oyebode.
Oyebode.
Oh, wow. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Moyo and Shalom, for that. I really appreciate the introduction. When they were reading it, I was like, oh my God, is that me? Because it feels like I started quality assurance about yesterday. So when they were reading all those things, I was like, oh my God, that is a lot. But yeah, thank you so much once again. Good morning, everybody. Please, if you're happy to be here, please, can you jam your hands, please? For the Bug Detective, this is an amazing feat because they did it last year and they are here again today. Like last year when they were saying that they were going to do it this year, I was like, okay, I must be here. And then when Abiola reached out to me that I'm going to be giving the welcome speech, I'm like, oh my God, I was just in the audience last year. How will I be doing this year? But I am so grateful for the opportunity and I am excited to be here. Are you guys excited to be here? You're not excited to be here? No, I can't hear you. From that side, are you excited to be here? Are you guys excited to be here? Okay, please let's give them a round of applause once again. Thank you. So like I said, it is an absolute honor to stand before you today at the second edition. Like I said, last year was the first edition, and this is the second edition. It was very amazing last year, because like I said, I was in the audience, and it was such an amazing experience that when I got out of here, I felt refreshed as a QA engineer. And this event holds a special place in our hearts as we gather here to celebrate, right? The theme for this year is making quality text universal language, right? And it couldn't be more fitting. In a world where technology touches every part of our lives, from how we communicate to how we bank, to how we work, to how we learn, right? Quality is a thread that ties each and every one of us together. I heard there's a back-end developer, there's a mobile developer, there's a crypto investigator. Quality is what ties all of us together. Right? I like to say that quality is not the job of QA alone. From the product designer, from even the stakeholder that conceptualized the idea, quality starts from there. So I said quality is the thread that ties all innovations together, and it is the unspoken language that transcends borders and industries and even different cultures. As we move forward, right, the challenge isn't to build tech solutions, but to ensure that they are secure, they are reliable, and they are accessible to everyone. This is where each and every one of us come, as product designers, as back-end developers, as front-end developers, as mobile engineers, right? This is where we come together to play a crucial role. We aren't just finding bugs, we aren't just finding defects. We're ensuring that technology is a force for good by upholding its integrity. Today's sessions will focus on existing strides we are making to transform technological landscapes, the importance of the universal language, and quality itself. Even how we communicate to each other and contribute to making it better. Today's sessions will encompass everything, right? I can assure you that all these fantastic speakers here are very, very knowledgeable people in their different fields. And I just want you to please pay good attention to them, because like I said, I was here last year and I listened to them. And most of the things they said, I implemented it in my work, and I can tell you for free that I am much better at what I do. So I want to say a big thank you to the Bug Detective, to Abiola, for putting this incredible event together, right? And for all of you for being part of the movement. Together, let's keep pushing the boundaries of quality while we hold innovation tight to the principles of quality that unite us all. Thank you all and welcome to this festival.
Thank you.
Before I go, when I say tech, you say?
Quality.
No. When I say tech, you say what?
Quality.
When I say tech, you say what?
Quality.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much. I think we can give Daniel a more resounding round of applause. Daniel definitely did a reflection for us, and I can tell you that if you were here last year, you would also agree that this year you're definitely in for another time of quality information exchange and knowledge. And I would love for us to look at the screen and allow the theme for this year again sink in, because we believe that everything we want to do from now on, I know we've been doing quality stuff, but we're going to be doing more quality stuff. So together, can we resound the theme for this year's event?
Making quality text universal language.
Can we do that one more time? Yes, we are on a journey to ensure that everything we do in tech carries the quality and excellence that we all represent individually. And that's why this particular theme is something that I personally hold dear. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to the first technical session for today's event. And this technical session is definitely going to be unleashing interesting knowledge in line with some of the things that we are hoping to learn today.
Yes, we're going to be learning how to streamline API testing, automate Postman collections with GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket pipelines. And this session is going to be virtual. He couldn't make it down here in person, but he's going to be joining us virtual. And then there's going to be room for questions and answers right away. Do you want to do the honors?
Yes, our speaker for this first technical session, ladies and gentlemen, is a seasoned software tester and trainer with over 10 years of experience specializing in web, mobile, and API automation. He's proficient in using tools like Selenium, Appium, Robot Framework, Playwright, Papita, WebDriver 1.0, Cypress, and Appium Flutter Driver.
As the founder of Q1 Certified Limited, a QA training academy and QA as software platform, he is dedicated to advancing the field of software quality assurance. He currently leads the Care QA team at Virgin Media Q2 in the United Kingdom. He also offers free QA automation skills and best practices through his YouTube channel. Additionally, he is the first Cyprus ambassador of Nigerian descent.
I think that's amazing, and you should give him a round of applause because he has also contributed to the software testing community by developing NPM packages, including Site2E. Cypress is a plugin and simplifies the configuration of Cypress E2E, tests, and API, a tool designed to simplify the integration of API tests into CI/CD pipelines. All the technicalities, you're definitely going to be hearing that and more. As a welcome, our speaker, Ademola Badmus. He'll be joining us virtually, and he is a software tester and founder of QI Crafted Limited.
Good day, guys, and welcome to this short video. So in this video, I will be demonstrating the project that is still under. It's going to be really remarkable when it is done. It's almost done, but I just want you guys to have a feel. So this project would not have been a success without the efforts of Oluwaseyi Ajadi. It was his brilliance that actually brought this to life. He had initially created the project already, so to speak, but with his permission, I only added more to it by just expanding it to other levels. So what am I talking about? So this project is supposed to help. It will be helping newbies and veteran QAs alike to push their Postman collections to the pipeline by minimizing the effort that would be required to doing that. So you might quickly want to say, but Postman already does something like that because of a video I've made earlier in the year about how you can use Postman to run your CI/CD. Yes, Postman has done something similar, but this is what Postman has done. it has focused on using Postman all through. Now, in what sense? But it still requires some effort because you still need to copy the script for your YAML, copy it from Postman, put it inside the right file, and also structure the remaining projects before you can push it, right? So having said that, what this does differently is that you just need to answer questions. This, you don't need to move anything, you don't need to copy anything. Everything will be automatically done for you, and a commit will be done in your pipeline to even test what you've done. So let's get right into it. So the first thing that we would do is I will, because this isn't live yet, so I will just try to use it here, and these I've been testing it anyways. So the first thing I will do is just run this command this way. Now, it is important to tell you that this is not live anyway, so you can't find it online. I'm still building it, but let's just get through the demonstration. So if I do this right now, it will be asking me which one of this version control tool do I want to use. And because I for a new user who probably, let's say this use case will be beneficial for someone who wants to write an assessment and does not know which pipeline he wants to use to demonstrate, you can just first look through it, then say, you know what, let me pick one of these three. But if you're sure of where you're going to, if you're sure of your choice pipeline already, you can as well just do this. API CI. Let's use GitHub as an example because it's supposed to be a short video, so you can allow time for questions as well. So with this, I can now begin to put in my GitHub token and all of that. So here, I'm expected to just go into my GitHub account, copy my GitHub token, and paste here. But there's another thing that you can still do. You can, before you start, you can get that GitHub token. Because of time, I will not be demonstrating how to get a GitHub token or how to get your GitLab token or how to get your Bitbucket app password. I won't be doing that. But I will show you how you can export, how you can add your GitHub token to path on your system if you're using a Mac, because the demonstration is done on a Mac system. So forgive me, Windows users. It's not as if I hate you. I love you all. So what will I do here? So I'll just quickly export my GitHub token. Perhaps if time permits, I will come back to do GitLab or probably Bitbucket as well. So let me also export the Postman API key, because I will be demonstrating the Postman part of things. So now that I've exported these two, and I can now go back to npx GitHub, and this time around it will not be asking me for the GitHub token anymore. It will be asking me if the Postman collection needs an environment. Now this is an important question because you could actually create a Postman collection that will be using collection variables only, so which means it will not need an environment collection on its own. But you also know that you can actually create one too that will be using that. So that being said, this question defaults to no in case you don't have any. If you have, you put in Y and it will turn to yes, or you type in full yes as you want. But I'm just going to hit enter and it will be no. So it's supposed to ask for my Postman collection ID. So it's asked if I'm going to use a UID, a Postman collection UID, or I'm going to use a file path. File path means that I must have exported that collection into a location where I want to now use it. I need to pick it from there and create this. So what I will use here is the UID. So I'll say UID, and it wants the UID. So the only thing I can do right now is just go into the collection, into any of my collections here. Okay. Oh, it's here already. If I click on run and I use automate run CLI, I will see my UID here. So this is my UID, right? And this is all I need. So I'm going to copy this and get back here and paste. So with this now, it will now ask me if I want to create it into an existing repository or a new repository. I'm still undecided on putting it into an existing repository because I feel that once the pipeline is already done, once the pipeline is already running, if I update my if I update my collection and I want to add it to it, I don't think I would need to start going through this anymore. I'm still undecided, but with Shei's guidance, we will get somewhere. So I have not really done much on the existing part of things. So I'm going to go ahead with the new, right? And I'll put a repository name. Let's call it test first, right? So that's the repository name. So with this now, what happens is this. It begins to do the rest for me. Yeah, that's all. I just need to create a repository. All the dependencies are installed and the commit has been done. So what that means is I can go into my GitHub now, and what you would see here is this. It has created the files that I needed, the node modules, the collection has been done, and the package.json, everything has been updated. So I can go here now into my what's it called, my GitHub account, and I can see here test first, and if, as you can see, it is running. So, and this is the name of the commit, create pipeline config. And if I open this, let me go to the actions. Oh yeah, that's failed because one of the tests would have returned one error. Yeah, so there are some errors in the test which I did not take care of, but I just want you to see how this would work. So I didn't want to just come and give you, oh yeah, everything works and all that. So you know that even if you run it in the pipeline and you come up and you encounter an error, the pipeline would always show you what is wrong. So as you can see, it has done something like this. And one thing that would be nice to show, maybe I would, because of time, I will now try to go and correct these errors, save the collection properly, and bring it back in here, right? So let's quickly correct these 4 errors and bring it back in here so we can see one other feature that comes with it. So where's the error again? Can we see it from here? So let's just go to the summary. We'll get it from here. So response code is this. Expected response code to have this in assertion 1 in test script of single product is a bit stubborn. So let's just get into single product and check. So let me run the test locally, see what happens with the single product. Okay, so something is wrong with the single product. You couldn't find a single product. Well, we are actually using using a test API, so things could have changed in the test API. As you can see, things have changed, so IDs have changed. So let me just change the ID for the single product from 26 to 286, and let's click on send, and everything is fine now. So I can save this and go back to this. Okay, it's all saved, and let us try to run the entire test again. So I can just come in here and delete everything that is here to just use the same place for everything. So I can come back in here and run the test again. No, it does not need, and the UID, I've copied it earlier, it doesn't change. So, and that's it, and it is now going to be a new one. So we are going to call it test first 2, right? Let's run that, and that's it. It's already creating the GitHub repository, and it is installing all my dependencies, and the next thing it's going to do after that is going to commit it successfully. Now the thing is this, if I choose not to commit, this is one of the things I'm looking at. If I choose not to commit it, it would still create all these folders for me and probably just do necessary installations if I want to, so that I can test it locally. I can run the command locally I can pick the command to run it locally, and it would do it successfully. So let's get back into this and see if we got everything right this time around. So the additional feature I wanted us to see is the fact that if it passes, it will also generate a report, right? and we can see that it has passed successfully. And if we come here now, we have an artifact that it has saved, so we can download this and just open it, and let's just open that with Firefox and see. Yeah, so the test would run successfully, and it will also generate the report using the HTML of the Newman HTML extra reporter. So that's that about it. So I welcome questions, obviously. So thank you all for listening, and it's been a pleasure here. So let me just say it, I'm not that comfortable showing my face. This is the first time I'll be recording a video and I'll be showing my face, so I'm a bit camera shy, so please forgive all the things you're saying. Yeah, questions please.
Demola 16. All right, please celebrate him once again. A round of applause. He's currently online to take your questions, and Shalom will be doing that.
All right. Are we good? Okay, while we're setting that up, let's just run through a number of things. So we're going to have time, we're going to have ample time to ask questions because we understand that was a technical session, right? And there are questions that might have risen up while he was presenting. So we're going to do that now. But before we do it again, please let's not, one thing we're trying to do, last year, the theme for the event last year was the unsung heroes, right? And some might even say we're like a marginalized community, right? Software testers, it's not like product designers, not like front-end designers, right? But this year, so we've come out of the shadow. So this year we've come out of the shadow, right? And we're preaching the gospel of quality assurance testing, preaching the gospel of software testing. I will want the world, we want Nigeria, we want the entire tech ecosystem to know what is happening here today. So I want to encourage you to please engage on social media across all platforms: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Those of you that still used to go, please engage across all social media platforms, right? Use the official hashtag TestFest24. TestFest24. We're trying as much as possible to see if we can get on the trend table to bring more eyes, bring more focus to what it is we are doing as a community. So please do not forget to engage across social media. So this is what we're going to do about the questions, right? Because we're having some technicalities connecting live. So we're going to collate all the questions right now. Are we good to go, Henry? All right, so we're going to collect all the questions, right? We're going to send them to Badmus, and he's going to provide the answers to us that we would reel out. So, does anybody have a question? Let's see. Show of hands. Anybody has a question for Badmus? Anybody? Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. It's a technical session. If I was sitting in such a session for the first time, I would certainly have questions that I want to ask. So, anybody that wants to have. Hello. Okay. Anybody? Okay, I want to believe we're shy. Anyway, if you do still have a question, right, and you want to ask, we have one there, all right. Can we get a mic to him, please? Let's get a mic to him. Thank you. All right, perfect. Is there hope? Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I'm Shaladi. I just want to know when it will be launching with that particular program because I really enjoyed the video it showed. And it's something I already have issue with when using Postman to push the test to GitHub, GitLab. It's something that is very, very hard to do. The configurations, and maybe when you are already working on a feature and you have to put the new changes from GitHub, you just see that what you have done and just leaves the collection and you're unable to get it. So I just want to know when it will be launching so that I can key to it.
Okay, all right. When it will be launching, yeah? Okay, all right, perfect. Do we have another question before we send this across to Badmus? Okay, all right. In the absence of none, then we'll be moving right away to the next session. And like we mentioned earlier, we're going to be having quite a number of workshop sessions today, right? Because we just don't want to have a regular conference. We just don't want to have a regular event. We want people to leave here having learned something and having taken away something for the event. And this particular session is going to be live here. I don't know why this keeps Susan. This particular session is going to be live here, so you're going to be able to ask questions in person should you wish to. And this session is going to be talking about finding the first source. Let's debug it. Our speaker for this session is a mobile engineer with experience in building native and cross-platform mobile solutions. He's a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart and leads the mobile engineers at Shotters Mobility. Please put your hands together with me as we welcome to the stage Abada Samuel. Please let's put our hands together to welcome him. Please let's continue clapping until he gets up here.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Samuel Abada. Like he said during the introduction. I'm a mobile engineer. So I know you must be wondering, what's a mobile engineer doing in test first, right? We are all engineers, right? QA people are engineers. We are software engineers. And like I said in the intro speech, quality is what binds us together. My talk says finding the force or the source, right? It's one thing to say there's a bug somewhere, right? I want you to say we have a software defect here, there's a bug here. But it's another thing to be able to tell the source of that defect. So why my talk says finding the source, let's debug it, it's more or less a talk around root cause analysis, right? Which is basically analyzing software defects and finding the root cause. Is it a testing miss? Do we have to update our test cases? Is it a design miss? Do we have to go back at the design documents and update the design documents? Or is it a development miss? Have the engineers cooked? I don't know if my slides can come up or something. So I get this question oftentimes, right? That Sam, how do we properly debug mobile applications? When it's a web application, I can easily go to the Chrome DevTools, right? Inspect whatever and do my debugging, and I'm fine. But it's a mobile application, it's sandboxed, it's just one APK or one IPA on a mobile device. So how do we properly debug this? A couple of ways. My slides, please. A couple of ways, a couple of tools, right? The very first one is what I call the ADB. ADB is short for Android Debug Bridge, right? In my slide, which is not here yet for some reason, I said the ADB is your lightsaber for sliding through the noise, right? The noise basically in all the logs of what happens on your Android device, right? As a mobile engineer, I myself use the ADB whenever I'm trying to go through my debug logs, look at crash logs and issues. But as a QA engineer, what you could do is to install that provided APK, that Android app, right, on your emulator, on a physical device, and you try to access the logs via the ADB, the Android Debug Bridge. The point of the ADB is to filter and capture logs, to identify crashes and errors, to find relevant information about the system, basically giving you a God eye view of what's going on in the system. So we don't have the Chrome DevTools on the web inside the mobile app, right? So that's one way by which we can properly go through our mobile apps. The second bit is API calls. Your mobile application oftentimes are not self-contained. They interact with third-party services, right? It could be external services in forms of REST API, or even internal services to your business, to the business, right? which are still maybe REST APIs or GraphQL or whatever service it is. We don't really care. Oftentimes, a lot of bugs, right? As a QA engineer, when you create a bug ticket and you assign it to maybe a front-end engineer, for example, he says, hey, it's not a front-end bug. Why did you give it to me, right? And then he passes it to a back-end engineer. Back-end engineer is like, nah, it's not my bug. Passes it back to the QA, to the front-end engineer, and then the guy like passes back to you, the QA engineer, and then you guys are going in cycle over and over and over and over. Everybody's frustrated, right? Nobody's happy. Makes the work hard, I know. Sorry, on their behalf, sorry. All right. The point in monitoring API calls, right, is to tell if there's a problem somewhere. I mentioned earlier that defects could be a result of development miss, right? I mentioned it would be a design miss, and it would be a testing miss, right? So if there's a bug somewhere, and you're the QA identify that, hey, we have this bug here, the next question is, what's the source of the bug? It's a development miss, it's a design miss, right? And the next thing, for your front-end facing applications, they communicate with back-end services over HTTP, right? API calls. So you have to like monitor these API calls and check. The problem here is a mobile app again is sandboxed. How do you monitor API calls on the mobile app? How do you know what API was called in the mobile application? How do you compare it with what the API documentation mentioned earlier? That's a problem. There are a couple of ways you could go about it. The sure way is via proxy, right? Using tools like Charles Proxy, or I think even Bobsuit has a proxy. But the point is, you pass the application, you intercept the app traffic and pass it via a proxy. So in that way, you see all incoming and outgoing API calls in the application. And then you're able to compare it against your API documentation. Has this front-end guy actually done the wrong thing? Is he calling the wrong APIs? Has he passed the wrong parameter? Right? That's the point in you monitoring the API calls. I know I can see my QA engineer here, so hi. He knows himself. I won't call him out. So at work, we use Bobsuit, right? So if you work as a QA engineer, say, hey, I want to debug this app, right? Please give me an APK that I should be able to proxy, right? Where I can intercept the traffic and monitor everything. It's the work of that engineer to ensure that that app is giving you, you can proxy the application, right? It should not tell you that, no, it's not possible. I know frameworks like maybe Flutter, for example, out of the box, they don't allow you to, they're not proxy aware, that's the term we use, right? But your engineers can get it done, right? It's your work to push back, hey, do this for me. So you are able to like have insights into what the problem is, right? And tell, hey, Mr. Backend Dev, you are the one that's cooked actually. Or Mr. Mobile Engineer, you're the one that's cooked. The slide is still not up. This way. The point of root cause, right, is basically ties down to one thing. What is the source of this bug? In my slide, like I said, the first step in root cause analysis is isolating the problem away from all related noise. In your product, maybe a web app, mobile app, there are lots of things going on. So that's plenty noise. Yours is, we have this bug here, right? So identifying the root cause of that bug is the first thing for root cause analysis. You try to reproduce this issue. The customer has said, I tried to pay with whatever platform on your app, and it's not working. Yours is, the very first thing you want to do is to reproduce that particular issue to understand the behavior under controlled conditions, right? Then you compare with your test case. Is it an edge case that happened there? Or is it a missing test case, right? Then the point of that is to ensure that the symptoms you are seeing are directly tied to the root cause. Reproducing the issues under different scenarios allow you to trace it back to its origin and scan for ineffective fixes. So it's not more like, let's just patch this thing and move. What exactly causes this bug? So again, back to the beginning, you want to be able to go through the noise of what is happening in the application. The ADB, the Android debug bridge, that's the ADB logcat, is your go-to guy. You want to be able to monitor the API calls and compare against your API documentation that the backend engineer has given. Sometime last week, I made a tweet, and I said back-end engineers should start demoing their APIs to the business the same way we have front-end demos, right? I said, what you should do is, let's jump on call, share your screen, right? Open Postman, make the API calls. You cannot be giving me 200 and it's an error. I mean, what do you mean by error return successfully? That's problem, right? It's either it's working or it's not working. Either it's success or it's an error. Don't tell me that it's 200. I should go and check inside the body for message failure. Please, 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 right? What that points to one problem, right? It's possible that the back-end engineers have been deploying their back-end service without going through a QA, right? Because if it's gone through a QA, I'm sure that your QA will not allow you push 200 and error now, please, right? So you guys are the superheroes. Again, clap for yourself. Thank you. I mean, you guys are the real superheroes, not the engineers. They just like making mouths. They're not the, they should go and rest. Okay. That being said, a quick recap. The very first thing I mentioned was ADB logs, right? I said the ADB logs serve as your key tool for tracking down errors, issues, app crashes, and whatnot. Oftentimes, bugs on mobile applications does not even have to do with the external service. It can be particular with the device. One device I don't really like that gives me headache is Samsung device. They always have problems that are different from other Android device. I don't know why. They like stressing me. But yes, one way by which you can filter through problems is that the ADB logs. You should also monitor API calls and analyze responses. Ensuring that your app communication with the backend is flawless is very crucial. Using tools like proxy tools, Charles Proxy, comparing with Postman, using the proxy in Bob Suits is very helpful. Proxy helps you to visualize, analyze API calls within your application to catch faulty logic or problem in data transmission. Monitoring API calls helps to detect performance bottleneck and data inconsistency. Take for example, as a user, I open my app, maybe a food ordering app, for example. I want to check my list of orders, and then I'm seeing, my name is Samuel, I'm seeing your last order, right? That's a problem. It's either the front-end engineer has done something wrong, or the back-end engineer is sending me your last order, even though it is Samuel that is logged in, right? A couple of issues could have arisen like that. It could be that, let's not even go there, see. I will not be dragging the engineers. All right, always trace the root cause and not just the bug. It helps everybody, right? Debugging does not stop at telling that this is the bug, right? Or solving or fixing the immediate problem. Always dig deeper to find the root cause to prevent future occurrence. And that's the case here. What do you call it again? Is it regression testing now? Yeah. To prevent that bug from occurring in the future, right? So you add it to your test case. Oh, I think that's all I have for us. Oh, interesting. All right, so the key takeaway is to always trace the issue to its roots to ensure that a robust fix is provided, all right, in whatever case may be. So I remain myself. I'm Samuel Abada. If there are any questions, I will take questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Samuel, please. You know, what I sense for Samuel's presentation is there's a subtle gap between engineers and quality assurance professionals right now, right? There is. All right, so let's calm down. Because even before it went down, I was already seeing hands. Somewhere in trouble. Come and finish what you started. But again, the engineers in the building, can I hear you say tech? Engineers in the building, can I hear you say tech? Quality assurance professionals, say quality. You see, engineers are really after you. But again, I think you have a question, so let's quickly take that before we get to the next part. There's someone in that corner. Please, let's get to him. You see, 2 more hands on your matter. But let's get it. I hope that's not the engineers coming for you this time around. Let's get it.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Samuel. Thanks for your presentation. I just have a couple questions, and I don't know whether it's because your slides were not up that we're not able to get a visual representation of what you're talking about. but it was the ADB part was a little bit foggy. Could you like give us like very practical examples of how we could, you know, get those ADB logs? Like, are we going to connect to like Android Studio, your app runs and all that? And in your presentation too, I didn't hear where you spoke about other like intercepting frameworks, something like Alice, right, that we use with Flutter, where you could see the request and response logs when you're testing your application. So I don't know if you can also give us other examples of like what I spoke about. I know like Burp Suite could fall into that range, but also I don't think I've been able to set up mobile application with Burp Suite. Like I don't think I've been able to do that gymnastic. But these are the two questions I have, and I'll be pleased if you can address them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Samuel, do you prefer to take the questions or take all questions? I think that's a lot. Please speak. Yeah.
All right. Hello. Yeah. All right. So I mentioned the ADB, that's the Android Debug Bridge, right? It comes with the Android SDK, right? I think you can also install that separately outside of the SDK and use it, right? So it's not like it comes with your machine or your device. You have to like install that, right? With the Android Debug Bridge, you have access to the log cards. It's that log cards that does all the whole work, displaying all the logs of whatever is going on in the application, all right? And the second question is, you don't want to sell an Android app with Burp Suite, something like that, right? So I use Burp Suite as an example, right, because it has a proxy in it. I work with a QA engineer that also doubles as a security person, right? That's why I use Burp Suite. The point is being able to proxy your apps where you can actually like listen to the app traffic. You mentioned Alice, that's a good example, right? Whatever proxy you are using, maybe Charles proxy or whatnot, it's fine. It's not like you are sending the app to the wild there being production, right? Not like sending the app to the wild with Alice in it or with Burp Suite. What I'm saying is that QA build that the engineer is making available to the QA engineer, right, should be able to go through proxy where a QA engineer can say, oh, let me sit down and look at whatever traffic is happening. To you, the engineer, you have other tools that you can use while you are developing to inspect whatever is happening, right? But that's in development. Your QA engineer don't have access to those tools. So yeah.
All right. I think that will be all the answers to the question. Can we take the next question? He seems satisfied. He's nodding. We thank the Lord. Let's take the next questions from here.
Okay, Samuel, thank you for your session. Okay, so I'm a QA engineer, and I noticed you are a mobile engineer. So the things you were saying, like, I want to get more. So, okay, like you said RCA, the root cause analysis is, I believe, is collaborative, right, in Teams meeting. So my question is, what's the first step you would take, like, to identify an issue that I report as a QA engineer? Then I also want to know the tools and maybe the technique to debug the issue, because I'm not clear about what you said.
All right, let me give you the answer from the angle of a software engineer, right? And I'll give you the angle from a QA engineer. So you sent me this ticket. Hi, Sam. We have this bug that is reported on the platform. Please take a look at it. The very first thing I want to look at is, is the bug reported? Does it happen on both the web and the mobile products, right? If it happens on both products, it's most likely a back-end problem, right? That's the first thing. If it happens on mobile but not on the web, right? I mean, mobile engineer, right? The next thing I want to do is, what they said happened. The user tried to do A, B, and C, but could not do it. So I tried to replicate that same process, right? And tells where the failure is coming from, where the break is. And the next thing I want to do there is, am I communicating with a backend service or a third-party service? If I am, right, I'm going to check the integration with that service, right? So that's how I approach it from a software engineer perspective, right? Now, for a QA engineer, it's different. It's really that, we have this bug, a customer reported this bug, right? I believe, or the way my QA engineers work, right, is that they tell me, Sam, this bug does not happen on the web. It's just a mobile problem, right? And oftentimes, what they do is they take the binary that they have and they pass it through the proxy and they try to perform the same operation that the customer said they could not perform, right? If the operation is broken in the flow, that's a bug with the process, right, for me to fix. However, if the flow works as expected, but the problem maybe in the data eventually, it still gets to my table. This flow works this way. However, A, B, and C is wrong, right? Treat it. So that's where I have specifics without even doing any work as a mobile engineer, right? So it just makes the work faster for everybody. You have an idea what the cost of the bug is. I have an idea because you've given me how to replicate it and things that you've done, right? So yeah, that's like how we approach it.
All right. Thank you so much, Samuel. And the final question would be, did I see two hands? Okay, it would be her. Thank you.
Yeah, hi Sam. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful session. So I'm kind of curious, yeah? You mentioned that we could use the ADB and API calls. So I was wondering for a device like iOS, the iPhone, what's the best way to debug? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Samuel, over to you.
I'm not sure I got that. I'm not sure I got you clearly. Sorry.
So you said for Android, yeah, you could debug using ADB, right? And then you could also debug using the API calls. So I was wondering for iOS, what's the best tool or best manner to debug? Did you catch that?
Yeah, I got that.
Thank
Your
you.
question is on Android. I talked about ADB, right, and the logcat. But on iOS, what's the equivalent? There's no exact direct equivalent, right, for iOS. That's not the truth, right? There are hacky solutions here and there, but there is no one-to-one equivalent of the ADB on iOS. That's what it is.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Samuel Dagba once again. Abada, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I hope with that we've been able to debug successfully, right? All right. Before we get on to the next session, let's catch up with you for a bit. Remember to ensure you use the hashtag to catch up with the speakers or everything happening here. Take those beautiful pictures. Use the hashtag on social media. We want to read from you and get your highlights or point of note in the course of the event today. Use the hashtag TechFest24 across platforms. That could be Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is you find comfortable. Please make sure you use the hashtag. And I'm going to give you the first test for right now. So can you all bring out your phone, please? Can we have those beautiful phones come out? Let it come out, let it come out. So take a cute selfie. Don't worry, the light, whatever angle you are snapping from, the light is lighting. Everything is going to be fine. So please take your phone, take a cute selfie, or maybe a video of the setup, the stage, whatever it is you find interesting at this venue right now. Take a cute picture of that. It could even be your tag. I think the first thing I snapped when I got here was my tag. It could be that, whatever it is. Take a picture of it. Put it on Twitter. Put it on Facebook. Put it on Instagram using the hashtag TechFest24. And you can also tag the official handle across social media platforms, and that is at TechFest underscore. Okay?
And the bug detective.
Yes, and the bug detective, which is the amazing convener of this event, the amazing community convening this event. So please make sure you tag them. Let's do it. Let's do it. I want to see people do this exercise before we get on to the next phase. Remember,
I think
it's a lot of
we should
talking
join
and
them as
networking.
well. Can we get a phone here so that we could take a selfie as well? Okay. All right, let's use this. But the issue, I have an issue with Sam, right? Because you said you have issues with Samsung, and I use Samsung. Hello, Sam. Samuel.
Samuel, you're being called out on stage.
Yeah, I don't know the Samsung you have issues with, but maybe it's not my S24 Ultra with a refresh rate of
You're
120.
just proud. Pride
Exactly.
is all
So
over you.
maybe you should upgrade your Samsung so that you will not have issues with Samsung again. Okay. All right. So let's take our
wait,
selfie.
Sam, let me fight for you. Should I fight for you? Or
No,
I should
no.
hold my peace? You're going to fight for you. It's gone.
Okay, so
I
I think we'll just make our own video as well, and I think we should use the call to response as well. Call and response as well.
We can.
Yeah. So,
ladies and gentlemen, tech bros and tech sis, are you ready for the call and action? Are you sure you're ready? Say people felt the end of our
No, no, no,
video.
no,
We
no,
have
no,
to
no, no.
delete and
We'll
start all
start
over.
again.
What's
That's not the
that?
energy. This is going up on social media, so we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Are
all
you
right?
ready? Do you have the right energy now? Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, tech bros and techies, attendees at the Tech Fest 2024.
Yes.
When I say tech, you say tech, tech, tech. Make some
Alright,
noise.
perfect.
Thank
perfect.
you.
Okay, so before we go to the next session, we're going to be taking the answers from Badmus session. I think it's available right now. But before we do that, while we set it up, I want to say a big thank you to some of the partners that have put their efforts together with us to bring this event together. Tech Events community will say a big thank you to you.
Please,
we
a round of
appreciate you.
applause
Please
for
let's put
them.
hands together for them. Come on, we can do better than that. All right, so Product Tank Nigeria as well, we say big thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands
Celebrate
together for them.
them.
And
Thank
last but
you.
not least, the Association of Nigerian Software Testers. Let's put our hands together for them. We say thank you.
Thank you so much for putting your weight behind the event. Also, we're going to celebrate Cypress for being a part of the partners for this year. Round of applause for Cypress. Thank you. And I know that Cypress had a very interesting virtual session. I think it was yesterday. For those that joined, I trust you had a great time. But again, we're going to do another shout out to our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with us Right Foods, the makers of Biggie. You give them a big round of applause.
Thank you for sponsoring this event.
We also have as one of our sponsors, I love it. Celebrate Biggie once again. Thank you. Another sponsor we're definitely celebrating and appreciating for putting their weight behind this year's Test Fest 2024 is Flash Change. And in case you're wondering what Flash Change is, they're a crypto and gift trading platform that helps you convert your digital assets into cash, and they offer the best rate as well as instant payment. So ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause for Flash Change. And you're going to make that applause a lot louder because we are doing this for the community that has brought each and every one of us together. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise, scream, roll on the floor if you can, but make sure your applause is resounding as we celebrate the Bug Detective. Thank you. Are you already getting me? I love it. Make sure we keep that energy because this last energy, I really, really do love it. Before we get to, I know that the media team is trying to set up response to Badmus. Is he online right now? Okay, I think Badmus is online right now, and he will be lending, giving answer to the question asked, and also make some comments in line with his last session. So we're just going.
Done them yet. So once I'm done, I will push the Python package out. And now, just to complete pipeline, like touches on the big parts. So I would say to this exact same one, I can tell you. But when it is off, I run notification on LinkedIn.
Okay. I know that. With the response a little bit. We are struggling to hear you, but if I can pick anything from what he said, I think that would be that it will be up very soon. From what he said during his presentation and what I hear him say in the course of that response, it's the fact that he's currently working on a few things and it's going to be up soon. And I think he also mentioned something around LinkedIn. So maybe you want to catch up with him. For the person that asked the question and every other person interested, catch up with him on LinkedIn and other social media platforms so you can follow up with the progress of the work and development in that line.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. Network is there's really a lot of bug in the network that we have in this country.
We'll fix it.
I don't know, probably we could have volunteers here if they are going to allow us, right? So, but Barnos will be sending his answer again to us, and then we'll relay it to you directly because
Yes,
seems a
we
lot
will.
of technicalities with the network. So we're going to the next session now. But before we do that, I've been asked that we can do a couple of giveaways before we do that. Right. So, how many of us want something here? Nobody. So we should skip our giveaway. Please, let's introduce the next session.
Before we even introduce the next session, I'm sure you're also aware that we're going to have hackathon today.
Yeah.
So if you participated in that during the time of the contest, can we see your hand up? If you're part of the finalists and you're here already, can we see your hand up? Anybody? Oh, okay. All
Okay,
right.
beautiful.
Okay, great. We can't wait to have you trash it out for the
Yeah,
final
yeah.
time on stage today in the course of the event. But please, a round of applause for the finalists. Please celebrate them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. So, and in the course of the event today as well, we're going to be giving some recognition awards to individuals who had made impacts and who are doing wonderful in the test community as well. That's something you want to look forward to. And so before we go to the next session, like I said, we'll do a quick giveaway. And it's just going very, very fast, right? What's the theme for this year's Test Fest? Okay, so do we have anybody that knows the exact theme for last year's Test Fest? The exact one. Exact. We're just going to take 2 tries. I don't want you opening your Twitter or your Instagram. Anybody? Going once?
Twice.
Going twice?
Try. You
You want to
wanted
try?
try.
Okay.
Are you looking at it? Are you looking for it? Okay. All right, let's go.
Celebrating the unsung heroes.
Celebrating the unsung heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, was that the theme for 2023? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you very sure? So why did you leave your hand, drop your hand when you raised it the first time? Yeah? You're not sure? Oh, okay, so you give it out to someone else because your yes is more resounding now when I asked if they are sure that's the theme for last year. Ladies and gentlemen, very correct. Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause, please. She's going to be the winner of the first giveaway.
Okay.
Kotsi Shalom.
I think we can take one more before we go to the panel session. And while we're doing that, please can we have the chairs on stage? I think we can take one more. Can anybody correctly mention one of the speakers that we had at last year's event? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's
Now
have
when you waka come.
All right.
All right, let's get the mic. Okay, thank you.
I remember that Udeme was here. Udeme Jalekun was here last year.
Who's that?
Udeme.
Udeme.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the person spoke about?
She was on the panel session.
Okay.
All right.
I
Now,
can't
please let's put our hands together for both of them. They got that right. So please, during the course of the event, just meet me. I will get something to you. So we're going right to the panel session now. I think we still need one more chair up here.
Yes, we do. All right, we're going into the first panel session for today, and this is going to be highlighting very much the building a culture of quality, which is something that I'm sure everyone in this room should be familiar with right now. And I trust that this panel is going to do justice to every part of the conversation as it concerns quality. Bringing on the first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage with me a seasoned senior quality assurance engineer and founder of a mentorship community, Test Jetty. It brings a wealth of 4 years of dedicated experience mastering the intricacies of testing. His expertise spans diverse industries, including fintech, enterprise resource planning, billing systems, automatic number plate recognition solutions, medical applications, insurtech, and stock exchanges. He has a multifaceted experience uniquely positioning him as a versatile and adept professional in the ever-revolving quality assurance space. With a resounding applause, please welcome Anko Idorain, a senior quality assurance engineer.
Let's put our hands together for him as he comes up on stage. Let's continue clapping until he gets here. Thanks a lot for gracing us with your presence.
You're welcome. You know, one thing I love about tech people is you guys are really humble. Very, very humble like that. Please, a round of applause for him once again.
Okay. All right. And introducing our second panelist, she is a management-level human resource professional with over 9 years of experience in the financial services, financial technology, and hospitality industries. Her competence includes talent acquisition, employee retention, learning and development, performance management, career planning, succession management, amongst other skills evident in her work at United Capital and ILA. While she provides strategic advisory and actionable plans to organizations, SMEs, executives, and professionals towards meeting human capital needs, she also mentors and trains young HR professionals through private career advisory and coaching programs. She holds a BSc in sociology. She is an associate of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. She is also a member of notable communities like the Women International and the Leading Ladies Business Institute. Please put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, Yetunde Adejumo. Please let's put our hands together for her.
You know, one thing with HR managers is they're probably the most feared in the company, right? Yeah, something like that. But Yetunde looks pretty calm, so please a round of applause for her once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going up with that speed as we bring up on stage the next panelist, who is a seasoned project and product manager with a proven track record of delivering high-impact software solutions with over 5 years of experience in diverse fields like software development, IT governance, risk, and compliance. He has earned his skills in ensuring quality, efficiency, and client satisfaction throughout the entire product life cycle. From managing large-scale projects with millions of users to tailoring solutions for NGOs, he has consistently exceeded expectations with a focus on detail-oriented execution and measurable results. This panelist has a passion in line with crafting innovation, user-centric solutions that not only meet but surpass clients' needs, empowering organizations to achieve their goals more effectively. With a resounding applause, please welcome on stage Product Manager Tammy Kaliu. Why do I feel like you're going to be a good dancer? You're not. You're terrible. Because the way he was stepping up, I'm like, give it to me, that kind of thing. All right, let's go to the next person.
All right, so I feel like it's one of the most balanced panel sessions I was seeing, because this next panelist is a seasoned software engineer and tech lead with a proven track record of delivering high-impact software solutions. Her expertise lies in designing, developing, and implementing innovative technologies that drive operational efficiency, revenue growth, and service automation for government and enterprise clients. With a passion for fostering a culture of quality and continuous improvement, she excels in leading multidisciplinary teams to deliver robust and scalable platforms. A strong project management skills and deep understanding of the interaction between technology. Please put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, Victoria Etim.
Hi, Victoria.
Please, let's continue clapping. Thanks a lot for coming.
You know why I said hi, Victoria? Because it just feels like Victoria and I are sisters right now with the colors. And then she just told me we're twinning. So please, a round of applause for my twin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this panel session doesn't end with some, I know the jabs will come, but please make sure you guys take it cool on us while you're going into that, because this feels like we're entering into a ring right now with diverse personnels on stage. But let's get on to the next person who has over 20 years of experience building technology solutions in sub-Saharan Africa. He's a CTO at INITS, a Pan-African tech consulting firm that develops and currently manages several mission-critical solutions used every day by thousands of people. He is a Google developer expert on cloud, certified solutions architect, mentor, co-organizer for GDG Lagos and DevFest, and of course, a great guy to chat with about engineering practices, scaling infrastructure, user engagement, or on software engineering generally. Ladies and gentlemen, this great guy is also on the TEDx Lagos core team, contributing his quota in enabling thought leaders and reformers to share ideas and would spark deep discussions and bet new ideas that would change our region. With a resounding round of applause for our great guy, please welcome on stage the Chief Technology Officer, Femi Taiwo. I don't know if people know what I'm thinking right now, but 20 years is not a joke.
Nah.
I did 10 years as an event host and I was making noise, but this is 20 years in his field. Please, a resounding round of applause for him.
Okay. All right. And the person that will be moderating this panel session and be driving the discussion is none other than a quality assurance engineer who excels in ensuring software quality and reliability. In addition to his technical expertise, he is also an accomplished event host, known for his excellent public speaking and interpersonal communication skills. He brings a unique blend of precision and charisma to every role he undertakes, making him highly effective in community management and engagement. Please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Henry Abejari. Please put your hands together for him.
And we can say that on this note, ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully constituted the first panel and we're glad to hand over to Henry. A round of applause, please.
I think guys will say, ooh! And now you can try it now. Carry on. Oh yeah, let's go. 1, 2, 3. You guys want to have breakfast this morning, Abby? Try that again, please. Let's go that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold. Let's do test first then. Test first, yes. Should we do that instead? Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, go! All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the panelists that are here. All right. Thank you very much. Moving straight into what we'll be having right now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Henry Abejari, and I'm a part of the Bug Detective training team. And I'm also going to be the moderator for the first panel session for today's conference. If you're happy to be here, once again, put your hands together for yourselves. All right, to my panelists, thank you very much for being here and accepting our invite. So, I have a couple of questions here that I would like to ask. All right. So after this session, there is opportunity for everybody to ask the panelists questions as regards probably the questions that I've been asking here so far, or answers to some of the questions you have that you brought here today. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's start the panel session, and with a round of applause, we open this panel session. Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. First question will be going to Anchor. Yes. How do you define a quality culture within an organization. That is, what are the key elements that makes it effective? Should I recite that again? Again. All right.
Okay. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Okay. You guys can hear me now, Abi? All right, thank you. So before I begin, right, I just want to appreciate. I didn't get his name, but I know when he came on stage, I saw some QAs were like, this guy I'm working for. So I know there's some QAs here that are under INIT, right? So I just want to appreciate him once again for what he's doing for a lot of QAs here. So to go to your question, right? I didn't really get every single word, but what I got there was quality culture. I mean, the question is, yeah, maybe you can take it again.
All right. Please just, you can pay attention as well, please. The first question is, how do you define a quality culture within an organization? That is, what are the key elements that makes it effective?
Okay, all right. Quality culture within an organization and what makes it effective. So quality culture, I mean, from the word culture, we know they say culture is the way of life of a people, right? So quality culture is how people in the organization are committed to ensuring the quality of their products. And that is not just the QA department. That is everybody from the cleaner all the way to like the CTO, right? How do you ensure quality? Because let's take, for example, whoever is in charge of like maybe cleaning the fingerprints on the door, if he's not paying attention to the quality of that machine or whatever it is there, then it's already like failing from access. You know, the insecurity is what we call this tailgating and other things through the access. So if he's failing there to ensure quality in just that small machine that verifies fingerprints, right, and maybe it's faulty or can't read fingerprints well, then you can imagine how many people can't get access into the organization on time, and then quality is already failing and everything. So it's everybody. Quality culture is everybody, right? Then how can you ensure its effectiveness? So the first point there is leadership. There's a book by, I think, Simon Sinek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his. There's what he said, leadership eats last, right? This is just like ensuring that, you know, when you are older, the elder siblings will make sure that the younger siblings are all done before he takes his own part. So this is like saying that the leader has to ensure that there's quality in every segment of the organization. So he takes part, he ensures that everybody is churning out quality from their smaller ecosystems or smaller niche up to the pipe. Just like I tell people, right? Quality is from the small niche. Everything is going through like a central pipeline. So if you're ensuring quality from the smaller sections, 90% from here, 100% from here, then the whole pipeline will have more quality. So the first thing is leadership. The second thing is like is collaboration, right? We can say collaboration. There has to be collaboration between people, because if you bring your wealth of knowledge from here and I bring my wealth of knowledge from here, then we can ensure more quality. Things I'm not seeing, you can see it too. Another thing is metrics, right? You have to have metrics. I'm trying to take it fast, right? The other thing is metrics. You have to have things that you use to measure the quality, right? For example, if you're a tester here, we have quality metrics. We have things like how often you see a bug in production, how often do you identify a bug and fix it quickly, right? What is the quantity of defects in an application? For example, a dev pushes a fix, and a common thing, like just like the other Mr. Dev was saying, it gives you 200 error successfully returned, and that means the engineer himself is not even testing it. Or maybe the endpoint the URL is not even reachable, right? So something like that. So you also have to have quality metrics. Then the last one I could say is that your product in the whole has to be user focused, right? You have to have the user in mind. As a user, most of us, we don't have patience with products. The slightest thing you see might move on to another product because of competitions. So you have to have the user in mind. How is the user seeing this product? And with that, you can be able to build more quality. You can have that's what can build your quality metrics. Thank you.
Uncle, please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. All right, the next question is for Yetunde. How do you ensure that your quality culture aligns with the needs and expectations of your customers? Yes.
Okay, so I think first of all, you need to first understand what the need and expectation of your customer is, first of all, before you can even tell before you can align your quality culture to it or align your quality process to it. I mean, if we don't understand the need, what then are we doing? And like one of the things Anko said was usability. He said something about the product itself, you know, and then how do you get to know the need and expectation of your customers? I would first of all say through data, right? Through data from your products. I mean, there are ways that we build products and we're able to tell what the customer or the user journey is from our back-end data, right? Away from that as well, through feedback from customers, quality surveys from customers to just basically understand what the need is. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for Yetunde. Thank you. All right. Next question is for Tammy. All right. What metrics or indicators can be used to assess the strength of a quality culture in an organization? How do you measure this success? Let me say that again. What metrics or indicators can be used to assess the strength of a quality culture in an organization? How do you measure this success?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Please confirm you can hear me well. Can hear me? Wonderful. That's a brilliant question. I will bring the governance, risk, and compliance experience that I have into this. In most organizations, you have policies, procedures, and processes that can help people ensure that there's a quality culture in an organization. It's easier if an organization has a set of KPIs and expectations that are set for everybody to follow, right? And it's also easy when people are able to, when a company subjects themselves to an audit, there's so many certifications. If you are a company that builds applications that has to do with company data, user data, a company can certify to information security management. A company that has processes as well and clients can also be certified to quality management systems like ISO 9001 for ISMS is ISO 27001 2015. So those processes, those things establish an entire culture, starting from the top to the bottom. I will start from ISMS for an instance. ISMS would allow you to create policies, processes, and procedures, and that would include leadership's buy-in on quality processes, leadership's approvals for things. So that establishes structure. And you are subject to things like vulnerability assessments and penetration tests. There's a requirement for that before you audit every year. So you have to do twice a year. So you have to pass that. For you to pass that, there are a number of checks you need to have. You should have done your risk assessment on all your information security assets. You would have done customer survey. You have all these things documented. These are key metrics that you can use to measure that. So the first point is audits, right? Quality management system would ensure that a company has quality processes in place, and that somehow ties into the organization's overall objectives and their goals. So those are some ways to tie in those metrics. Now, coming back to the tech space, what we do, or what I do, is just continuous feedback. The way I can measure, I can measure quality in terms of an organization, and then making sure that the organization has that quality culture is continuous feedback from my clients. So you send out surveys, you get feedback from them. If you conduct sprints, if you're running an agile methodology, you would have sprint retrospectives where everybody has to actually buy in and then say the things that they think went well and the things that didn't go very well. Those are the things that you take into consideration when you are planning the next sprint, when you're carrying out the next set of activities. There are also project health check periods as well. I do things called project health check reports. It's not necessary, but I think it's very important because I want to know when I'm halfway through my project if I am still on track and if everything is going very well. So that allows me to check everything that we have agreed in terms of requirement from the business requirement document or the software requirement specification document, whatever, right? And just make sure that this is what they said and this is what we agreed we're doing and we are still on track to doing that. So the first thing I said, just to wrap it up as a summary, you can have audits, you can have certifications to international standards organizations, you can have proper planning and then sprint planning and then feedback sessions and feedback mechanisms generally. I think that's the answer to the question.
All right. Thank you very much, Tammy. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much for that answer. All right. Next question, Victoria. How can quality be integrated into the development process from the very beginning, what are some of the best practices for doing this? Let me read that again. How can quality be integrated into the development process from the very beginning? What are the best practices for doing this? Thank you.
I think from the very beginning, it should be during the design process. From the conceptualizing phase to when they are planning the project itself, like the development phase, doing test-driven development. A lot of times, I know that that's a buzzword. Everybody wants to do test first, right? But a lot of times, we are unable to write our tests before we build our product. A lot of times, we are going to be writing the tests right after we deploy. We'll write our tests just before we deploy. We'll write the tests halfway through the life cycle of the entire product. But having that consciousness while you are building it, that, okay, I might not be able to write, or I did not write my test, right? Just to give you background, I'm a backend developer core. I do full stack. I manage a large team, right? I manage a diverse team, not a large team, a diverse team. So I'm speaking right now in terms of the developer's point of view. They might not be able to write the test, but the fact that they want to make life, so the developer should have that point of view that they want to make life easy for the QA. They want to prevent back and forth between the QA and the developer. Oh, I've tested it. It works in local. I've tested it.
It works on my machine.
It works on my machine. You know, let's have that. Okay, I've pushed to dev, right? Let the QA test. No, I've pushed to dev. Let me test on dev. Then I'll inform the QA it is ready for testing, so that it can prevent that whole back and forth. So let us, like, I feel like if everybody from the design from the UI UX to the front end developer to the back end developer to the quality assurance person to the security person, I have somebody that does quality assurance security in my team, and he can be a pain, but it's a necessary pain. Right, it's a necessary pain. So it is better if everybody has that consciousness that, okay, as I'm building this product, what are the things that what are the fail-safes I should put in place to make sure that there is this product is quality. Oh, okay, in my previous project, what are the most recurring bug reports that we got? How do I make sure that every feature that is like this does not have this particular report again, right? What are those things that I can just copy from? I can just make it a practice throughout my all my projects. For example, a QA should not be coming to a backend developer to say, I was able to run a file that is not the file that I've uploaded, after he has said it for 2 other projects. So if you have said it for a project that you did last year, you have said it for a project you did earlier this year, and then you are working on another project, and it is a report that he brings up, I feel like there should be like I don't know, they should query you or something. Like there should be some punishments attached to those kind of projects. Also, the conversation regarding the full project lifecycle at that phase, right? Conversations should come up about quality. What are the key things that you feel like are the major problems that could come up with this product, so that at the point of development you're already kicking off those things. And it's 2 things that it will do for us. Two things that to do is it will make the flow of the project easier. 1, 2 is it will reduce the developmental time. it will reduce the time or till the time to production of that product, if that is a consistent practice from the designer to the front-end developer to the back-end developer and then to the QA. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for her. All right, just to tie into what you just said last, I'll be asking Femi a question linking to that. So, your question is, how can teams across different departments, for instance, development team, QA, product management, and so on, work together to build and sustain a quality culture? Let me take that again. How can teams across different departments, for instance, development team, QA team, product management team, etc., how can these teams work together to build and sustain a quality culture in an organization? Yes.
Right. That's a very great question. Earlier on when Anchor was speaking, he was speaking about what quality was, right, and how to begin to build like a culture of quality. One of the things that had been said as well is there's a need to start the process of quality assurance or even quality engineering from the very first process of planning, right? The entire team that needs to work on a specific project, it's best if they are involved very early at the beginning of the project so that there's clarity exactly as to what needs to be done and how it needs to work. There needs to be a shared mindset around the level of excellence or the level of quality that is required on the project. And the only way to do that is to begin to engage this cross-functional team from the very first stage of planning to the actual design and development. I think Tammy mentioned that, to delivery as well as even to support. Now, once there's that shared mindset or that shared understanding of what needs to be done and how it needs to be done, and in how much time this delivery needs to happen, it makes it easy to then jointly agree together that these are the expectations, this is the level of quality that must be adhered to, and these are the results that the customer is expecting. Yewande, correct? I'm so sorry, Yetunde Adejumo also mentioned things around getting clear expectations from the customer to ensure that it is clear to the entire team what the requirements are and what the expectations are. What is it that they need and what is it that you need to build to meet those requirements? And to make that possible means that the team clearly understands the entire project. It's not about understanding what the mobile app does. It's about understanding the entire project so that you see as a member of those different groups of people what your own part is to play in the big picture. Now, once that is clear to every single person, it's so much easier and smoother. I'm sure for the QA engineers here, there are some people you may have worked with or maybe you work with, and once they push a change, a PR, and they're asking you to test it, they've moved it on, whether it's on Jira or some other tool that you use, and they move it to your lane, that it's ready for QA, you immediately start having a headache, right? Because you know, oh my God, I'm going to discover 5, 6, 7 basic things that I should not even be discovering, right? There are people like that. On the other hand, there are also people, you know, when they move it to your lane, you are eager to test because you know that, look, this first pass you're going to do on their code, most likely there will be nothing to discover because they understand how things need to be done, and they have this sense of, I need to do it well the very first time so that I don't want back and forth with the QA. I need to deliver this the first time and deliver it well, right? Now, it's that mindset of being able to do things with a spirit of excellence, with a mindset of, you know what, let's do it right, let's do it the first time right, let's deliver it on time, that needs to be spread across the whole team. Now, the question is, how do you start to build that culture, or how do you build that shared mind amongst people? The only way is through engagement, having constant engagements across the entire team about the retrospective, for example, that Tammy mentioned, so that it's clarity as to what went well, what didn't go well, and how can we prevent this from happening again. That is what I would recommend.
All right. Thank you very much, Femi. Please, let's put hands together for him. All right. I have one question each for you, for everyone here. So I'll be asking Tammy now. Can you share a specific example or case study where implementing a quality culture significantly improved outcomes? What were the key takeaways? Let me take that again. Can you share a specific example or case study where implementing a quality culture significantly improved outcomes? What were the key takeaways? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a beautiful question, as usual. I have a number of examples to share. I'm just going to pick one. I'm currently managing one product that I think I started in February. It's a team of about 11 to 12 people. They're about cross-platform, obviously. So you have mobile application. You have the web application front end. You have back end. You have QAs. You have WordPress. You have like designers. You have business analysts. What I did for this project was to involve everybody from the beginning. I'm just going to make it as real as possible. So that was one way that I knew it was going to work for the team. The first thing was, even from requirement gathering, that people assume it's just the business analyst's job, I try to ensure that even when the business analyst is gathering requirements, right, they are discussing with me, they're discussing with back-end developers. They will ask questions like, the client said they said they want this. Why do they want this? Now, for me, one of the reasons that, or one of the key things I like to ask for projects, for requirements, when I'm speaking with the client, when I'm speaking with anybody who wants something, even if it's just a feature update, right, is why? Why do you want it? Not to question yourself, but so that I can have an understanding, so that I can have some type of human empathy to the user side of needs, right? So if a client says that, I want to be able to place an order on an application, I want to get food to my location. Okay, why? Are there no restaurants around you? It's not going to be easier for you to walk to a restaurant. Okay, if you want an application, what kind of application do you want? If they say, I just want Android or I just want iOS, I'll be like, why? Why do you need a specific platform? Wouldn't it be easier if you had all of it? If you used Flutter or React, anyone that gives you cross-platform functionality. So I like to know why, and I've tried my best to embed that into every member of my team. So if you ask questions, if you tell them do this, they'll say, why? What do they want to use this thing for? So give me a use case. Give me a user story, right? What exactly are they using this for? So from the onset, requirement gathering, those questions are asked very seriously and they're taken very seriously. And then the business analyst also has to speak with the engineering team as well to know what is obtainable, what is doable, and to also know what can be done before you say, no problem, we're going to get this done. So that actually helped me in a type of way. And then that translates to how I was able to ensure that we did like a business requirement document review session. So even after speaking with us, after all the requirements have been gathered, before we go ahead and say we have signed off that we have captured all of your requirements, now you sign off on it. We review the requirements and see the impossible things. So we're working with timelines, as all of us here are engineers, so we know that we're always working with timelines. That's usually one of our biggest issues, right? So if a client is asking you to build an application that's going to send them to space, or to develop ChatGPT from scratch in 3 weeks or in 1 month, of course it's a nice ask, it'll be nice to do, but it's not realistic, it's not feasible given the time that you have. So we always take that time to look at what the client is asking for, and then what is doable within that particular time. And then that's where we get to decide that, okay, this is actually very necessary, this is why they said they want this, right? And then we can shift some of these things to a later time. We can promise that you will get this in your first release, and then you get it in second release, just like that. So from the onset, there is a buy-in from everybody, which is what Femi said about the cross-team buy-in. Everybody understands what exactly the project is about. So it's not because you're a mobile engineer, all you understand is, they just want to use the mobile app to do this particular thing. You don't know what the web, the person working on the front end using the web is doing. No, everyone understands it. And the reason for that is because an agile team is an independent team. An agile team is supposed to be able to function without people, without the project manager or the product manager needing to hone in on their necks and tell them every single thing they have to do. Yeah, so for it's very important that everybody actually is very involved on everything that they're supposed to do at every point in time. So I carried that from the requirement gathering session to the design session to the implementation itself. So even when we plan the sprints, everybody says, okay, we know that this is what they asked for. Now, this is how I intend to go about it. So that's how I was able to use that for this particular project. And we measure the project success. We've never had anything less than 80%. The clients have been very happy about it. I've also experienced, and I don't want to sound like every project I've done is good. No, I have learned from mistakes, right? I've had projects that did not meet the quality that I would have wanted or the clients would have wanted, that we've had to work on beyond the timelines, that quality was compromised on. It was from that point that I realized, oh, everybody needs to be involved in the requirement gathering process and design process. A lot of the time, they looked at the design, the engineers looked at the design, and it was just surface level. Everybody didn't necessarily understand why they were doing what they were doing. It was just, this is what the designers designed. They were like, oh, no problem, we can build it. Then when we got into the project, we realized that, this thing is not working. One of them was using, MailChimp's APIs to get certain metrics for newsletters, right? There were certain things that were designed that were not doable. We now had to change the design in the middle of development. So you can imagine the kind of taste that would leave on the client's mouth. It was just the grace of God, and it was just good management that just made us understand as we got there, we realized that this was not doable. Whereas in this present project now, I will tell the development team, this is what we have to do. Go and do your research and tell me whether it's possible. If you tell me that we can get this done, we will get it done. I don't know how you want to do it, because I assume that by that time you have taken a lot of time to understand what it is that is required of you and then the doability of that particular ask. So that's how I was able to learn from that bad experience, and I brought that into this new project, and we've been, everything has been going on smoothly. There are no issues whatsoever. Yeah, I hope that helps. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tammy. Please, let's put our hands together. You can do better than this now. Put your hands together for Tammy. These guys here have shared wealth of knowledge with us, and we'll still continue this panel session. I would be asking Yetunde now. What role does leadership play in establishing and maintaining a quality culture? Let me take that again. What role does leadership play in establishing and maintaining a quality culture within an organization? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Henry. One way or the other, I think Anko and Anko and Victoria had somehow given us a hint into this question already. I mean, leadership plays a very, very important role. You cannot talk about quality culture. You cannot talk about, let me start from culture. You cannot talk about culture without talking about leadership. I mean, leadership is culture, culture is leadership, as well as it also relates to quality culture. You cannot talk about your quality culture without talking about your leadership. I mean, it's important that you get leadership buy-in and the necessary approvals. I think Tammy spoke about approval earlier on. Before you even go into what you're building or the product, the process development at all. So it's important that leadership is part of it, for adequate execution and yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Yetunde. Please, let's put our hands together for. Thank you. All right, next question is for Femi. All right. What tools and practices have been most effective in promoting a quality culture in your organization? Then, how do you choose the right tools? Let me ask the question again. What tools and practices have been most effective in promoting a quality culture in your organization? Then, how do you choose the right tools? Thank you.
Okay, great question. What tools? There are lots of tools. I'll start with the tool bit. The great thing is that when you have really smart people playing the role of QA on your team. And SMART is they can do research, they can process information, and they understand the decision-making process as to what would be most suitable to answer this specific problem or to deliver the specific quality that we're looking for, right? So there's the usual thing of using things like OWASP, ZAP, or Cypress, or Selenium, or some other tools to do, or JMeter, for example, for performance testing. Those are easy tools that anyone can pick up to use, and the body of knowledge that is available. That's also very, very important. You have to check whatever tool you're choosing. Is there a big body of knowledge out there? Is there a strong community out there that is providing, for example, example codes or tutorials or guidelines or things, for example, scripts that you can easily adopt to deliver on whatever it is that you want? So the QA engineers by themselves do the research, surface up the outcome of that research and say, you know what, Femi or Mr. T, we need to adopt using this particular tool because it would help us achieve A, B, and C. Now, a lot of times you would see that when working on projects, like Tammy mentioned, ChatGPT in 3 weeks, right? A lot of times the customer or the client needs something delivered very, very quickly. And usually when the time that you have to deliver a project is very small, quality may suffer, right? So the question then is, how do you establish what specific features need to be delivered first, and then what the quality requirement to be able to meet that specific deliverable? Many years ago, we all heard about the 737 MAX and the crashes that we had then, right? And part of the outcome of that was that the standards, right, for saying this meets our quality requirements may have been lowered. So the tools that you use or that they use at the time showed that the quality requirements was not met, and therefore the result would not be good. But then we may have heard what happened afterwards and how that was pushed under the carpet. So in terms of tools, again, I would mention the usual tools of Selenium, OWASP ZAP for doing your security tests, and other tools like JMeter for doing your performance tests, and automated tools that you deploy on your CI/CD pipelines to also then check for any kind of problems. Other things you can use as well, SonarQube to check for any kind of vulnerabilities within the code. And God so good, we now have AI tools that help with threat modeling to check and go through the entire code base to see, for example, if you are using outdated libraries, if you are not doing proper escaping of, if your developer, is not escaping inputs from users the way they should, and things like that. So those are the tools. There was a second part of your question.
How do you choose these tools, the right tools?
Okay, so I see I may have answered that by saying research, right, from the QA engineering team. And even as CTO, my job is to look at that research and also do a bit of research myself. Now, I quite trust the team to do a sufficient research and be able to bring out results, but I also hold a dual role. My second role is around finances. It's not that I deal with finances, I don't. But I need to make a justification to the rest of the team that this is going to cost us $2,000 a month, right? And I have to be able to prove that it will cost us much more to not use these tools, right? I have to prove that by using these tools, our discovery of defects and bugs is faster, right? Which means our customer satisfaction will go up. I have to be able to defend that $2,000 bill that's going to cost us per month or per year to adopt the tool. So it's not just about the technical capabilities of the tool, but also the cost implication for us as a team that goes into that conversation about the tools to adopt. The last bit is the learning curve for that specific tool. If it's going to take us 3 months, 4 months to learn that specific tool, might not be such a great idea, right? Because what's going to happen in that interim? Are you going to reduce the usage of the other tools, or are you going to have a tougher time for the rest of the engineering team to pick it up? All of those things go into that decision-making process.
Thank you very much, Femi. Please, let's put our hands together for him. All right. Question is for Victoria. how can organizations ensure continuous improvement in their quality practices? Let me take that again. How can organizations ensure continuous improvement in their quality practices? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. In terms of ensuring continuous improvement, I think being up to date with what's happening in the community and also maintaining the current state of quality of a product. An example is, an example of staying up to date is making sure that a tool has not been announced to now have security vulnerabilities, or that people have discovered how to bypass certain things that your current tool is not going to catch on, right? I'm pretty sure that as QAs, we are constantly getting aware of new ways where people can explore aspects of your code that you are not paying attention to, aspects of your products that you were not paying attention to, and then people now start using those vulnerabilities. So continuously testing out your product, having what they call those things, having sessions periodically. Like he said, he mentioned doing a health check on your product, right? One of the things that I always subscribe to is version of the software that you're using, always making sure that you keep them up to date, always making sure that and it might not be something that you can do every year, but it's something that you should strive to do. You know, there's a difference between being able to completely improve on quality and being able to minimize issues. So you cannot eradicate problems completely, but you can minimize them. And one of the ways is continuously improving your the version of your of the software that you're using. 1, 2 is being up to date, staying up to date with what is happening in the community. When new tools are introduced to work better, to more effectively handle either vulnerabilities or just speed up your work, speed up your health checks, speed up your testing process, always making sure that you have that, you are buying into those things, being open to those changes. I feel like those are the best ways where you can keep up and improve consistently the practice of quality in your organization.
All right, thank you very much, Victoria. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Okay. All right, the last question for this panel session will be going to Anchor. And there's a reason I decided to keep this question for the last, because you're a quality assurance engineer, and this question is particularly directed to QA. All right, so as a QA engineer, how do you see the role of quality assurance evolving in the next 5 to 10 years? What trends should organizations be prepared for? Let me ask that again. How do you see, as a quality assurance engineer, how do you see the role of quality assurance evolving in the next 5 to 10 years? What trends should organizations be prepared for? Thank you.
Okay, before I tackle the question, if there's any other person that wants to support to whatever points I'm going to give you, please, you can always give me a backup. Okay, so the way I'm processing this, right, the role of quality assurance, I don't think it's going to evolve much, like in the sense of its role. Prior to this, when we started testing, we see that, well, let me say testing because, I mean, just testing is different from the whole quality assurance thingy, right? But we first started from just trying to test. I mean, the whole idea of quality assurance came from just trying to test the software. Then we now had the whole quality assurance thing, right? But when it comes to evolution, I think we have reached a point where we're able to establish the fact that QA is not just to test an application. QA is for the entire process. So with respect to evolution, I don't really see it evolving much. The only part I'll say is that I'm just seeing adoption, because as Tammy had said, that question was a very excellent question. And in my mind, I was like, I worked on 2 projects that one was even more complex. And because the more complex one, we're not trying to overrush things. Everybody calm down, calm down. What are we doing? What are we doing? You finished in like 8 months, right? Well, the other one, 2 years, and then still talking about rebuilding the whole thing again, because people are like, okay, sharp. You understand? So with respect to evolution, right, I'll just think that, not really evolution, but adoption, more people will begin to understand that quality assurance is everybody's thing, right? You have to take ownership for your product and make sure that what you're giving out meets your standard. Then trends, right? The only trend I can think about now is that everyone is, talking about the AI thingy, right? And we all know that there's a limit to what AI can do, right? So with trends, I'll just say that more companies will begin to adopt the whole AI approach, and there will be more tools, more QA tools, right? More testing tools in the aspect of, most of us are used Postman now. Before, most people now don't even know how to write like Postman script from start, right? Before we used to use snippets, we just put snippet and edit it. Now Postman bots, you're just gonna say, please, from this response, test everything, give me schema validation, give me response, everything, and it just blasts the whole thing for you, you get. So faster, right? Because I write my script faster and I don't need to type, that's right, use. Will have this integration with this AI integration that will make you to script your test or draft out your test or your test suite faster. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Anko. Please, we can do better now. Let's put our hands together for them. All right. All right. Thank you very much. I can say we've come to the end of this particular panel session. We were supposed to take questions before, but unfortunately, because of the time, we can't take questions at the moment. But after this session, there's going to be like, I think, a tea break or, yeah. So you can walk up to the panelists and, ask your questions personally. All right, before I tell them to leave, just final words, 30 seconds each, just final words to the audience, and we can round this off. Femi, starting from you.
Okay, 30 seconds, right? Let me take 10 seconds to think. If you're an engineer, your job is to know when to balance. Your job is to figure out with your project manager what success looks like, right? When dealing with crazy timelines, right? So there's a deadline, there's a crazy deadline. It's very important to figure out what success looks like. If success is users should be able to sign up, don't in your head add forget password or reset password. Because what you've done is to increase the surface area of what needs to be tested. So figuring out what success looks like is very, very critical for delivering. It's better to have one feature working excellently well than 4 features and they're all broken in some way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for him. Victoria.
I don't know what to say again. No? Okay, so I think I've already said it previously. Well, as quality assurance people, stop insulting your developers. Please do me a favor and don't allow developers come and go and be meeting the team lead and saying, can't the QA just say it like a normal person? So I feel like we should, stop seeing. I feel like we need each other, right? The front-end developer needs the quality assurance person to test so that their work will look good. The back-end developer needs the quality assurance person so that their work will look good. So let us assume that you are the one that wrote this code, right? And then you did something wrong. How would you want somebody to deliver this message to you? And then you take that approach. But also as a developer, both mobile, front end, back end, whatever aspect, when you are informed of an issue with your code, take it as room for improvement, as okay, yeah, it's good that we got this before the customer did, right? As opposed to getting pissed off, you know. Yes, you definitely not be happy because you have to work again. But if you did not put the bins there, nobody will have to find it. So let's have that as a mindset. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Victoria. All right, see the way she just threw jab at QA. Uncle, I'm expecting you to defend us, so when the mic gets... okay, may I chill? Okay. All right, Tammy, the floor is yours.
All right, so a friend of mine says something. He says, treat yourself as a brand. This advice goes to both QAs and all the engineers here, and then if there are other product managers like myself and designers and whatnot, treat yourself as a brand. Think about the fact that you're not paying attention to details will cost your brand identity. So it's not just about your company or just about your client, but think about how people would recognize your work afterwards. See yourself as a brand, be human, empathize with the requests that have come to you so that you put in all of yourself and all of your attention into what you're having to do. That's the first part. The second part is, please, we are Nigerians. Quality is not our strong suit. And I would just like to be honest, and I know that might not be very nice, but that's the truth of the matter. If you look around you, see what happens around the country. So you have an exception, you have something to prove. You need to pay attention to the quality that your products actually churn out. If you're a QA person, make sure that little things like edge cases don't slip past you, small bugs and little things don't get to the client, and then the client is telling you in their user acceptance test that, this button is not working. I mean, like, that's a basic thing. So please pay attention to details in everything you do. Apply yourself and you will be the best. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tammy. Yetunde.
Okay, so I'll try to answer from a human resources point of view. I think, just like Tammy said, treat yourself as a brand, but I would also want to say that as a subject matter expert, tech enthusiast, quality assurance engineer, product manager, also strive to build, like all the things we've said, also strive to apply quality to yourself and continually build your own quality. So when I say build your own quality in terms of whatever you need to, whatever extra or additional knowledge you need to learn, ensure that you learn and consistently just develop yourself, you know. And aside from that, I think that I would just also want to say that in whatever areas we may be working in, it's also important that as quality people, we're also advocating even more for other people to, for the importance of quality in what we're doing, in whatever development process or in any area, right? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yetunde is telling us, don't embrace mediocrity. All right, Marga, carry on.
So
Defend us, please.
Add extra 50 seconds to my...
Yeah, you're allowed.
So first, I just want to address Yetunde. I'm speaking on behalf of all the QAs. Please, when you guys have your HR conference, we need more money. So HR across all the companies in Nigeria, they should add money for us, I beg. Okay, so... Victoria, is just ego. The devs just have all ego. If you did something wrong, just take your beans and fix it. So that's just it. No comment. So, but the Q is right. Two things I want to say. Number one, just know what you are doing. Right? Many QAs don't have depth. They just think it's all about empty fields, invalid email. All this. That's not. We have gone past that level of QA. Many developers, you don't see that kind of thing in their code. So know what you're doing. Understand your product. The logic that is behind. Now, when I've reached the level that the developer is showing me their code, I'm seeing the logic, right, as it's running. And I'm saying, oh, not here, change this one, you know. You don't need TSQ here, all those things. So strive, like, interface with the devs, right? They'll bring you in, right? So know yourself, like, know what you're building. And if you network, right, with other people, from the wealth of knowledge, like sitting down here, I've learned so much. There's some things I had in my head, but I didn't know how to conceptualize it. But hearing them, I'm able to, like, take it back. So number one, know what you're doing, like, just be a QA, network. Then number two is, don't be frail, don't be like leave. They'll say, this one is not MVP now. You say, okay, it's okay now. No. If you know what you have to, what is to be built, stand your ground and say, I don't think this is okay. If you say, okay, maybe talk to my CTO, but for me, I don't agree with this. So those two things, right? That's just for me.
All right. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them now. All right. Thank you very much. And we've come to the end of this particular panel session. Thank you very much, Femi. Thank you very much, Victoria, Tammy, Yetunde, and Anko. Thank you very much for turning up for this panel session. Moyo has been looking at me since that we should end this since. All right. Thank you very much. I'll be handing over to Shalom and Moyo. Sorry. Clap for me too now. Come on.
All right, please, a round of applause for our panelists. So we'll have a photo session. Right now, let's just come together. Yes, the photographer is doing justice to that already. Very deep panel session, if you ask me. Quality or not? Quality or not? It was indeed a very quality conversation we had there. And I think I enjoyed very much the closing shots from all of the panelists. The convener is coming up to join you. Please, thank you. A round of applause for Biola. Don't worry, we are going to celebrate her soon. But in the meantime, she decided to join the photo. I was saying that one of the many things that I heard and I think is important to renounce or resound as our panelists take a bow. Please, a round of applause for them. One thing that cuts across every industry, and I think it's important, we continue to resound, is the fact that we need to be deep. Most times people think that when they talk about depth, it's only for the spiritual or religious sector. Depth cuts across everything we do in life, and we need to ensure that we're not just surface level, mediocre, kind of thing, but we have to continue to dig and scratch every point that we can as professionals. That is one thing I thought was important to resound. And we do thank you very much, our panelists, for doing great justice to that panel session. Please look at someone beside you and tell them, see yourself as a brand. Tell them again, see yourself as a brand. Your brand should not be stained. Yes, you're not just working for a company. You as an individual, you're a brand, and your work should show quality at all times. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce to you that we have now come to the end of the first session of this mighty, awesome event. Can I hear you scream? Thank you. It's been a great first half with you. We're going into the second half, but before that time, we want to ensure that you have an opportunity to network with the panelists, the speakers, and of course, the attendees. And you also have the opportunity to get something. It's lunchtime. Why are you nodding? It's lunchtime.
Blessing time.
It's got blessing time.
Okay.
Stomach filling time. It's lunchtime. You are very hungry. It's very obvious. All right, it's time to fill your tummy, and Right Food is doing justice to that for us. Like I told you, they've said that they're going to ensure we stay refreshed all through this event, but to ensure that we do not crowd the setup that we have, and to ensure that we also satisfy everyone in a very fast pace, we're going to move in rows and columns. If there's anything like that. But we're going to move in rows and sections so that we do this as fast as we can and return to the second half of the event. So can I have protocol officers come forward?
Okay.
So you can guide us on what role is going where and next. Protocol officers, please come forward. Join us. Would that be you? Would you want to guide from that part? Do you want it from that role or from this side? I think we should start on this side. They're closer to the setup, yeah.
Okay, so while we do that, for those that want to join the community, if you look on your tag, right, there's a barcode there for you to scan. So in case you're wondering how you can join the community, you can be part of what we do at the Bug Detective, which is the community sponsor for the event. Just scan the barcode and it will take you to all the links that you need. And in case you got the professional tickets, right, you have opportunities to have one-on-ones with any of the speakers or panelists that we have today. So if that's something you want to take up, please just meet up with any of the protocol individuals. Let them know, and they will direct you right to that.
And I also see that in the course of the panel session, some people just joined the event newly. So let's show them how it's done. When I say tech, you say what? When I say tech, you say what?
Quality.
Okay, so in case you're just joining us, our focus for this year's theme is quality, and we've been doing justice to the subject matter for hours now. We are done with the first half of this event. Moving on to the second half, and we hope that you're able to catch up with all the things that you've missed in the course of the first half. The tea break is ongoing already. If we are not with you yet, please stay patient with us as we'll give time for everyone to grab what we have for you, and then we'll return to our seats thereafter. But in this break that we're also having, make sure you use it wisely. Use it to stretch, use it to interact with someone around you, and somebody might just be winning a gift if they can tell me how many people they have met in the course of this break. Enjoy the break, we'll be right back. Clap for us now.
All right. Okay, so like Moyo mentioned earlier, please don't forget to network with people. It's not just for you to get refreshments, right? We want to encourage that you network with people, meet new people as much as possible. And after the session, we'll be seeing those of us that were actually able to meet with new people and see. Okay, so, okay, I think it's this row. Have anybody yet gotten any refreshments? No, okay, no worry. It's a gets to you, it's a gets to everybody. Yeah. Okay, so we want to play a couple of games, right? Because like I said again, we have a lot of things we want to give out today, and we're just not going to give it out for free. So we want to play a couple of games, and we need just like 5 people up here. So while the whole refreshment is going on, can we have 5 people up here, 5 volunteers for the games? 5 people, 5 people, 5 people, 5 people. No takers. Okay. Nobody. Nobody. We're just going to move to the next session. No, nobody. Okay, all right, that's fine as well. No problem. So is it possible for us to have the casual networking pumped up now? Media. 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 Okay. No. The networking pumps. The networking pumps. Okay, so while you are getting your refreshments, please want to encourage that you meet with new people, you network with new people, and in case you are having concerns about questions or how to start conversations, you could just look up here at the Titatron and pick any of these questions to start a conversation. It's important that you network with a minimum of 3 to 5 new people today. For those of us that came alone, please meet new people. For those of us that came with friends, please discharge your friend for the time being and get new connections. We'll be starting the event right again in about 9 minutes, so please let's make use of the time.
But I don't know when you guys want to do it so that people can start answering their questions before the final section. So why should the tech display? It's not the final section is not coming now, right? Okay, when should I be seeing? I think after this. I think in the session for their games and all of that. Yeah, yeah. I can ask them so that they'll one technical section. So I'll make them.
It's on vibration. So I don't know, like, if someone had this Samsung A12,
A12.
blue, it's ringing. If somebody sees it, can they help me?
All right. Media team. Media team, please bring it down a bit. Bring it down a bit. All right, dear tech professionals, amazing attendees, kindly listen to this important announcement. We currently have a missing phone, a Samsung missing phone. It's ringing. We know it's in this hall, but we cannot say if it's on silent mode or something. So please, if you have the phone, kindly bring it to me. Do you have it? Oh, okay. I think we've found what we're looking for. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. We found the phone. We'll just come get the person to identify themselves, and then we'll hand it over. However, this is also a call to please keep your personal items safe. Please keep your personal items safe at all times. Thank you very much.
Okay. A big thank you to the person who found that phone and returned it. That's a type of spirit we should have in the community. So let's start settling down. Our time is already fast spent, so please let's start returning to our seats. We've done quite a lot of networking already. We're still going to have another extensive break session, so please let's return to our seats. Please, can we have the protocol people direct people back to their seats? Let's start settling back again. Thank you. We're having a festival today, so this is just still the first version. Later on, much into the event, we're still going to have proper lunch that will be served to us. So when we said festival, we meant it to be festival. So just relax and enjoy. Can we please return back to our seats so that we can get into the next session of the event? Protocol, can you please help me? Please help me. And once again, before we start, please, if there's an empty seat in front of you, can you fill it up? Can you please fill it up if there's an empty seat in front of you? Protocol, please, can you help direct people back? Thank you, thank you. Okay, so before we go into the next session, right, I want to do something very, very quick, right? There are some experiences that are like unique to us within the tech industry, right? For instance, there's those of us who we just got into software testing like last month, but then we designed our resume, and on our resume you have like a 4 years experience, right? Is that peculiar to just me, or have you done that before? Has anyone done that before? It's okay, it's okay. We know you lie. If you are going to lie, lie with your full chest. Be proud of your lie. It's something I've done before. I don't do it again. I mean, I might still be I don't do it again, actually, but I don't do it again. My next employer might be here, so please. Well, it's something we've done before, right? So we're just going to do something just like get to know ourselves, see people who have more similar experiences and co. How many of us know how to play the game Never Ever Ever? How many of us? Never Have I Ever. Do you know how to play the game? Never Have I Ever. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, right? That's what we're going to play now. That's what we're going to... Oh, okay. Oh, it's up. I didn't know it's up already. So it's very simple, and the way you do it is we're going to all have our fingers up. So can we all put our fingers up? Can we all put our fingers up, like the two hands? I know you're eating, but okay, let's put one. Let's put one. So we're going to have prompts here, and whichever one it is that you've done before, you just put a finger down. Do we get that? Do we understand how it works? Right, so for instance, the first one is, never have I ever joined a Zoom call in pajamas. Anybody? I've actually joined one naked. Thank God for... Okay, so everybody, you've never joined a call in pajamas? Ma? 90s. Oh, okay. Can we have the next one? Let's have the next one. What if it's what? Yeah. Google Meet, whichever one. Video call, work call. The next. Let's have the next one. Okay. Never have I ever said it works on my machine. I think this one is for testers mostly. Okay. Can we have the next one? I mean, it works on your machine, but it does not work on their own. And the truth is, most times, it's actually not working on your machine, but you're trying to buy time. But it's all right. Whenever have I forgotten my password and reset it to the same thing? I don't understand this thing. I actually don't understand it, because the prompt to tell you the password is wrong, you will input the same password again. It will tell you it's wrong. This one is not there. This one is not that. But by the time you try like 3, 4, 5 times, it now goes through. So I think it's a QA problem, actually. So if you should help us look into that. Let's have the next one. Oh, my God. This one, you should not lie. How many people have done this? How many people have done this? How many people have done this? Okay, let's have the next one. Never have I ever joined a meeting and immediately thought this happens every day in my life. Everybody? Okay. All right, let's have the next one. Is that all? Never. Okay. How many fingers do you guys have up now? Is that okay? Let's have the next one then. Let's have the next one. Spent an entire meeting on mute. Why thinking I was talking? Okay. Okay, I don't do this, but then I do it. Now, let me explain. They ask me a question, I don't have the answer. I'm not exactly talking, but I'm muted. Then I look for the answer, and then I will mute and be like, oh, sorry, I was talking, I did not know. So I do it and I don't do it. All right, let's have the next one. Giving a presentation and forgetting what I was talking about halfway. No, I've never done this. I've never. Anybody? Oh, okay. You used to fall asleep during your presentation. All right, let's have the next one. Tried to impress someone with my tech knowledge. Okay? Anybody done that? Just show jargons around. Okay? Let's have the next one. Shown up to a virtual meeting without realizing. Anybody? Is everything just concern you? Are you okay? Are you fine? Do you need therapy? Okay, let's have the next one. Claims to have a solid plan. Okay, let's have the last one. Is that all? Use tech jargons. ChatGPT. Okay, all right, let's have the last one. Do you have another one? Taking a short break that turned into 2 hours. This was me watching all of us yesterday. We're moving on. Do we have another one? Google a tech term. Yeah, especially doing interviews. Okay, so I think there are lots more, but because of our time, we're way far behind time. We'll be taking the others later. How have you guys been enjoying the event so far? How's it been so far? Let's hear quickly before we go to the next session. How's it been? Good. If you're going to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, so far, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate it? Anybody? 7. Okay. Do we have another rating? Sorry? 9? Okay, that's good. Do you have another rating? 8. Okay. Any other one? Okay, so you said 7, right? Somebody said 7 here, right? Somebody said 7 here. Who's the person that said 7? Oh, okay. So I just want to know, why is it not here a 10? Why is it not a 10 yet? Is there something we should be doing that we're not doing? Something you expect that you've not given? So that we can just make amends in the second part. You didn't like the gala. It was not enough. You want more? Okay. So what can we do? Don't worry, food is coming. So I think by that time it will be up to a 10, right? Okay, all right. So we're going to be going to the next session. We want to say a big thank you to everyone who has been part of this event. Please, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Please put your hands together for yourselves. This event has been in plan for about a year, and to be honest, if not for your beautiful selves that are here today, it would all have just gone to waste. So we appreciate your presence. We appreciate all our sponsors, Rights Foods, The Bug Detective, Flash Change, all our partners, community partners who have put forces together to make this event what it is. We're going to be going to the next technical session now, where we're going to be looking at ensuring data quality in real-time streaming pipelines. And the person that will be facilitating the session is a multi-talented software engineer, published author, and a digital creator. She's passionate about big data and artificial intelligence. Her expertise cuts across leveraging big data and cloud technologies to design and develop scalable data platforms for organizations. She has also worked with the biggest international firms, such as Microsoft, where she worked in the Windows engineering team, and Bank of America, where she worked as a technology analyst on the robotics and automation team. She is also the author of a popular book titled A Techie's Guide into the Big Tech Companies, a valuable resource that helps aspiring software engineers secure roles at top international firms. In addition to her professional achievements, she is an accomplished public speaker, a YouTuber, playing a pivotal role in the global tech sphere. Please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage a software engineer and published author, Chisom Onwoko. Please put your hands together. Please let's continue clapping until she comes up here. Do we have a slide ready? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. How are we all doing today? Super happy to be here. Okay, Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about, I have just 15 minutes, so today I'm going to be talking about how you can ensure data quality in real-time streaming pipelines. And before I start, I'm going to be giving you guys like a brief overview of what real-time streaming pipelines are, a brief overview of what data quality actually means, and how to build like a good data quality culture in your company. So let's give like a backstory or like something that can make you guys understand the effects of having bad data in a real-time streaming pipeline. So on the slide here, I have Robinhood. How many of us know Robinhood? Okay. Robinhood is a stock trading platform, and it runs on a real-time system that processes transactions such as stocks and trading platforms or payment gateways. Now imagine if you're a trader on Robinhood and you're getting fed with bad data, or you're getting fed with data that doesn't come on time. We know that data in stock trading platforms come in real time, right? Yeah, you're seeing the real-time data, you're seeing the real-time trend. So imagine if that data is delayed, or imagine if that data is wrong. You have this issue of significant financial losses for both you and your company. So how do I move to the next slide? Is someone helping me? Okay, we have PayPal. PayPal is a fintech company. So PayPal for us could be MoneyPoint, Flutterwave, or Piggyverse, Carrywise. And financial applications run on real-time systems that flag fraudulent transactions. So imagine if you do a transaction on PayPal and your transaction is being flagged as fraudulent, even when you're not like a fraudulent user. Or imagine if a transaction that's actually fraudulent is being flagged as legitimate. So that's the issue with bad data in real-time pipelines. Next slide, please. Netflix. I don't like Telemundo-ish movies. I don't like Z-World movies. And Netflix also runs on a real-time, system. So imagine you're opening your Netflix account and you're seeing movies that you don't even watch on your recommendation system. Has that ever happened to us before? Okay. So it means that Netflix is doing a good job. So your viewer history is not accurate. Your recommendation system is not also accurate. That's another good, scenario. Next slide, please. And the last is Uber. I used an Uber here, and Uber also runs on real-time streaming pipelines or real-time systems, whereby the application is detecting whether there are surges due to traffic or accidents or roadblocks. So imagine if there is no surge on the road, and you're booking an Uber and the price is being spiked. So those are the kind of consequences that you have when you have bad data in your real-time pipeline. Next slide. So I'm trying not to hurry. So what can go wrong? A lot of things can go wrong. It's going to impact the kind of decision-making you have as an organization when you are dealing with wrong data. There's also going to be cumulative errors. Because of the nature of real-time pipelines, it goes on a very fast pace, right? It's not like batch systems where you can, batch your data in 30 days or 1 day. It goes at a very fast pace. So if you're having bad data in your real-time pipeline, there are going to be a lot of cumulative errors that you can't even catch. There's going to be increase in operational costs, because when your manager is asking you what went wrong with this pipeline or why is the data wrong, the cost that you're going to use to roll back, all those changes would be hard, and it's going to be very costly. No trust in analytics. When you're reporting data in your company or you're reporting a dashboard, you wouldn't really trust the kind of insights you're getting from that data because you have bad data. Regulatory compliance as well for businesses like the finance department or healthcare that deal with very accurate data, you're going to have a lot of issues with compliance. And also customer experience. I use Netflix and Uber for an instance. It's going to be very frustrating seeing that things are not working the way it should work, or you're not seeing accurate data. Next slide, please. And so that brings us to the talk that we're going to be having today, how you can ensure data quality in real-time pipelines. Real-time pipelines run on a very low latency system. So as data moves or as data flows, it's more like a river that you cannot stop. So you want to make sure that you're putting systems in place to enable that you're getting the right data in your data lake or your data warehouse or your data mart. Next slide. So a brief introduction. My name is Chisom. I work as a software engineer, but focused on big data. I usually tell people that I fell in love with data engineering when I built my first pipeline. So it's basically what I've been talking about for the past 3 months now. I'm also an ex-engineer at Microsoft on the Windows engineering team and a technology analyst at Bank of America. I have a book that's currently helping people land jobs at international tech companies. So if you haven't gotten the book, you can do that. I'm also a global speaker. I give talks on engineering and career conversations. At this point, I've spoken at over 100+ tech events. Clap for me now. Why are you guys so cold? So I've given talks at a lot of events, and I love speaking, I love sharing my knowledge, I love helping people. And I'm also a digital content creator. You can get me on YouTube, doing lifestyle content, or sharing my story as a software engineer. So next slide. So how do we understand data quality? Before we start with this conversation, this is the analogy that I would usually use for myself or people that I probably mentor. So imagine that you are a chef, and you're the best chef in the country. You know how to cook good food and people recommend you. So imagine that you're invited to, say, Aso Rock, for instance, to cook food. And the ingredients they give you to cook is rotten. Would that food be good, yes or no? But it still doesn't take the fact that you are a good chef. So you can be a good engineer, you can have the right strategies, you can have the right system design methodologies, but if what you're working on is bad, if the data that you're using to build something is bad, it's not going to make any sense because it's obviously going to be useless. So that's data quality. That's how you can understand data quality from a beginner's perspective. Next slide. Yeah, so we have various dimensions of data quality, but for this conversation, I would like to pinpoint just 5. The first is accuracy. How correct is your data? Second is consistency. Is your data uniform across all departments or across all data sources? Third is timeliness, and timeliness is very important, especially because we're talking about real-time pipelines that move very fast. Do we have late arriving data? Completeness, do we have missing values in our data set? Uniqueness, does the data contain duplicates? So we're going to be looking at this in detail. Next slide. Next slide. So for accuracy, accuracy refers to how closely data matches with actual real-world values. So you're running or you're building a real-time pipeline for, say, maybe Jumia, for instance, and your database is meant to store this street address here, which is 123 Main Street, and for some instance, also for some reason, your database stores 132. That delivery is certainly going to go to another person's location. So this is the first dimension of data quality, making sure that your data is accurate and it actually reflects what's happening like in the real life scenario. Next slide, please. Consistency. Now this is an issue I had, especially when I just got started with data engineering. Consistency means that your data is uniform across all organizations, right? You have the marketing team, you have the sales team, reporting numbers at the end of the month. So the sales team is saying that the total sales for the month was $1,500. And the marketing team is saying total sales for the month was $800. Is that consistent? So 2 teams or 2 organizations in the same company are speaking different languages, meaning that the data is not consistent. Next slide, please. Timeliness. Timeliness is actually very important, like I mentioned, in real-time pipelines, because you always need up-to-date data. You don't want to trade or make financial decisions on data that is not accurate. So in a stock trading system, if there is a minimal delay in like updating stock prices, you're going to experience financial losses. Next slide. Completeness. Completeness means that all necessary data is present and fully populated. Imagine a customer sign-up form where you're not specifying that is a mandatory field. You're going to have data sets that would be incomplete because someone didn't fill in their phone number and you actually need that to make some certain kind of decisions. Next slide. Uniqueness, this is actually very important, especially when it comes to data. You want to make sure that you're not having duplicate values. You want to make sure that you're not signing up with the same email twice. So that's for uniqueness. Next slide. Yeah, so now that we've given like an overview of, what data quality is and the several dimensions of data quality, let's look at how we can understand what a real-time pipeline looks like. So for a real-time pipeline, we have a data source. So your data source can be a sensor, your data source can be an IoT device, your data source can be a mobile application. So that data is coming in milliseconds, right? It's not batched. And we have something called a message queue. A message queue here could be something like Apache Kafka. How many of us know Apache Kafka? Okay. So Apache Kafka is a message queue that runs on a kind of publish and subscribe mechanism where messages are sent or messages are published to the message queue and consumers subscribe from that message queue. So we also have a stream processor called Apache Flink. How many of us know Apache Flink? Okay. So Flink is where you do all your processing. Flink is where you can check for most of the data quality metrics that you can set. You can transform data on Flink, you can aggregate data on Flink, you can check for several things on Flink. Now, when Flink is done processing your data, making sure everything is A-OK, you can either move it to like your final destination, maybe a data lake or a data warehouse. Next slide. So a few strategies, next slide, a few strategies that we want to explore, how can we make sure that we're ensuring data quality? The first is schema validation. One major issue you have with data ingestion is when you set like a particular schema for your data set, it's very easy for you to have data coming in with an incorrect schema. So how do you solve that? Next slide. Kafka has what we call, which I like very well, a Kafka schema registry. So when data is produced from, your Kafka stream, there is a schema registry that checks to make sure that that schema is correct before your consumer can subscribe to that stream or retrieve that schema. So this is a very high-level architecture because there are so many things that go on behind the hood, but this is how you can make sure that your schema is correct. Next slide. Okay, I have 3 minutes left. Next is apply rules to check the validity of specific fields. Next slide. So when you're processing data on Flink, there's some certain rules that you can set. For this code base here, this is written in Java. So this code base is checking, do we have amounts that are negative? Because has anybody ever seen a negative amount on their bank account? Like when you withdraw money, you see like minus 200,000. So this is what you can use to check if your transaction is a negative, and you can also use to check if your transaction is out of range. Next slide, please. And other things would be using machine learning algorithms to check for anomalies or detect things that are going wrong. Next slide. So for detecting gaps and data losses, next slide. In streaming pipelines, we have something called window sizes. So as data is coming in and you're trying to aggregate the data by seconds or by minutes or by hours, you would notice that for every window that doesn't have data, you can flag that as a potential data loss. So if you have a sensor that is reading temperature readings, for instance, you can know that if you don't see data in a particular window or a particular aggregate, it means that you're experiencing data loss, and you can fix that. Next slide. Other things would be checkpointing and watermarks. Next slide. Watermarks in Flink would help you process data from different sources, and it's very possible that if you generate data from a mobile application, there might be a network lag. So watermarks help you, cater to those network lags by giving a certain kind of buffer, maybe a 5-second buffer or a 6-second buffer, to make sure that you don't lose any data. Next slide. And checkpointing, data loss. Checkpointing is like you're playing a video game and NEPA takes light. When NEPA comes back on for some video games, you can still continue from where you stopped. So Flink has that mechanism to make sure that you don't lose data in case of any power outage or network delays. Next slide. Hope I'm not rushing. They didn't give me time. I'm rushing. Okay, so how do you handle duplicates? Kafka Streams handle stateful processing to track and remove duplicates. Stateful processing and also exactly one semantic. So as data is coming in, you're sure that Kafka would not process data 2 times. So that handles the duplication and uniqueness factor that we spoke about when we were talking about data quality. Next slide. One thing that's also very important is managing latency. There's a particular point in your streaming pipeline that you're going to have like a huge pressure on your pipeline. Let's say you built a streaming pipeline for a shopping application and it's sales, they are doing some sales, you know that users would want to shop at a very high scale. So you want your streaming pipeline to address for that pressure. So we have what we call back pressure management, where you can actually manage the flow of data in case of congestions that you might see. Next slide. So this is my last slide. We can do all these things, and your data quality culture, like the panelists mentioned, is bad. So you want to make sure that as a data engineer or as a software engineer, you're using the right tools and technologies. If you want to compare tools, or if you're having meetings to, choose the kind of tool that you want to make sure that you're choosing tools that can actually address situations that you don't want to come up. So choosing the right tools is also very important. Second is defining data quality metrics. Depending on what you're building, you have certain metrics that you can define, and you can also make sure that your team follows that metrics. The third and the last is fostering a collaborative environment. Like the panelists also mentioned, ensuring that your team members understand what quality means, and in this case, what data quality means. Next slide. Okay, that's the last slide. Thank you.
You'll agree with me that Chisom did a fantastic job. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you. I love how practical that was, especially the fact that she helps me call out, shall I mention the name? Netflix. I thought I was the only one that was always angry with you. Suggestion to watch, what's it called now? Are they called Telemundos? Yeah. I thought I was the only one angry about that. I think there's a lot to learn with data and knowing data, especially when it comes to preferences in line with individual customers and clients. That was really beautiful and practical. Did you enjoy the session? Did you enjoy the session? You want more, Abby? For more information, pay for our masterclass. Give us the details. Okay, for more information, connect with her on LinkedIn and tell her you are from TestFest. I'm sure she would be, magnanimous enough to answer your questions and guide you on the other things that you need to know. Please, a round of applause for her again. All right. The tea break was fantastic. Chisom's session was great. Now we're getting into another part, and this time I need your energy a little bit more, because this is a session that would welcome a personality that I think deserves to be celebrated on all forms, in all areas, and on all levels. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for it? Are you sure? Are you sure you're ready for this session? Okay. I'm going to ask you to do something really, really great for me for this session. And that is to ensure that when I introduce this particular person, you give her the rousing welcome, chant, noise, applause as much as you can, because she truly, truly deserves it. I'm sure you're wondering who this person is. Just take a listen. Our next speaker, delivering the keynote this time, ladies and gentlemen, is a seasoned software tester and quality assurance advocate, overseeing quality assurance for various brands. Our influence has reached over 30,000 individuals in the tech industry. Give it to me, give it to me. That's it. Through speaking, training, and mentorship activities, she has trained over 2,000 people in software testing through a global community of testers she has founded. Let's go. She organized Africa's first test festival and Women in Software Testing Initiative in 2023, a platform we're still very much excited to be a part of in 2024, all while leading the Bug Detective Limited, a quality assurance company ensuring exceptional software quality in Africa tech. Ladies and gentlemen, this next speaker is recognized for her influence and expertise and has earned numerous accolades, including being named Africa's foremost quality assurance advocate by This Day News in 2023. Can I have it? Thank you. And she's also one of the top 30 influential women in tech by Unorthodox Digital in 2024. I'm not done. This same person has a recognition extend to being one of Africa's 10 Outstanding Female Managers in FinTech in 2024. I love it. I love it. Give it to me. And also awarded the QA Leader of the Year by Scrandrum in 2024. And a lot more I don't want to mention right now. All of these accolades, ladies and gentlemen, she has underscored for her commitment and expertise in the field with a standing ovation. A resounding round of applause. Please celebrate with me a software quality advocate par excellence and founder of the Bug Detective Limited, Abiola Razak. Please scream, 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 scream. While Biola is coming up on stage, please also keep your
Katie Yarborough woke up on a warm, clear June day in 1985 and prepared for her 12th cancer treatment. The 61-year-old manicurist got dressed and drove herself to the Kennestone Regional Oncology Center in Marietta, Georgia, where a state-of-the-art linear accelerator called the Therac 25 would direct high-energy electrons and/or X-rays into her lymph nodes, as it had done for patients in the area thousands of times before. The Therac would need only a few seconds to painlessly deliver around 200 rads to her upper left chest. But that day, something went wrong. Yarborough felt a red-hot sensation instead of nothing. "You burned me," she told the technician, who quickly assured her that this wasn't possible. Over the next few weeks, she would need one breast fully removed, and her left arm would become completely paralyzed.
In computer technology, a bug is an error in program code. They often originate from human error, especially in complex software. Bugs can cause programs and computers to malfunction, sometimes at very critical moments.
Oftentimes you hear things like quality assurance is just about clicking buttons. Or you hear things like, oh, testers are not really needed provided the developer has done, proper unit test. Or you hear things like, oh, we don't necessarily need a tester. We can have 20 developers and have one QA person. We'll be good to go. All of this is what has been causing a lot of companies in Nigeria, in Africa, and across the world to lose billions of naira, billions of dollars year in, year out, because there is a bug somewhere, there's a security gap somewhere, and it causes a lot of trouble for both the companies and everyone involved.
NASDAQ OMX Group said its massive trading halt last week was due to an internal software bug and other technology issues triggered by problems at NYSE Euronext's ARCA exchange that led to the failure of a key backup system.
My name is Abiola Razak, and I am the founder of The Bug Detective. The Bug Detective Ltd is a quality assurance as a service company, and we render testing services to tech companies across Africa. And what we do in our community at The Bug Detective is to help testers across Africa grow in skills, get to network with people in their field across Africa, and a bunch of other things. Test Festival officially started in 2023, and one of the main reasons we started Test Festival was to bring the spotlight on quality assurance. The theme for this year's event is making quality tech's universal language. Last year, we thought about it. Quality assurance has always been, and it has always been an important part of tech, but wasn't even getting the level of attention it should have. Last year, we decided to celebrate the people we call the unsung heroes. And we call them unsung heroes of African tech innovation and growth, because the African tech space has grown tremendously over the years. But there are certain people who have ensured that this growth is sustained, this growth is of high quality, and the customers that get to enjoy the products that, these are tech innovations has come to, release are the quality assurance engineers and the software testers. Now, we started Test Festival to ensure that these people get the right recognition that they deserve.
If you woke up today, you should probably just go back to sleep, because your Windows work computer will likely have a blue screen of death. Today, millions, if not billions, of Windows computers got insta-bricked around the world, thanks to an update pushed by enterprise cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. And it's bad. Airports are shutting down, hospitals are unable to treat patients, the banks aren't able to get your money, and the Arby's drive-thru window went down, forcing people to hunt stray cats in the street just for food. What's hilarious, though, is that a top cybersecurity firm just messed up the global economy in a way that the evil hackers they protect you from could only dream of.
Now, you might wonder, so what's the essence of all of this, my conversation? I'm here to tell you, as a developer, as a founder, that if you've not been putting quality at the forefront of everything you've been doing, you've been making your users your lab rat, which is unacceptable. We refuse, right? So how do you build the right way? How do you ensure that whatever product, whatever tech product you're releasing to your customers of top-notch quality? Then you need to ensure that for every of your organization, for every of your team, you ensure that, the quality assurance team is well represented. And for every QA person out there, make us proud. When you're testing, when you're doing your findings regarding any products that you find yourself working on, ensure that you give it your utmost best, because only with this can you really help us emphasize the idea for quality across board. Welcome to Test Festival 2024.
Until next time.
Hello, everyone. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Welcome to Test Festival 2024. Okay, we are here again. This is version 2.0. And, I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be welcoming you. And I'm very excited to be taking this keynote speech. So, please open my slide, Usha. Okay. So while my slide is coming up, I would just like to, say a few things and why, the idea for quality is very, very important even for me. And I'll just give a, very short background as to how I actually got into the QA space, which now makes more sense for those that are just, finding their footing in the field, right? I belong to those people that just stumbled on the field. So you hear a lot of people say, oh, how did you get into tech? And they tell you, oh, I didn't necessarily plan it, but, life just threw it at me and, I caught it. So that's something very similar for me. I actually studied international relations, and for the longest time, I wanted to be Nigeria's ambassador to the United States. You never can tell, Moyo is laughing because they're in the same shoe, right? But you never can tell. I can still be that because I believe that I can be anything I want to be and more. So yeah, I can still be that. Right? Please tell, okay, my slide is up. Great, so I can stop rambling. Okay, so yeah, let me just round up my initial story. So yeah, I studied international relations, and my brother actually happens to be in tech, and I saw him do a lot of things, and he kind of just knew that, every time he worked on something, I had that flair for finding faults in his designs, and that's how software testing started. I didn't know there was an actual role called software testing at the time, but when an opportunity opened up, I'm like, okay, I don't have a degree in anything tech related, but Moyo knows this. If you are in international relations, you're very sound at documentation. You're very sound at, having communication because, you have to present, you have to be diplomatic and all of the old things. So it just fit into my portfolio so perfectly. And I gave it a shot. And November will be 6 years on this journey, basically. All right, so standing out as a QA, so I understand that it's not just quality assurance people that are here. So when I'm trying to express, everything I'm here to say, I'm not just going to say it from the QA perspective. Because remember what we are talking about here today is making quality text universal language. So it means that quality is very important across, all field. So for instance, Biggie, the mother brand is right, and it's called, they have the slogan, symbol of quality. Right, that's their. So just let's give a round of applause to Biggie once again, right? So that symbol of quality. So that's to tell you that even when you go to a manufacturing company, you find out that they have quality assurance, and so many people kind of, mix it up, like which one is quality assurance, which one is software testing, which one is quality assurance engineering, which one is quality control, which one is this. So I'll just try to explain. So quality assurance deals with, the overall from start to bottom. So software, we are in the software development space. So from product initiation up until, market and all of those things. Then quality control is more of, making sure that the quality of product we are shipping to the customers. For instance, if you use dispenser, seaway water, you see QC on that, that's quality control to ensure that that particular product that gets to you has been verified by somebody to ensure that, it's of good quality. Then, there's quality assurance engineers that actually, do do the engineering work. They check your codes and ensure that everything works fine. But yeah, that's not my topic for today. So my topic for today is standing out as a QA. And you might wonder that, okay, how does that really relate to you as, a developer, as a marketer, as a customer support person, or whatever role you're hiring in tech? But don't fear, just follow me. I'll make it as engaging as possible and make it also as relatable as possible also. So, next slide, please. All right, why QA matters more than ever. So I liked the fact that that video was played even before I started speaking. And when many people talk about the fact that, quality assurance is, as a developer, I can test my own code. I've heard that thing. If you're a developer here and you've ever said that thing, bombastic side eye. Just no, bombastic side eye. Right? If you've ever said that before, there is no way you can actually fully test your product and, certify it that it's of good quality. It's not possible. How can you say that, you're the perfect you're the perfect person to, you cook the perfect jollof rice, but nobody has ever tasted your jollof? It's like Ghanaians. Apology for any Ghanaians here. They claim that their jollof is the best, but it's until when you taste it against the Nigerian jollof, you can really say, okay, which one is really the best? It's not by bands. Like, we need to taste it. So that tasting is like testing, right? So we ensure that, which one exactly is of that quality that they claim to be. And that is how quality is very important. So you can't be the one to be the cook and also be the judge. No, it's not possible. And also, not because you're not a good person or, you're not well-skilled, but just because we have this bias against our own product. If I tailored this pants I'm wearing, you can ask me to, critique it because I created it and I know that I put a lot of art and a lot of, energy and passion into creating this. I will be biased towards my own creation. So by the time you come to meet me to say, what do you think about your pants? I would only have good things to say about this pant. But it takes someone else who's a professional at that point that has actually worked across various other brands that can now tell you that, okay, yeah, your pants is fine, but based on, XYZ, we do not think that, you've actually done a great job here. And that is how quality assurance really is like. So for every developer, for every product manager here, your quality assurance person is not your enemy. In fact, your quality assurance person is there to ensure that your product is, can someone guess? Top notch, another word. Excellent, another word. Pardon? Perfect. Well, that perfection is not mean that you're put into trouble. So no, nope. I mean, we can't necessarily reach 100%. And there's something I usually say, and I say it jokingly, that you can quote me anywhere. There's no product out there that is 100% defect-free. Anybody? None at all. Go and bring it from the ends of the earth. It's just, I'll just bring it to people in this room. I promise you, people in this room, 5 minutes, they'll find you defect. That's it. So there's no product out there that is defect-free, right? But what we strive to do at the end of the day is to ensure that if we can't reach 100%, can we reach like 99%? Can we reach 98.9%? And, ensure that there are no critical issues at the end of the day in our product, right? So in today's tech world, quality isn't optional, it's essential. I'm happy that you guys watched the video that, that was played at the beginning of my session. And that's to tell you that across the years, we could even fit a lot of videos into, that short period for you guys to see a lot of things that has happened over the years. So it's not when you hear, software testing is not just about, maybe one fintech in Shomolu will lose 50 billion. I wish that was just the problem. When we talk about quality assurance, somebody in Yanagwa might actually die. Like actual death, like end, that's the end. Who can remember this Boeing 737 issue in 2018, 2017? There was this plane crash, thank you very much, that kept happening. Do you know it was a software error that caused that? Right? So software error caused back-to-back plane crash and, loss of lives of hundreds of people, just like that. So when we talk about software testing, we are not saying, one Kudirat pay would lose money. That's not it. That's not just the end. It's just talking about, even quality assurance in the medical field, right? We saw the Terac 25. You guys saw the video at the beginning, Terac 25, where it was just supposed to administer certain doses to patients. And what happened? A software bug, and he, administered an overdose, and that was the end. Someone lost a arm and had a complete takeout of her breast. Can you imagine? Just like one bug. Right, and that's just that. We also played the NASDAQ issue, and I'm thinking of so many here. And I know that a lot of you would have also seen the video of Apple, Microsoft trying to demo some of their products. Anybody? Hands up. You've seen it, yeah, thank you. Like, you can check it out on YouTube. You see so many just type, bug failure, or maybe like demo failures caused by a bug, for one of those Apple, Microsoft, Google, and all. So brands that big try to demo something to a live audience about, oh, this is the greatest innovation, this is the latest innovation we've rolled out, and they were not able to do it in the presence of millions of people just because a bug crawled out from nowhere. Does that mean that those companies, do not do proper testing? No. But we are getting to that, right? Just hold that thought. So yeah, thank you. So the key to standing out as a QA person, and when I'm talking about QA person, I'm going to talk to it both as you as a quality assurance person and to every other person. So when we talk about standing out as a quality assurance person, one of the reasons quality assurance is not given the level of, accolades that we've been saying that, we've been clamoring for is because of you and I. Let's be honest. Anybody in the house? Any QA in the house? Any QA in the house? Hands up. Hands up. Let's see it. Exactly. So if you think that, quality assurance is not getting the level of recognition that it deserves, then it is because of you and I. And you know why? The way we present ourselves, the way we do our jobs, really determines how, you're valued. I hear a lot of people say, even it happened today, bombastic side-eye again. Someone said, maybe QAs are not getting well paid the way they should be. That's true, fact. Fact, no cap at all. But do you know that there are some QAs that even earn more than developers? You know that? My hand is up. I'm one of those people. And why do you think, you can literally, stand out to say, this is what I think I deserve? Because there's a value you're bringing to the table. If you don't have value, there's nobody that is going to pay you. Even I, as a person, I would not employ anybody that is not bringing value to my company. So aside finding bugs, when you go for interviews, what do you present to people? Okay, I'm here to find bugs. I can find bugs. I can use Cypress. I can use Playwright. I can use Selenium. Congratulations. Someone else can do that even better than you. So what value are you really bringing to the table? So if all of your value is just technical skills, you've lost it. If all of your value is just technical skill, because there's always going to be someone better than you in that place. So what exactly is the value that you bring to the table? Right? That's one. I'm going to talk about all of that. So there's something here that talks about, technical mastery, API automation, curiosity and attention to details, then collaboration. I'm going to speak more on collaboration than, other technical skills. Because I think from the beginning of this session, we started with a technical presentation and all. So you get the gist that, you need to be very sound technically and all of those things. But there's something else that makes you stand out, and that is beyond your technical abilities. One of the things that I think that have made me stand out even personally in my field, and in every company that I've worked with, I know some of the people that have worked with me when I was working with different companies, some of them are here. And one of the things, you can ask them later, one of the things they kept saying, even after I left their companies, Abiola, you're the best QA I've ever worked with. And there's a reason for that. It's not because I'm the best at finding defects. I don't think that is it. In fact, I say that my best achievement in most of these companies is they come back to tell me, oh, Abiola, you missed this bug, but I found it for you. This is it. Do you know what that's done? I've kind of brought that mentality of quality to them, that they know that when they are also doing their test, they know how to check for things that, Abiola is going to complain. There's actually someone, I think he's here, he used to say that, anytime I want to send something to Abby, I'll say, she will find it. Let me just fix it. So that by the time I'm sending it to her, she doesn't stress me. So they know what they are doing. Let's start from there. But when you are already someone who is very quality conscious, people want to work with you. They know that by the time you roll out any product with you, they know that they are rolling out the best thing. And there's another thing that is always very important to also note is your company making money through you? Can your company really say that, because Esther joined my company, we made 5 million? When I go for interviews, I stopped going for interviews anymore, but when I used to go for interviews, one of the things I pitch to companies is not that, okay, I can use Selenium. After me, when it comes to Postman, you cannot find anybody in this Nigeria that is better. That's not the point, right? When I actually go for interviews, I also say, okay, this is what I think that your company is trying to achieve in this line, and this is how I know that I can come through here. And this is not like me just throwing numbers in there. I actually throw numbers. If you check my CV, one of the things that you find out is that I joined a company where the gross revenue, whatever they were making at the end of the year, was less than 5 million. And by the time I was leaving the company, they were doing over 5 billion transactions in a day. Right? So those type of things, when I come to you and I'm telling you, I tested that product, I ensured quality on that product, I was with that product from start to finish. Tell me, I'm talking figures, I'm talking numbers, I'm talking, positive, I'm not telling you I can use Selenium alone. You've seen my technical skill. So I'm giving you something better. So how can you actually add value to your organization beyond your skill? Let's talk about it. Let's be very honest. As a developer, I can tell you that, okay, you have an idea to build this app, and I can bring that application to life, and this application can service over 20 million people. That is a value. You as a tester, what is your value? Okay, I will make sure that app is working. If that is your value, my dear, you are still going to be earning 250K per month as a senior tester. I promise you, because you're not adding any value. So until you begin to put out your value, right, you really won't get the level of recognition that you really want. And this doesn't just, it's not just towards, quality assurance alone. Even as developers, how do you actually put out the value right there? If all you know how to do is, I promise you, it's even very funny because the tech space currently is very saturated. Amen? Thank you. The tech space is very much saturated now. So a lot of people are picking up a tech skill. So how do you stand out in the market? If you think that you know how to use JavaScript, I know somebody. I will just put both of you like side by side. You are good though, side by side. 30 minutes, not too much, 30 minutes. If you think that you are like Indaboski, it's the same thing for quality assurance. Even me, like this, I used to hide my face these days, because even people that there was a time I used to call them mentees. They should actually be mentoring me now, because they've gone way ahead. That's how the space is. So how do you ensure that you're at the top of your game? It's by adding value to the community you found yourself in. So next. All right, making quality tech universal language. So let's come back to the theme of the event. So one of the ideas why we are having this event today is not just to like last year, we kind of just put the spotlight on testers, to really say that, okay, these are the people we call the unsung heroes of African tech innovation and, growth. But this year, it's different. We're saying that we need to begin to resound the idea for quality until it becomes like second nature to everyone in tech. I was talking to somebody, you're in marketing. How do you ensure quality in marketing? Think about it. How do you ensure quality in marketing? You are a product manager. Yes, you've written your product documentation. Some product managers, some PMs, if they write product document for you, you will be more confused. You see, before you read that document, you were confused about what you wanted to test or what you want to build. By the time you read that document, your confusion is raised to power 2. So think about it. How do you ensure quality in all of those spaces? It doesn't matter what you do, what role you are in tech or what have you. Even as a support person, customer support person, how do you ensure quality? So quality is not just about, it's about the what's the word? The content that you put out there. How can people really see that you are doing something good, basically, right? But when we talk about quality in all of these spaces, in every field in tech, we are saying if you're a developer, if you're a product manager, if you're a quality assurance person, if you're a data person, be a database administrator, if you're a DevOps engineer, when you're building, when you're writing your code, don't wait for one person that is called the QA that is always holding cane to come and flog you. Think of quality first. Make life easy for everybody. All right, so, so I wanted to also say something about, collaboration. I think another thing that can make us stand out as QA engineers is very important that we collaborate. And collaborate in the sense that when you come for gatherings like this, do you just come, take pictures, enjoy the session and go? Or do you take people's number? I'm like, okay, I'm networking. You know people now, you come for events, I say networking. I collected 3 numbers today, I networked. Right. And we know that networking, nothing happens to it for the next 3 months, 7 months, until maybe the next test festival, you now come again. I say, oh, hi, I saw you last year. Oh my God, it's so good to see you. But in all honesty, we know that you networked that time. And now, I'm going to say this just to motivate someone here. I remember, I don't know how many people can remember 2020, 2021, everybody was getting foreign gig, wanted to work remotely and earn in dollars. We still do, right? But I was telling a friend that I only did interview once. And I worked with close to 3 foreign companies at the time. But I only did interview once. Every single of the jobs I got, even the one I did the interview for, I did not get the job. But every other ones I got, they were referrals. Someone just saying, Abiola, after jollof rice, she's the next best thing. Give her the job. So who can really say that about you? How can they even say that about you when you're not even putting yourself out there? How can they even say that about you when I don't know what my dear brother is doing? Victor, I don't know what you are doing. Have you learned a new skill? I don't know. Are you going to learn a new skill tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what Udemy, okay, I know what Udemy is doing. I mean, she put it there. I know what Udemy is doing. So now be like Udemy. When Udemy is learning something new, when she's picking up a new skill, she puts it out there. So when you think, okay, yeah, Udemy is out there. And you want to, when an idea comes to your head, who can you call? You only call those that put themselves out there. You don't call people that you don't know. So when we talk about quality assurance, when we talk about standing out as a QA, it's not just about, the quality of work you do. Yes, that is very important. But it also comes back to, how people view you and how you actually position yourself. Then I know that I still have 2 more slides. If I can just, So I think I've touched it. Can you go to the last one? Great. So I would also just, quickly say this, that when it comes to quality assurance, sometimes your company don't know what they are doing. Has anyone seen JDs for QA of recent? You will see quality assurance engineer, software tester, software analyst. So everybody is the same role, one role, 1,000 JDs. Ability to work under pressure. Ability to work under pressure. Can use Selenium, Cypress, or Playwright. Can do performance testing, JMeter, Load Runner, or what have you. Can do security tests, Bob Suit, Kinikon. Can, what's that thing again? Okay, can do mobile automation. Give me the names. Can write Java, Appium. Which one again? They will give you the list. Guess how much? Exactly. Do you know why? Let me tell you what the problem is. Copy and paste. HR. Where is HRO? HRO. I see you. Again, bombastic side eyes to HROs. Oh, apologies. Please, in case you see me, please, I might come to your company. Maybe not for work, but I can come and pitch my business like that. Please don't pursue me. It's just play. Anyways, so you get the gist. And one of the reasons they do this is copy and paste. They go to Flutter Waves. Sorry. Because she's looking at me like, how dare you? How can you do this, Abby? I'm sorry, but shot has to be, shot. I just have to throw some shots, right? You go to Flutter Wave and you copy their JD. go to Money Point, go and copy their JD. You don't ask how much those ones are offering, no. You will go and copy the JD. You want to buy trouser, top, shoe with 1,000 naira. Fear God. Like, to be very honest, those are the problem. And, most of the time, your company don't know what they want. So going back to it, they don't know what they want. Because some of this company in Nigeria, some of them have never even had a tester before. So they are like, you are their first trial. So you need to teach them and tame them in a way that quality should look like. One of my biggest achievements as a QA person was because I left like a very structured, QA space where we had over 20 QA team to join a fintech that was the first tester and the first female on the engineering team. But you know what? That really transformed my team. I'm sure that Daniel is shaking his head like, I remember this, right? And that really transformed my career because now it's like you either swim or you drown. Fintech is, I'm not waiting for you. Somebody must not, I'm not going to call name again before they come for me. Somebody must not release my product, my idea before me. So everybody's rushing to the market. So because everyone is rushing to the market, they are trying to release their product as fast as they can. So you as a QA person, are you going to slow us down or are you going to make sure that we release fast, release quality, and still make money? Now, I think I'm giving you guys, are you guys getting it? Please, amen? Okay, great. Now that's it. So these are the things. So you need to teach your company. And when I say teach your company, like you bring Excel sheet and you do slide. No, you actually educate them about quality. I know that time I used to fight. I'm like, no. It got to a point, my developers would say, I don't want trouble. In fact, somebody is here. The CEO said, push something. He said, boss, I beg, call Biola. It's not because I'm going to come for his neck. We've just gotten to that point that nothing can go live without you properly, having that conversation about, quality assurance. Not because, and also because they've gone live before, and the life have lived them. And they've lost money. I've worked on a project, actually last year, March, I worked on a project, and within 23 hours, 23 to 24 hours, we lost close to 100 million. Like that, though. It's me that I'm talking to you now, maybe QA. Yes, we lost that amount of money. And it was crazy. And if I tell you what the issue was, I was forming Jagaba, we had a denial of service attack on that product. And, I was able to do, Van Damme. We were able to, ensure that, service was up and running despite the DOS. So because we did that DOS, we've affected something in our logs, digital ocean drama. Anyways, we forgot to take it out. And people just used that one. So they did denial of service. Shebi was okay. Shebi started denial of service. They did not steal your money. Because of that, we lost a lot of money. And so when next you actually tell, and I've actually been on projects where I tell them, don't release this product, because if you release this product, we'll lose money. And they released it, and we lost money. So by the time I'm coming back to say, don't release the product, even the CEO will say, I beg, listen to her. She knows what she's saying. I don't want to lose money. No company really wants to lose money. Although there are some companies that have more risk appetite, because sometimes when you lose money, you can make more money through that loss. So it depends on the situation. Just be able to balance it. So quality assurance is more than a role. It's a mindset. For TBD, we train a lot of people year in, year out. A lot of people are here that, have gone through the TBD mentorship program, and it's for free. And there's something I usually say to them anytime I have the opportunity to be in any of those classes. I used to say that quality assurance is not just a role. It's not that I'm a QA person. It's a mindset. That is why we are also saying that, even if you are not a QA person, you can have the mindset of quality. So quality assurance is actually a mindset, not a role. I used to say that you can be very perfect at using Cypress. You're very skilled, but you're not a tester. You can be very good at using Selenium. You are skilled in using the tool. You are not a tester. Quote me anywhere. Thank you. You're not a tester. You can be excellent at using Postman. Like developers use Postman. A lot of people use Postman. We use Postman also. You can be sound, But if you don't have the mindset of quality, if you don't know what you are checking for, you're not a tester. You are just skilled at using that particular tool. So if you are part of those people that, when you join QA, the first thing you do is jump to automation, bombastic side-eye. Because you are not a tester in any way. What you are good at is using those tools. Because what you need is to build a foundation of quality assurance. When that foundation is laid, you can now start using the foundation of QA to start using the tool. Because when you don't even know what's proper testing, how to do negative and positive tests to start with, I've reviewed quality people's automation script. And the only thing they searched for was positive test. Automation. Badass people, they know how to write automation code like mad. But the only thing that is in their script is positive test. Can this, when I do this, it does this. When I do, what happens to make sure that this thing does not do what it's not supposed to do? What happens to that part? That's the idea of testing, not can it. Can you not? Can you tell your neighbor, can you not? Thank you very much. So when you're writing your automation script, please, if you've been writing positive test cases alone, this is my, final warning to you before the EFCC of quality assurance come for you. Please stop it, bad habit. When you're writing your automation test script, write positive test cases and write negative test cases. Ensure that you are doing proper full coverage, because only with that can you really say that you're a tester. You get the gist. Thank you. So there's this quote I say that, quality is often seen as optional until it becomes the only option. By then, it's not quality assurance, it's damage control. So please be proactive, not reactive. Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody's supposed to take question and answer, Sha. Do you want to ask me any question? I think that I've done justice to my session. Do you have any question for me?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Biola once again. Thank you. Biola did justice to that, right? Did you feel the passion? I know that you want us to take one question, but that question we're going to reserve it for an interaction session later on. But please make some noise once again. And Biola, wait first. Every time she introduces herself, she says she studied international relations. Biola, what we studied is history and international relations.
We studied international relations. You should know when you put your own history. I don't talk my own, you talk your own truth.
Because I can tell you that we need more of history than international relations.
Well, it was that quote, people that forget their
HIS.
history about to repeat it.
Ladies and gentlemen, like she said as well, one of the many things that we've come to understand as a person is, regardless of whatever it is that life throws at you, the opportunities that you may have to grab by yourself and on your own. And that's why she's doing a great job in the field that she grabbed by fire, by force, regardless of what it is your university system threw at her. For me, I went a different route entirely after finishing history, went into law for a bit. I'm like, you people, I went into some other things, and media is where my love has always been. So look at someone to your left, to your right, and tell them, always grab the opportunities you can. Every opportunity, what will you do? Grab it. Thank you very much. All right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have some fun. Who is excited about that? Let's carry our phone and be going. No. We are about to have some fun. Who is excited? Who is excited? Yes. Katsi Biggie, we're about to go into some exciting session of game and fun. And yes, Biggie is also promising us a village meeting. Not for your village people from Edo or all those ones, Sha. Let's keep it calm and easy. But we're going to have a village meeting as well very shortly. But before that time, please join me with a resounding applause to welcome a representative from Biggie, Biola Aransiola. Yeah, that's the pronunciation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Abiola Aransiola, the brand manager as she comes up on stage to give us a bit of information from our airline sponsors for this year, Biggie. And after that, we'll let you in on more fun that we have for you. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, wow. I'm not sure if I'm to speak in codes or just speak in plain English, but I'll try and speak in a language everybody understands. My name is Viola. I'm from Rights Foods. I'm very sure we all know some of our products. We are the makers of Biggie Drinks, Biggie Premium Drinking Water. We have 2 different sausages, which are the Right sausages and Biggie sausage. We are also the makers of Fearless Energy Drink. I don't know if we know Fearless Energy Drink. How many people know Fearless Energy Drink? Yeah. We will all know Fearless Energy Drink because we are the #1 energy drink in Nigeria. Yes, we are very prideful. Also, we are the makers of Sosa Fruit Drink. I don't know if you've heard of Sosa Fruit Drink. Thank you very much. So we pride ourselves with quality, and it's very interesting that we're part of this great event because we're talking about quality today. We usually say, I heard someone say here today that Nigerians, we don't really appreciate quality, or we don't really do much when it comes to quality. But that's one thing that Rights Foods does differently. We pride ourselves in quality, not just with our products, but even with our facility. I can tell you for a fact that we have one of the best facilities in Nigeria that can stand shoulder to shoulder with factories abroad, because we put in excellence into everything that we do. When we are producing a bottle, and not just about even everything that we do now, just a bottle of drink, we put in the consumers in our mind, because everything that we stand for has to do with quality. When we started, when Rights Foods started, one thing that came to mind is we've always had this story of yes, anything that comes out of Nigeria is subpar to anything you can find abroad. And we wanted to change that narrative to let you know that we can actually do quality things in Nigeria. For our facility, we have our factory in Ososa. That is where we produce from. We have one of the best facilities, and it is 100% automated. The only time you see any human form of relationship with the product or anything is when we're doing QC checks. But from the beginning to the end, we produce our bottle in Nigeria, we produce our caps in Nigeria. Everything is done here in Nigeria, and it is fully automated from start to finish. Also, we are very innovative. When we came into this space, we told ourselves that we need to come correct. And we wanted to show that we have a lot to offer as Nigerians. And for Biggie alone, we have 13 different flavors. I'm very sure we don't even know the flavors we have here. How many of us know that Biggie actually has 13 flavors? None. We actually have 13 different flavors, and we have 6 unique flavors out of those 13 flavors. We have a drink called Biggie Tamarind. I don't know if we know, some people call it Liki Liki. Some people call it awin. It's a fruit. It's a seasonal fruit that some people take in the north, some take in the southwest. But the English name is tamarind. If you taste this particular flavor, it tastes exactly like what you have in the fruit. We also have Biggie Ginger Ale. We have Biggie Cherry Cola. We have the common ones. You have the cola, the orange, the lemon and lime, the tropical, the apple. But out of that, we have like 6 different unique flavors in the Biggie family. And for Sosa, we have 5 different flavors for Sosa. For Fearless, I'm very sure people think we have just one flavor of Fearless, but we have 2 different flavors for Fearless. We have the classic and we have the red berry. And for the sausages, like I said, we have 2 different ones. We have the Right Spicy sausage and we have the Biggie Beef sausage. And we are just a company that pride ourselves with quality. We usually say something, we say, we are proudly Nigerian first, but then we are truly world class. Yes, we produce in Nigeria, but everything that comes out of the company is proudly is truly world class because we've been able to bring what you term as world class. We've been able to bring it to our factory here in Ososa. It would be nice to even have some people who would like to visit our factory so that you understand where we're coming from and you understand where you see a bottle of Biggie or a bottle of any of Right Tools products, you're able to appreciate it and just know the kind of quality that has been put behind it. For Tech Minds, we usually say something in our office that, oh, tech guys like to munch a lot. They just sit in one space. I don't know if it's true because they say you guys sit in one space and you don't mind not going to the kitchen or doing anything, but as far as you have snacks beside you, you're fine. You're good for the day. I don't know if that is true or it's just a myth. Is it true? Am I saying, oh, that's good. And that is why we're here today. We're here to show you that we have everything. We have everything you need, and we have it in arrays. We have the sausages, we have the drinks. If you don't want to go anywhere and you just want to keep munching on something, we have everything for you in place as Right Tools Limited. And we just want to wish you all the best in your journey, and we hope that all the faces that we're seeing here, we hope to see you in greater places. Thank you very much for having us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Begins. I need two people who can confidently say that they know about Biggie to please come forward for this head-to-head. Two people, volunteers, just come forward. I'm not going to force it on you. But if we have volunteers who wants to go head-to-head on the knowledge of right food, please come up on stage. How much do you know right food? That's what we're about to ask you right now. Let's see how many questions you can answer. And definitely you'll be going on with some of the products. Two people, can we go? One, going once, going twice. Don't worry, it's not hard now, don't be scared. It's not going to be difficult, very easy questions. Please come up on stage, a round of applause for her. Please come, please come, please come. Second person, preferably male. Let's go head to head with the gender war right now. Preferably male. Second person, second contestant. Are you raising your hand or you're stretching? Oh, okay. Second person now. Okay, oh, the other gender, can you bring out a representative? Victor. Oh yeah, come. Victor, come. A round of applause for Victor. You've been nominated. Come on stage. Let's go. Let's do this. Don't worry, Victor, I know you're smart. Don't be humble, come. All right, let's give Victor the microphone. Come to the middle. Can we take this for a bit? Let me not try. We'll just stay here in the middle. Who are you rooting for? All right, your question starts now. You have 5 seconds to answer one question. We're going to take all questions and see how many you've been able to answer at the end of the game. Are you ready? All right, I'm sure I have the brand manager listening to this. You're going to nod if the answer is correct or not. After this game, we'll be going to the village meeting where we'll have some other people play that game. Are you ready now? What are you thinking of? You're trying to remember everything she said. Calm down now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first question will be going to Victor. What's your name, please? Jumai. Okay, so I have Victor and Jumai. Great names for great contestants. Your first question, Victor. Okay, I would have asked you to pick numbers, so it's not look like I'm doing Ojoro. I think I should ask you to pick numbers. So pick from number 1 to 11. Number 7. Okay, what does right food pride themselves with? What does right food pride themselves with? Quality. Is that correct? Quality. A round of applause, please. Okay. One question down. Please pick your question. 5. Number 5. Okay. What is the name for right food sausages? No chorus answers, or the questions will be cancelled?
Sausages.
Yes.
Right sausages.
Right sausages. Is that correct? Definitely not. Ladies and gentlemen, bonus answer. Gone. Anyone from the audience? Right on what? Right on Biggie sausages. Maybe you're expecting me to say what is the the other name we used to call it? That name we used to call it in traffic. I will not do that. It's another brand, but they are sausages, all right? Okay, let's go to the next question. Victor? Number two. Who is the maker of Biggie drinks?
Right.
Right what?
Right foods.
Congratulations. A round of applause for him. So that's 2 down. Let's see your question next. Number 8. Are you sure the microphone is turned on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Where are the bottles for drinks, Biggie drinks? Where are the bottles produced?
Nigeria.
Nigeria. A round of applause. That's 2-1. Ladies, are you not cheering now up? All right, your question. Number 11. How many flavors does Fearless drink have, and name them? Please, yes. Now you use your hand and pick the question. Let's go. 5 seconds.
So
1.
there are 2 flavors.
Okay.
There is the normal fearless.
Normal fearless and abnormal fearless. Let's go.
The black one and
the black one and what? And the light one. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be getting half points for that. Anyone from the audience? Flavors. What? Red berry. And what? And what? Classic. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for everyone from the audience. Thank you. All right, so that's 2.5 points. Who is my judge? Who is my mark keeper here? 2.5, right? Okay, let's go. Your question. Question 1. Now you use your hand to yourself. When was Right Food founded? Nari pele my dear. Go in. Gone. Let's go.
2013.
You. Please, can we have the answer from there? Huh? 2008. Yes, that was when it was. She did not mention it, but the people that did the question put it there. So, dear. All right, that's gone. 2.5 points and 1. Yes. All right, let's go. We're almost done.
Number 6.
Number 6. What is the tagline for Right Foods? Well, my dear. What is the tagline?
No idea.
No idea. Bonus question.
Be loud, be calm, be everything.
What did you say? Bila, miyamani. What did you say? Use my mic.
So I said, be loud, be calm, be everything.
Be loud, be calm, be everything. Is that the tagline? Anyone from the audience is going? Okay, can you please resound it for us? The symbol of quality. So there is even in line with our theme. A round of applause for Right Food, Jerry. Okay, I don't know how many questions we have left, but pick your question. Let's see.
Number 3.
Number 3. Yeah, I think I've asked this question. Okay, no, I haven't. How many flavors does Biggie have?
13 flavors.
A round of applause for him. My for your Anna, I say name them. Okay, that's 3.5 points to 2 or 1. 1. Oh, yeah. Girl, what's going on? All right, your question.
What numbers are left?
So we have number 4. We have number 9. Yeah, we have number 9 and we have number 10.
9.
Number 9, okay. What is the name of Right Food energy drink?
Fearless.
A round of applause. All right, that's good. That makes it 3.5 to 2. We have just 2 questions left, and that is number, what did I call it? Number what? Number 4 and number 10, yeah.
Number 10.
Number 10. You, Name 5 flavors of Biggie drink. 5 flavors? Yes. Just 5.
Apple,
Uh-huh.
tamarind,
Uh-huh.
orange, cola.
Gone. I said 5 seconds. Give me the last one. You see? Gone. A round of applause for him. All right. No, I can't give you a bonus answer. He has mentioned 4 now. Kilo cool. That's half now. Then I cannot give you.
Girl support him.
I thought she wants me to cheat. Okay, you're getting half point for that, anyways. Yes. So your final question.
That's
the final question, which is number 4.
Yeah.
Now what for you? I hope you heard it when they said it. Some people too do. You too choose that questions. What's happen? What is it? Where is factory located?
Osasa.
Is that the right pronunciation? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving it to her, and that is 4 and 3. Oh, that was close. Anyway, the guys have it. A round of applause, please. But I guess Biggie should have something for both of you, but that was an amazing trial. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. I'm sure the representatives will come to you. Oh, they are. Come on stage. Come. Victor, come. Jumai, come. Let's do the presentation on stage. Please come up on stage. All right. Come on. Why are you running? Okay, which one? I'm giving this to the winner. Yes. And this to. Okay, can we have the brand manager, please? All right, please, a round of applause for Biola as she comes up. So we're going to do the presentation to the second first, which is Jumai. All right, great. And then the first position goes to Victor. All right, congratulations and thank you, Right Foods. Thank you, Biggie. Who used to say, oh, right, I heard it on social media. This swing girl's Biggie. All right, I think we're now going to have 2 more representatives, but this time you're playing a game at the Village Square. We have a game at the Village Square that you have to play, so can we have 2 representatives? You have to give, show me your hands first before we send you to the Village Square. 2 people, let's go. Are you interested? Or we should pack our load and move from the village? 2 people, what are you doing? Why do you always want to know what you are doing first? Take the leap of faith. Let's go. Can we have 2 representatives? Show of hands. Okay, thank you. Please come forward. Come forward. Second representative, please. Second person. We're going to the Village Square. Okay, there's a hand there. Please come forward as well. Please come forward. They raised the hand. No, it's lost. Okay, go to Wale. Come. It has gone up. It's not coming down. Thank you. All right. So what we are doing? Okay, don't worry. Don't bother coming. Just go to the Village Square. Go to the Village Square. Yes. So we're going to have that displayed for us to see, so that everyone has a view of what's happening in the Village Square. But while that is going on, at some point in the course of the game and engagement, we're going to also have a QR code displayed where you would scan and be able to ask your questions for the next panel session. So make sure you have your phone with you very shortly. Okay, can we have, we'll need media to help us so that people don't keep stretching their necks from here. Can we have it displayed? Is it possible? The feed.
Okay.
Yeah, the feed. Can we have the feed focused on the Village Square? Yeah, thank you. All right. I think we can just enjoy the game I'll be your interpreter. Oh, the QR code is up already. Oh, this yes. You can start scanning to ask your questions for the next panel session as well. Ask your question for the next panel session. Thank you. While we are also going to be enjoying what's happening at the village square. I'm sure the contestants are currently being taken through how to play the game. Let's see who's going to come victorious at this one or with this one.
Okay. Again, like Moyo said. Are you sure? Okay, let me try that. In case it's not going through, you could just log on to slido.com and log in with the code. In case the QR code is not working, let me try that from my end.
I want to believe that the people we sent to the village are ready to
They have
go
not been
with
lost
the game.
in the forest.
Okay, you can watch the game on the screen as well. The game has started. Villagers, do this for us. Oh. We are rooting for you.
This auntie is still carrying her bag. You're not ready. Oh.
We should have sent downstairs, because like say, these are our village contestants. Okay.
Oh, I just got word that this is live now. So in case you've tried it before and you didn't find anything, it's live now. So just scan it so you'll be able to add your question. So the idea is that the next panel session we're going to have is going to be more of a town hall, right? So the direction of the panel session is going to be determined by the questions you ask, right? There are no predetermined questions for that session. So every question you ask is what's going to be asked on the session. So please do scan this code so that you can join the conversation. Or you could just go to slido.com, input the digits to be able to drop your own questions. And we'd love to do that as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Oh God, don't follow. No. So I'm moving like don't to kill cockroach.
Miss Biola, should we, Miss Biola, should we let them give them bags? What's that? Who pressed? Who's pressed? Who pressed the button? Someone pressed the button.
Nobody's actually pressing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, everyone was watching.
I'm actually not pressing.
Oh.
Somebody's controlling it on the floor. Okay, please.
Yes, you're controlling. Oh. Yes, you are controlling it. The middle one would. Yeah, that's right.
So one is controlling it. Baby shall do. Post it. That means this guy is working.
You can write about here. Okay, should we let them know that the winner gets a gift, right? Okay, so the winner gets a gift, actually. Yeah. So they are competing against each other. So if you want to get a gift, yeah, you can come and join them when they are done.
So this is the new one, right?
You said you wanted to call 2 more people.
You know they're starting again.
Okay. How many minutes you want us to use to do this? You'll be done soon now. We might use up to 5 minutes here. Or sure you know.
So send one more person.
Yes, 2 more people here.
Yeah,
And
like
that's it.
Yeah, almost.
Oh, I know what.
Not
Is
very.
it possible to?
Oh, wow, wow. So you won. Please, a round of applause for him. He won. Thank you so much. Come and have your gift. Okay. What's that? Can we remove it? Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm not wearing it. Sorry, please. Where is it? Okay.
Oh.
This way. Hold it.
Thank you.
Sorry. You can't get Ashake.
Where's the other guy? Where's that guy? Where's the winner?
All right, so while that's going on, we getting interesting questions already on Slido. If you're not logged in yet, you're going to be missing out of the conversation. I think we already have questions about how to get opportunities, how to get employment, and those are some of the questions we'll be answering. So if you have present questions, contributions that you want to add to the conversation, this will be the time to bring out your phones, scan the QR code, and drop them. Drop them. And in case you see questions there that are similar to the ones you want to ask, you don't need to repeat it. You could just upvote it so that it goes to the top of the list. So we don't have multiple questions that are very similar. Again, a big shout out to all the sponsors that we have today. Rice Foods, who are one of the main sponsors of the event. We say big thank you to you for doing this with us. We have Flash Exchange as well, Flash Change rather. We say a big thank you to you for pulling your weight behind Test First 24, and the Bug Detective as well. We say a big thank you as well. We say a big thank you. Okay. I don't think this brother knows what he's doing. Shall not fall down. Okay. Okay. So once this is up, we're going to be calling on a representative from the Bug Detective. I hope you're ready. So we're just going to learn a little bit about the community behind Test First 24, how to join. Again, in case you have questions about the event, about the community, just scan the QR code on your tags. So everybody has a QR code on their tag. Just scan it, and all the important links that you need would be presented to you.
All right. Apart from all the information you already have I'm sure we're going to be wrapping up with the game on Village Square in another 1 minute. But please, if you are finalists for the hackathon, please, it's time for you to start putting your presentation together, start getting your laptop together, everything that you need. If you have slide or whatever, please meet the team behind and let them put everything you need together, because that is coming up very, very shortly. So if you're a finalist for the hackathon, please get what you need together right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Once again, please log on to this platform, Slido, or scan the QR code. Upvote questions that you want to see answered, those conversations you want to see add. And if you have unique ones that have not been listed before, please do well to drop them and we'll have this conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I'm going to be calling on Esther Okafor, who will be telling us a little bit about the Bug Detective. So can we please put our hands together for Miss Esther Okafor? Please let's put our hands together for her as she comes up on stage. So while that is going on, please can we have the protocol guys help us with chairs on stage? Please put your hands together for Okafor once more.
Hi everyone. How are you doing? How are you guys doing? How's the event been so far? Are you enjoying yourself? Okay, so I want to talk about the Bug Detective. So how many of us here are member of the Bug Detective community? If you're a member, raise your hand. Can see only 3 hands. How? So we don't have people in the Bug Detective community here. Do we have the link to join our community so we can display it? Eh? Okay, check it. Okay. Check your tag now. You'll see this link and this QR code. Can you scan it, please? Because the reason why we are having Test First is because of the community, the Bug Detective. So please just help me scan. I think you see a Google form, fill the form, and then we'll send you a link to join the community. Sorry that I'm speaking very low. I'm not even feeling too well. But I just want to say something about TBD. So TBD is a quality as a service company. We have companies that we work for, and we also have the community side of things. So I know that some people in our community have seen where we post job opportunities, you get to work, and we pay you for doing that job. For example, reporting bugs and stuff like that. So that's the community, that's the company side, because we have companies that we work for. We test their products, and we usually like to get people within the community to do those jobs for us, and we also pay them for those jobs. And then the community side is where we have the training and the mentorship. So we've had a couple of trainings, we have mentorship, and these things are actually for free. So as a QA, right, if you are not in our community, I really don't know what you are doing, because that's where you are supposed to be. And this now brings me to why and how the bug detective community started. Why and how the bug detective community started. See, Abiola is criticizing me. I don't like this thing. So, TBD started in 2021, right? And it started as just a training of 10 to 20 people. They are teaching me what to do. Thank you. It started as just a training for 10 to 20 people. And, Abiola was the one taking those trainings. We're training these people for free. So it was just like a Zoom call. We get people who are interested in testing, train them, and stuff like that. Abiola was the only person doing it. And one day I stumbled on Abiola on Instagram. I just sent her a DM and I was like, wow, I like your page. I think I'm interested in what you're doing. Like, what exactly have you done so far? And so she mentioned that, that she has some group of people that she trains. If I'm interested, I can join her to train them. So that was how she introduced me to these people, and we trained them. We even have one of the alumni from 2021 year. She's now a mid-level QA engineer in a reputable company. So I'm just saying this thing to motivate you to join our community. And I mean, we have changed lives of people within TBD. We have people here that are working with companies that we place them after we have trained them. So it is something that I would like you guys to be a part of. That's why I'm standing here telling you about TBD. So please just scan the QR code, fill the form. We're going to send you a message, and then you can join the community so you can benefit from a lot of initiatives that we have. All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Please let's put our hands together for Esther once more. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Okay. So before we go to the next session now, if you are not a member of the protocol team, we need you seated now. So please, for everybody standing at the back there, we need you seated, and we're not going to be able to continue until everybody is seated. So please, if you're not a member of the protocol team, we need you on your seats. We need you on your... Can you please help me out, please? Let everybody find a seat. There's more than enough seats. There's more than enough seats, please. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
All
and
right.
with that, we've also come to the end of the village meeting and the game session. Please, a round of applause for Right Foods once again for making that time an interesting one for us. Thank you so much. But right now, we have to get back to business, and it's going to be the second panel session. And this second panel session, like we've rightly announced, would need you to be a very important part of it. So can we have the code come up once again? Because the questions that we're going to collate would form a huge part of this particular panel session. So let's send our questions in. Let's start sending the questions in right now to using the QR code that we have here so that you can be a part of that panel session. And this is a village meeting, like we rightly said. So before we get into it, while we are trying to wait for them to finish that round of game, I need somebody to give me the village sounds that we are going to use to launch this particular panel session. Anybody, sound from your village? Sight and sound. Did someone else? I beg. We not ask for sound from your meeting. Your coffin. Please, dear. Save us. What's that? The lady went, hoo, hoo, hoo. As in what? Kotoye or what? Please, oh, please. I cover myself with the blood of Jesus. Who's giving us a village sound to kick off this village meeting that we're about to go? Going to... Why are you...
That is giving... I beg you.
Okay, at least one is sounding northern, not the beddy one. No, this is Kovun people that are doing... Give it
Kanayo, I beg, please.
Give it to us once again. Give us a village sound now. She's laughing so much. Oh yeah, let's have it. Do the collaboration now. Now collabo. Let's go. Let's have it.
Patience Ozoko. Go on.
You're making her laugh uncontrollably. Oh yeah, go. 1, 2, ready, go.
Okay.
I don't understand these village people. Are you ready? Yeah? Oh yeah, stop laughing. Do the serious face. Ready? 1, 2, go.
I think we've lost them already.
Such a horrible combo over there.
You can't make it in Nollywood though. They will cut and restart too many times for
Don't
you.
worry, start it when you're ready on your own. Let's look for another sound from this group. What village sound are you giving to us?
Before we get that,
Ooh! From which village? What village are you from? What did you have for us, Shalom?
Okay, before we get that, please, if you're a member of Team 3 for the hackathon, you're needed at the back. We need a representative from your team so that we can get started. And every other teams, because right after the panel sessions, we're going to be having the hackathon presentations.
Straight up.
So please, that's very important.
All right, if you are a finalist, remember to start getting your presentation ready. It's almost time. So finally, one village sound and we are good to go. Give it to us. What village sound are you giving us?
Oh.
A round of applause for those ladies. Finally, you found
Let's
your
put our hands together for them.
All right, we're going to the village meeting. It's a quality roundtable. And this would give us the opportunity to dive into very interesting conversation before we get to the hackathon, where we'll have the winners announced.
Yeah. Okay, so introducing first, or no, let me introduce that. Introducing first is a seasoned software quality assurance professional with a strong background in testing methodologies and years of experience in ensuring delivery of high-quality software products. She has worked with organizations to improve their QA processes and guarantee exceptional software performance. She's passionate about sharing her knowledge and experience to promote excellence in software quality. She's excited to share her insights and best practices with you at this event. Please put your hands together as welcome to the stage our first panelist, Wendy. It's up for. Please put your hands together for her.
We also have joining this panel session, ladies and gentlemen, a distinguished Q&A engineer with over a decade of expertise in software testing, and as the head of quality assurance at Sterling Bank PLC, it consistently demonstrates an unwavering commitment to ensuring impeccable software quality and fostering organizational excellence. With a proven track record of stellar performance, he is a key stakeholder in Sterling Bank's software development process, and his certification as a tester, coupled with extensive knowledge, enables him to systematically detect, evaluate, and resolve complex issues, thereby enhancing product relatability and customer satisfaction. His visionary leadership has also been pivotal in shaping Sterling Bank's QA methodologies. It fosters collaboration across diverse teams and implements innovative testing strategies that elevate the bank's technological capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage, Head of Quality Assurance, Sterling Bank, Okpayemi Olugunojin. I hope I got that pronunciation correctly. A round of applause for Okpayemi as it comes up on stage.
Okay. All right. And joining them is the person with over 7 years of experience in quality assurance, who has owned the skill in ensuring exceptional product quality and user experience. Currently, he works at Kuda. He specializes in designing and executing comprehensive test strategies that drive product excellence and reliability. As a dedicated back-end developer learner at ALX Africa, he is passionate about mastering the intricacies of back-end systems to complement his QA expertise. This unique combination of skills equips him to approach quality assurance with a holistic perspective, ensuring seamless integration functionalities across all software components. He is a passionate QA evangelist and mentor who dedicates time to guiding and supporting emerging engineers, fostering a culture of excellence and continuous improvement in quality assurance. Looking ahead, he aspires to leverage his expanded knowledge in back-end development to lead QA initiatives that foster innovation and excellence. Please put your hands together as a welcome QA engineer at Kuda Bank, Olajide Hojo. Please put your hands together as it comes on
Please
stage.
welcome the evangelist on stage. You're welcome, Olajide. I love how you put that one. Interesting tag for you. We're also having come up on stage next another quality assurance head, and is a seasoned professional currently serving as the head of quality assurance and testing at First City Monument Bank, FCMB, with over a decade of dedicated experience in the field. He has earned his expertise across various domains within testing specialization in performance testing, manual testing, and test automation, particularly within the banking and fintech sectors with reputable organizations such as AppZone and Access Bank. His professional journey has been marked by his passion for monitoring and training. Within his unit, he is recognized for his commitment to nurturing talent and impacting knowledge on testing methodologies and career development in the testing domain. He has played a pivotal role in ensuring and leading software testing units in several organizations, where he has mentored interns and employees, many of whom have gone on to secure employment opportunities within and beyond the borders of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the head of quality assurance and testing at FCMB, Mr. Sunday Omale.
Okay, so while we wait to join him, we would love to welcome the next panelist who currently heads the quality assurance engineering team at Flutterwave. She's a certified software quality manager with over 6 years of hands-on experience ensuring the highest software quality and reliability standards in Flutterwave. She has played a pivotal role in driving successful QA initiatives for products like SendApp, Flutterwave Store, and contributing to the success of our team and organization. As a dedicated professional in the field of quality assurance, she remains committed to staying abreast of the latest industry trends, emerging technologies, and best practices. She is passionate about sharing her knowledge and insights with others in the QA community. Please put your hands together as a welcome to the stage, the head of QA at Flutterwave, Omolara Alade Douda. Please let's put your hands together for her.
All right, welcome, Omolara. And finally, we're glad to hand over to the moderator, which we'll be introducing as well. She's an accomplished QA test engineer with 5 years of experience in the tech ecosystem. Her expertise spans across various testing methodologies and people management, with a strong emphasis on delivering top-tier products. She is a certified QA engineer with specialization across fintech, edtech, crypto, banking, amongst other domains. Throughout her career, she has led quality assurance teams on major software projects, prioritizing user experience and ensuring the highest standards of software quality. Currently, she is the test lead at Zenith Crest Technologies, where she has worked with clients such as Remitize, Flutterwave, FCMB, Patricia, and CWG. She is also deeply committed to continuous learning and development, and our dedication is evident in her volunteer work with CBD, where she serves as a training lead, managing and monitoring the next generation of QA engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Senior Software Quality Assurance Professional, Emilia Sunday. You know, your name just reminds me of Emily Sunday.
Thank you very much, Mo. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shalom, for that warm introduction. Mo, you look very nice today. I told you earlier.
Thank you, my love. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Okay, so today, my name is Emilia, like Mo rightly said. We are going to be having a village meeting, right? And that's why we're trying to imitate a village sound earlier. Now, what we've done is share the barcode earlier, where some of us have asked questions, things that are bothering us, questions in the QA space, questions in our lives generally, and we're going to be answering that. Now, one thing about this session is it's quite different from our typical panel session, right, where we just pick a topic and we are diverse in that topic and having conversation. But here, we are listening to you guys, answering your questions, and, yeah, basically. Exciting, right? Please, if I don't get responses, we're not answering your questions. Exciting, right? Amazing, amazing. So let's get right into it, right? You can see that we have amazing leaders in the QA industry that are going to be answering our questions today. And Shalom has told me that we don't have so much time, so we are going to just start right into it. So the first question I have here, oh wow, straight to the point. This one is for Molara. Molara, how can I get QA role at Flutterwave? And that's it. I know, right? Straight to the point. Please tell us, how can we get a QA role at Flutterwave?
First of all, you need to apply, right? And then when you apply, you need to go through, a couple of interview sessions. And in as much as a lot of people think that, no shade anyway, in as much as a lot of people think that they're good at what they do, right? You'll be surprised when you start these interviews.
Yeah.
And for me, what I look out for is, I think during Abby's session, she talked about how it's not only about the technical skills, right? I'm very big on soft skills too, because it's one thing to know the technical part of things. Again, anybody can know it. But it's also another for you to pay very good attention to details. What I mean by that is, if I'm asking you in an interview, what do you know about Flutterwave? And you tell me, and you are rambling, then I don't think you want to work for me. No. So I get that a lot. So to answer your question is, if you want to work for Flutterwave or any other company, please try to understand the company, what they do, and find out what their mission or vision is, what their goal is. If it applies with yours, it will be easy for you to sell that when you're having a conversation with the person. But if you can't sell that, I don't think there's a amount of skills that you have that you'll be able to at least, convince somebody, except maybe that's not for them. But for me, those are the things that I look out for to be able to, get somebody on my team.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. So please, if you are looking to get into Flutterwave, I hope we are taking notes. Thanks a lot, Molara. I think this next question, it's like a follow-up from what you said, but I'll give this to Okoyemi. Okoyemi, can you, as a QA lead, employ a software tester without automation knowledge?
Yes, I do employ people without automation, but again, it depends on the need.
Okay.
So most companies are, trying to embrace automation fully. A lot has been said earlier about how we have metamorphosed in testing as it were. So a lot of companies are looking at, automating all their test suites and all of that. So yes, depending on the need per time. Yes, we do employ people that are not automation testers.
Amazing. How about you, Olajide?
Yeah, so it also depends, basically, based on what Okoyemi has said, on the need for automation. But where I work at CUDA, we have two groups. Okay, we have strictly the automation group, and we have the regular QA engineers who just do random testing. And then if there's a need for us to have an automation, it is very clear at the beginning that we are employing an automation engineer to join the automation team.
Yeah.
And then if we are looking for an intern who just want to come to grow, we also specify that also as well. So there's room for that.
Amazing. So there's opportunity for growth already.
Yes.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. Okay, this person is asking, at what point in a manual tester's career do you move into automation? I'll allow Wendy to take that. At what point in a career as a manual tester can you move into automation?
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I would say, because I feel like the first thing you need to actually do is like understanding the objectives of
what you're testing, like what you're going through. So when you're going through like your user stories and all of that, yeah. So you're testing manually, and I feel like when you start having repetitive tests that you know that you always have to like do like every time, those are the kind of tests that I feel like you can start, introducing automation into your site.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, this person is asking, what's the relationship between QA and DevOps? I see a lot of roles with the description where QA is asked about DevOps experience. That is also similar to what Abiola mentioned earlier, but I will let Olajide take that.
Okay, thank you. So there's a relationship between QA and DevOps, but at the same time, let's look at QA, for example. So QA is basically, of course, quality assurance, ensuring that there's quality in a product, and then you ascertain that this product is very good to go for customers to use. DevOps is a combination of, the operations team and also the development team working hand in hand, ensuring that you are continuously releasing good products to customers with the good infrastructure, all right? And then where QA comes in is also ensuring to promote quality products in the context of DevOps, that customers have or they get the correct user experience whenever they use the product. So as a QA engineer, you also need to have a DevOps understanding of how the operations and the development team work hand in hand in releasing good products to the customer. At the end of the day, it's not about whether a button works or the color is aligned. It's all about the proper user experience. So if I come to your product now, for example, I log into, let's say, Kuda Bank, for example, now, and it takes me eternity to navigate to my dashboard, that's a poor experience, right? That means the operation is not unique enough. Right? So I also need to test that and ensure that everything works hand in hand. So they are definitely connected together.
I agree. Thank you very much. So as a QA, it's very important to have DevOps knowledge, even knowledge of product management. So you just try to be very grounded in your career. So this person is asking, what is the role of a QA in products exposure to cyber attack? So I'll let Lara take that. What's a QA's role in products exposure to cyber attack? Interesting, right?
Yes, it is.
I know.
It is because right now it's looking like, okay, that, everybody plays a part in cyber attack, right? And if we're being honest with ourselves, you can't catch all the bugs. You can't. Well, for me, the role that I would say will play in that is lesson learned. Because one thing I've also, in as much as we're assuring quality, one big part for me, at least in my experience, is how I learn from failures, right? Because you can have the best, you can have the best measures, right? But then there's still that's someone that will be out there that will hack your system or that will get through it.
Definitely.
So usually what, the team has done in the past is the moment we realize that something is wrong, right? As much as the service management team is trying to remediate the incident, we're also part of that, which means that we try to find out, okay, where did we go wrong, right? What did we do wrong? Where are the loopholes, right? And everybody just tightens up, right? Every team comes together to understand. If everybody understands that, then it's easier for that particular situation not to happen again. So the major role is make sure that you learn from whatever the situation is, right? And make sure that it doesn't happen again. Just tighten your own. I would say that most of the time when something goes wrong, that's where you build a better test coverage. Reason being that you can't know everything. I don't know, no matter how many years you have.
I agree.
But it's your mistakes that actually allow you to get better at what you are doing.
Yeah.
So with that, we're able to build more, we're able to have better test coverage, right? And also you can't know your users until something goes wrong or somebody complains about something. So yeah, it's usually lesson learned that actually helps you be better. So you just tighten up your test coverage and be sure that won't happen again.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Laura. I think that's important to lesson learned and then users' feedback. So those are two things I take away from what you said. Would you like to add anything, Okwe?
So part of the things that I know for as a bank, right, that we do is, well, maybe essentially my QA team, we sort of infuse the top 10 OWASP checks for the regular QA engineers, not security testers. So in my team, we have guys that are security testers, and we have the QA engineers. So what we do is, within our checks, right, we have what we call default test cases, where you have all of these things, you know, so typical things that a security tester would check, you know, so we would have done that in our checks, right? So it sort of helps. In that case, if it passes through us, it won't pass through them,
It won't pass
as
through
it
them.
were, right?
Yeah.
So, that would also help.
Amazing, amazing. So, I mean, what I can take from what you said is important to have security knowledge as a QA.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's important to just, continuous learning, continuous improvement, and all. Thank you. I think that's amazing. This person is asking, when recruiting for the role of a QA mid-level, which is more important, the resume, certification, or practical knowledge the person has? What do you think, Wendy? I'll take it again. So when you're recruiting for the role of a QA with mid-level experience, right, which is more important, the CV, the certification, or the practical knowledge?
Okay.
In your opinion.
So, what?
In your opinion.
My opinion. Okay. So I would say first off is practical knowledge, because as much as we make it seem like, okay, you need to have those certifications, no offense, but there are some people that cannot afford to write those certifications yet. So I would say that you shouldn't allow, certifications to hold you back from applying. And then once you've gotten those practical knowledge, then you can infuse it into your CV, and then you can apply. And also, trying to put yourself out there on LinkedIn, for example, where you know that those hiring managers or people that are in this forefront can see you. So you can also write about maybe tools that you've used and the knowledge you've already gotten. You can also put it up on there, and people will basically see what you're doing. And also, I feel like practical knowledge first, try and have an understanding of those tools and then impute into your CV. Then with time, even after you've gotten your job, then you can eventually write those certifications.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's really no point having certifications if you can't actually do the job. There's really no point. It's like a no-brainer. This is really interesting. This is for Lara. This person said, this question is for Lara. So he says, how can a QA deal with sexism on the team? I mean, as the only female on the QA team. And I see Wendy shaking her head, so I think I'll allow you to say something to Lara. Let's go.
Can you help me repeat the question?
Okay. How can a QA deal with sexism on the team? I mean, as the only QA, or the only female on the QA team.
Whew.
Right.
Memories. Okay. I think how you can deal with it is to, if you think about it, right, as a female, it would always, there are so many things, right, that is always particular about you in every industry, everywhere, even just you being a female, right? It's a problem.
Yeah.
But in that case, how I deal with it, in my own opinion, and my past experience is whenever anybody is trying to have a conversation with me, I try to read the room and understand the person so that I know how to respond. Because I think just like what people say today is, it's not how people react to you, it's how you respond to them. And that's really big because you are being judged just for being female, right? You are being judged for, I look small, right? So yes, I'm usually being judged for being small, being female, also being pretty, right? Because the first thing they see, when they see you, is always a thing of, oh, beauty without brains. I think by default, right? They just see somebody that is, you don't need to be like a Dorego, but then there is just always that, now woman, right? And then, also like you are not all dressed up like a typical tech person. So there's a whole lot that I'm usually being judged for. So how I deal with that is I focus on the question you're asking me if it's relevant, right? So if I'm, for most of, the male counterparts that I work with, no matter the level, right? There are people, I've been privileged to work with, people that are very understanding and there is no, sexism there. While on the other hand, I've met some people. So usually when I notice that that's where they're coming from, right? I try to focus on the question and the goal. What do we need to get done? I won't lie, I'm a human being, so there are times when I get pissed, right?
Yeah,
and then emotional intelligence, I have to keep reminding myself that, okay, it's not about me, right? Probably the person is portraying whatever environment, whatever notion he has, right? So I don't let that affect me. Also, this is years of experience, so it's not something that you build overnight, right? There are times when they will get to you because it's annoying that as a female, when you respond, when you're angry and you have every reason to be angry, they will tell you that you're an angry person, you are aggressive.
You're very
Let me see
emotional.
what else. Sorry?
You're very emotional.
Yes, you're emotional. But then when a guy reacts the same way you react, he's confident.
He's strong.
He knows his job. He knows what he's doing. And it's always funny to me because I worked with somebody that was exactly the same thing with me, right? So if we are approaching the same situation and we react the same way, I'm usually the angry person, is the passionate person. The person is my friend, I'm like, can you see what's happening? So that he knows, and then we laugh, and then, he tries to support me. I'm like, no, you don't need to do that, right?
Yeah.
As long as we're trying to, I can't speak for myself. And what I try to do is, most of the time, I focus on what the question is, work. And I know that the moment I step out of work, I don't have any business with you. But if you meet me outside, that's a different situation entirely. Whatever I say to you, you take it that way. Like, I don't care. Like, we'll go all outside the office. But within the office, right, what's your question? If your question is personal, I don't respond.
You don't respond.
If it's not personal and it's work, no matter how you bring it to me, if I'm not in a good mood or, the way you approach me, I take time. I do this thing where I take 5 minutes away from, because we work virtually most of the time. So I take 5 minutes away from my laptop, or 10 minutes. If I'm at home, I breathe, I drink water, I just do something random. If I'm at work, I just walk around, and then I come back, and then I respond to you, because then I'm in a better headspace. I am not thinking, it's not personal, I'm not emotional, right, as at that point. So I'm able to respond to you articulately. But, if we meet outside, I'll give you the piece of my mind.
We'll meet outside. Wendy, what do you think?
I also feel creating boundaries. So, I feel like there's a way that you could just, carry yourself in a way that they could. Because there's some people that even if you carry yourself well, they still have the audacity to still speak to you in a very disrespectful way. So, I feel still carry yourself in a way that, you respect yourself. And then if it's getting too much, just speak to someone eventually. Speak to maybe the HR or speak to your, manager, and then speak to them about what's happening. Because honestly, you're not meant to make your peers feel uncomfortable. All of you are doing the same, like you're working, do you understand? So you shouldn't make someone else feel uncomfortable. So I feel like if it's getting to the point where you feel like you cannot take it anymore, just speak to your manager, speak to the HR, and let them take it from there.
Let's be done. Yeah. I think that's really important too, because as females, Abiola was speaking earlier where she was the only QA when she joined the team. And at the end of the day, she's telling us that, people refer her and say, Abiola needs to be on your team. And I can say that for myself too, I have had to manage QA teams across different projects, and it's quite difficult because you come up and they're hearing a very tiny female voice. I'm like, what does she know? Until you start doing the job. And then you hear people say, Emilia, I need you to teach me this, or I need you to help me with this. And then you realize that, you're making waves and you're making ground. And there are ladies up here, we read their profile, Abiola is there. So I don't think we have so much explanations to do anymore. Yeah. Thank you for that. So we have a QA question here. What are the steps a QA takes immediately a new project or a product is gotten? At what point do you write your test case, and at what point do you do regression tests? Opeyemi.
So I'm just going to be very realistic. Let's forget about what we see.
Please, this is a village meeting. Let's do
know,
that.
So I know the ideal thing would have been to start writing your test cases. Some will tell you from conceptualization. Some will tell you when they start gathering requirements and all of that. But realistically, right, I think that the moment you have your requirement document sent in, right, so either you use a requirement document or you use a story, whatever you use in your organization, I think that's about the best time. Again, depending on the organization you work with, right? So if you are fortunate to work in an organization where they have this walkthrough session before you guys even start doing anything, right? So the QA, the dev, everybody are brought into, to a table where you discuss about what needs to be built and all of that. Well, lucky you. I mean, you have one of the lucky few. But the reality is a lot of time. You find that developers are almost done or done before they pass it to QA. So for me, one of the things that I've put in place to ensure that we don't cook beans is there has to be a document. Something must guide the QA guys on what to do. Otherwise, because left to the product managers and, they just want the developers to be done now. Guess what? It will take developers like a year to build the product, and they want the QA guys to release it in 1 day.
1 day. I mean,
it's amazing,
we're magicians.
But, one of the things I tell my guys is, see, forget the pressure. I would absorb the pressure for you guys so that you guys can concentrate on the job. But sometimes, yes, you also need, as QA, let's not forget, you also need to understand the vision of the organization, right? So there are some times that you might need to just do the magic and ensure that it's, but not compromising quality.
Yeah,
that's very important.
Very important.
But yes, let me go back to test case matter. So depending on your organization, right, but ensure that you have something, that you can use as reference to build your test case.
Amazing, amazing. I think that's important too. And then if you get into an organization where you find that you're the only QA or there's no documentation, you can just set the pace, set ground rules. I like to think that we are gatekeepers. We manage, the whole system, the whole team, DevOps, QAs, PMs. Just set the pace, set ground rules, set standards, and then watch it. Watch what happens after that. Thank you.
I'm sure that some of the guys, there's a project that we just concluded, and when we got into the project, there was literally nothing.
Nothing at all.
And I'm telling you, the project is about the biggest project we've ever gotten into.
Oh, wow.
And there was really nothing. So we literally had to, and we have big organizations that are, coordinating the project. And we got into it, and there was really nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so we had to, just ensure that we get something to work with, because otherwise, whatever we're doing is just rubbish.
Yeah, I agree. I have someone I work with that calls it reverse engineering. You just take it from the back and walk your way around. Omolara is laughing. Thank you very much. This one is for Olajide. How can I transition to QA? What are the major things to consider before making this decision?
Okay. Transitioning into QA, the first thing first is you must have the passion for QA. It does not mean that because you have a colleague that is into QA and they're excellent at it, then you want to go into QA. You will get frustrated at the end of the day.
It's not to just test.
That's what they will tell you, is just to test. But when you get in, you know that it's beyond testing.
Yeah.
And it goes beyond just, like I said, just clicking a few buttons or just saying that this thing works and doesn't work. No. So you must, first of all, agree that you are part of the crew that wants to solve human problems by giving them a good application or a software or a tool to work with. That's first. Then secondly is for you to learn the nitty-gritty of QA, which is, I cannot overemphasize this enough. Manual testing is the bedrock of testing. You cannot, fine, yeah, we know of automation, we want to write some codes that run some things, but if you don't know how to do proper manual testing, proper exploratory testing to explore a software, to know the in and out of it, to understand the product, then there's no point going to QA. So
I agree.
You need to understand the basics, which is manual testing, proper documentations, how to create bugs, bug reports, how to raise bug tickets, right? And then how to be very patient with developers. It's very key.
Very important.
I mean, Omolara was saying then at the point of the female point of view that somebody is saying, oh, she's the only female. There are points in time when they just say, Madam or sir, your own is too much. Let this thing go.
Let it go.
I mean, it will pass. Don't worry. So when they get to production, it will pass. And there are times when you try that, you're already pushing into errors to customers.
And when it happens, is your name they will call.
And they will say, what the QA did not test this. So you must be able to have proper communication and then have a lot of patience, understand that developers also too, they are human beings. I mean, we can permit them to make some mistakes because sometimes some of them, they write the code in the midnight, trying to meet up with deadlines, right? Don't just make them look like they are perfect. No, they are human beings. They make errors.
Definitely.
And then try to collaborate with them. Also understand that you need to learn collaboration also. It's very important. That is one of the things that makes you a good QA. And also enjoy being in the background. Like, one of the things I just tell people, like, I like to be in the background doing things and people are seeing what I'm doing. You hardly see them say, when they say, thank you, my QA engineers. The first thing you hear is, a good job to our developers. They did a good job, and stuff like that. They will not say QA, thumbs up to you. It's only when, maybe they cannot sign in or they cannot withdraw money. Then they will now say QA, So, but at the same time, enjoy being in the background, making things happen, pushing out quality products. That's one thing that makes you a good QA. And then proper collaboration. And then don't forget the foundations also. It's also very important.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for that. This person says, how can you measure test effectiveness and what metrics do you use to evaluate testing efficiency? Omolara. How can you measure test effectiveness and what metrics do you use to evaluate testing efficiency? I like our audience. Very good questions.
Yeah, I think in a world where I think just like some of my colleagues have said, where you don't even have documentation, it becomes really difficult, right, for you to measure some certain things on the QA level because now it has come down to what you've done, what you understand, right? Because what changes now is you've done the best you can based on what you understand, what they've explained to you. And then somebody else somewhere will now come, probably at the end, will now tell you, oh, no, this is not the way it's supposed to work. It should have gone this way, it should have gone that way. This person was never in the picture.
In the picture.
Right? This person was said to have signed off, or maybe their team was said to have signed off, right? And then halfway through, they're not telling you didn't do a good job, right? So how do you then say that your test is effective in that scenario when the documentation is not even, it's not up to date, it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not detailed enough, right? But in an ideal world, right, if you want to measure how effective your test is, for me, it's not just about when you are testing, it's also after, right? So for example, yes, they've given you a detailed documentation, you've done your traceability matrix, right? You've compared everything.
Yeah.
You've also used your experience of the product, right, to be able to measure that. And then when it gets to production, for me, it's about how your customer receive it. What are the feedback? Because then you now need to have a conversation with the CX team.
Yeah.
How many people is complaining about these things, right? How many defects is coming back for this? So for you to know if your test was efficient, it's not just when you've tested and it's done. No, it's always about, there's something called benefit realization, right?
Yeah.
And you can apply to different teams on different levels. Benefit realization for you as a QA is anybody complaining about the product I just pushed? Is there any complaints? Is there any scenarios that they're coming up with that maybe I didn't think about, right? So for me, that's how you properly measure test effectiveness.
Amazing. Thank you. I think this is very important. I would like to take this question for. How do I get visibility in a company where the major development work is done by a third party and I don't have a say in terms of planning and how it's built? So you just build and say, test this product. What would you do, Olajide? What would you advise this person to do? And I'd like that all of us drop, one or two things.
So I know most companies, of course, in the back, there's always have this dependency on other companies and all that. But what I would advise is to, probably if there's a head of a QA team, speak to the head of a QA, to make them see the reasons why you need to be involved from the very beginning, because one thing is bringing a product that a third party already developed and say come and test this, and then if it fails or something wasn't worked right, you get blamed for it, right? Well, I think it's properly, it's from the structure, from the top, right? There should be a proper design, all right? And to ensure that the QA is involved, in actual from the very beginning to the point when it is deployed to them. Maybe attend their stand-ups, attend their, their product design sessions, be part of it, and then give their intakes before the product even gets to them to start to test. Yeah, so that initiative is going to be very good. I mean, to just mention to your QA manager, can we have this initiative, for us so that we can be seen that we are doing the work. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for that. This is for... Okay, I mean, why does Kuda always put out opening almost every 2 months? Can you tell us why? Why does Kuda put out openings almost every 2 months? Yeah. Please tell us why. Yeah.
Is it in QA engineering? Is it in QA or in general?
Generally.
QA, okay. In general, general will be because we are expanding. Yeah, that's what I can say. 2, for QA engineering, we are over, like I said before, we have automation team and the manual guys and regular. We are over 20 QAs across, not only Nigeria, across, we have in different countries, right? So when we are expanding, we are building a team. And in case you don't know, we don't only have Kuda just as a single entity. We have Kuda business. Okay. We have Kuda for the regular.
So that's why.
We have Kuda POS. Yeah. And we have other services that we render to other stakeholders that you probably not be aware of. So there will be 10 for us to expand and explore, and get in more QAs from time to time. So that's why. So it's not like, I mean, I've been there for quite a while. It doesn't mean that, there's like people are going out. No. Right? No, not that. That's not the reason why.
Thank you for clearing that out. So we'll take 2 more questions. But this person asked, is Flutterwave hiring right now? Very important. Please, are you guys hiring? Not at the moment. Okay, and then the last question. This person says that he has a crush on his QA lead. Please. What do we do in this situation? He has a crush. He wants to still make sure that he does his job effectively, and he's not sure how to do that because, of course, feelings, emotions. Please, what do we do? Do you have suggestions?
I just feel like
you should drink water.
First of all, drink water. She's front. Is she married? First of all, if she's married, just move your mind from it.
Just move on, right?
And if she's not married, and she's your QA lead, I don't know. I feel like you should just focus on your job and
focus on your work, please.
There are a lot of women in the world. Yeah.
Well, if we're not looking at the ideal, I think we watch too many movies.
Yeah.
We all watch too many movies because, one, I think you also need to maybe read the room. You might be lucky. Maybe the person has a crush on you too, right? And you can... I won't say you should be direct in a situation like that, right? I would advise you to tread carefully, except maybe you are willing to... See, Nigeria is so hard for you to be playing with your job.
Very,
really.
very hard.
I don't think you should be playing with it. But you need to be sure, if the other person feels the same way. I know that there are some companies that allow, your work relationships and everything. And also, we're human beings. So I'm not saying that person's feeling is not valid, but there are ways that I feel like you should think through it before you approach it. It might just be something you like about the person, right? Is either I would advise you channel it outside if the person doesn't feel the same way, right? Or sort of build friendship.
Yeah.
If you can, right? Yeah. Instead of trying to pursue. Sometimes, it's not every time you have a crush that you should pursue it, either in work or not.
I agree. Thank you very much, Lara. I think that brings us to the round of our village meetings today. It was really interesting, don't you guys think? It was interesting, right? Okay, so I will just allow our panelists give us 1 or 2 lines of advice to those that are transitioning into tech, because I see that we had multiple questions, people that are trying to come into tech, come into QA. So please, just 1 or 2 lines. We'll start with you, Lara, and then we'll take it down.
Okay, so I think for me, it would be, for you to transition into tech, I would like you to understand where you're transitioning to or what you're transitioning to. I think it's very big for you to understand the role you want to transition to and also the companies you like to work with, right? Because that also plays a big part for you. And let me see, I think you should be intentional about the things that you want to do. Be intentional, connect with people. Yeah, connect. Find communities. I think for me, that was one of the things that I didn't have the opportunity to at the beginning of my career. But find communities that actually indulge in what you want to do. And I think from there, it's easier for you to then, transition to these roles.
Thank you. Wendy? Yes, we can hear you.
I'd say don't feel like you can't, achieve don't feel like you can't achieve something, because there are like some tools out there that seem very difficult, and it might feel like you don't have the capacity to actually understand it. I feel like you should just try to understand that there's nothing that is hard until you understand it, actually. So when you understand, you realize that it wasn't as hard as you thought. It's just for you to just do a little more work. Because like me right now, there's some tools that I've been seeing in some job descriptions. I'm like I'm not using those tools where I am at, but I know that it's going to be beneficial for me. So I just need to upskill, learn those tools, and YouTube is free. So anything is on YouTube. You can just find it. Even if you cannot, purchase a course, go on YouTube. You'll be able to find any course there. So just work on yourself and don't feel like anything is hard for you to achieve. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
Start off with the person that asked about if you have vendors, third-party guys building, because bank, I have quite a number of that happening. So define your expectations. So because a lot of time, you don't even know someone is building for you. Once they are done building, they give you, so then have a document that speaks to your expectation from the QA standpoint, right? And so what I do for me is the project office has a copy of these test cases, right? So when you are building for us, you must have those things checked. It's default for them. So that would help you a lot. And of course, your UAT script ensure that it's tight. Then for guys transitioning to tech, what I tell people is understand yourself. If you're a creative person, then being a developer or QA guy is not your thingy, You might consider going into front end or UI UX and all of that.
Yeah.
That would, be your forte. But if you are an analytical person, you like to think out of the box and all of that, yes, you may consider coming into this side of the town. And lastly, for QA guys, it's also very important. This guy that spoke in the morning, I think Samuel, spoke about debug, right? So it's also very important for you to be involved. Don't limit yourself as just a tester, right? So you're testing, you find a bug. Just take another step to understand why this broke, or
why it broke.
So that when you are speaking to developer, you can even guide the developer on what went wrong. And now this is what creates respect between you, because developer tester, but you can actually bridge this gap when developer understands that you know your job, you are very technical, then that respect sets in.
Thank you. Jide, one line from you. Thank you.
Finally, I just want to say that for those coming into QA, just understand that it does not happen overnight. You cannot be a QA with 1 year of experience and you want to enter into senior role. It doesn't happen that way. It's a gradual process. And like I said in the very beginning, the passion is what will keep you going. There are days you get frustrated. There are days people will question what you have done or what you're doing. If you don't have the passion for it, you might lose it and forget that you are working in that company, and then you just want to just discharge your anger. So remember that it's a step at a time, and give it all it takes, and be that passionate person about quality, and you'll be just fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And if we're not able to answer any of your questions, please just walk up to any one of us, anybody from the panel team. I'm sure they'll be more than willing to answer you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Moyo?
All right, we'll have the panelists take pictures before they exit the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for them once again. All right, Abiola will be joining the photo session. And then we will... Thank you. Enter the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, was the village meeting worth it? Did you enjoy it? Do you want some more? Okay, I saw that something was going around earlier on. Oh, everybody has been sorted, right? Everyone has been sorted. Ah, Victor, that your smile be the loud.
I've given you people food now. I cannot talk again, have you?
Victor, how fun now? You like food, though. His smile was so bright. Well, my dear.
Okay, please can we put our hands together for our panelists once more? That was a beautiful session.
Well
Thanks.
done, and thank you to our panelists. Please, a round of applause for our moderator as well.
Yep.
All right, with the village meeting done, ladies and gentlemen, we can now quickly get on to the hackathon finale. Are you excited for them? A round of applause for them.
Okay.
I know that the hackathon, the preliminary stage started in August, and they've been on it up until this very day where we're going to have the grand finale. And we're going to now hand over to the hosts or the anchors for this particular segment, because I know that they've been a part of this competition and they'll be doing justice to the sessions.
Okay, so can we put our hands together as we welcome to the stage Oluwaseyi, Ajadi, and Emilia back to the stage. Let's put our hands together for them. So they're going to be facilitating this session, and it promises to be interesting.
Hello, Test Fest. It's been a while since I graced the stage. It is an honor to speak to you guys one more time. Today we'll be presenting to you the result of the painstaking hackathon. A bunch of teams have come together to come up with solutions in the tech space. And you guys would not have seen it. We've seen the amount of effort and the amount of time that they've put together, the hard work, the time, and all night. You see them on Slack, at this, all for this day to come forth. So we'll be having some members of the hackathon, like 3-4 different teams, come up and just present their solution, the problem that we're trying to solve, and a video of how it works. So coming out first, if I could have Team Purple or Team 7, could you come up, please? Can we have a round of applause while they come and present? So while they're coming out, same thing. So while they're coming out, a brief history of the hackathon. When the hackathon came to be, it was a merge of a testathon and a hackathon. We didn't just want an ordinary hackathon. We wanted something that embodied what it meant to build quality, what it meant to speak quality. So this was not just come and build something. This was build something, test it. And whatever you give to us, make sure it speaks quality. And we will be judging it. So a round of applause for Team Purple as they present their own solution.
Okay. I thought my voice would sound weird. No, it does. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here on behalf of Team Purple to speak on our who are our fans. We are fans. I'm surprised. Okay. Yeah, so the challenge we undertook for this hackathon was the Travel and Tourism API. The main pain points that we identified concerning this challenge was that as travelers or as people who want to go places, when you want to book your flight or plan your trip, basically, there are different segments that are broken down on different applications or services. So you book your hotel somewhere, you book your flight elsewhere, you plan your itinerary elsewhere. So what we did, our solution for this was to come up with an API that does all this. So it's an integrated platform. A particular endpoint caters to creating an itinerary, and another endpoint caters to booking a hotel and stuff like that. And I would give it to my Honorable Dev to take it from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the features that we built was basically you can plan, you can book an hotel, local attraction. You can also get information about what you are looking for, and also a real-time update. So you can get an update from it. And we use Node.js, and we use Node.js, we use Postgres as a database, and that. So we would like to play the video and explain a little bit of what we've done.
Okay, so while the video is getting queued up, we worked on several endpoints. Namely, we first thought that there has to be a user platform. So since we implemented third-party APIs as well. So since we were getting access to other people's APIs, we also thought that not just anyone should have access to this. So we implemented a user system. So there are authentication endpoints. You can log in, log out, create a user. The authentication system we used was Bearer tokens, right? Yes. And from there, we also had endpoints to create an itinerary, update an itinerary, delete an itinerary, get itineraries for a user. So get every single itinerary a user has created before, and also get a single itinerary by ID. Apart from that, we also created endpoints for booking hotels. We created endpoints for searching for locations like Lagos, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, you name it. Then we also created endpoints for finding local attractions by city. So you can name a local attraction and you can find that local attraction, where it's situated, things about it, and the main points of the local attraction.
So I want them to play the video. Yeah. The video will explain majorly what we did.
Which we can use to get our bearer token to use to authenticate the user. And so, and that was under the user authentication, where you can register, log in, log out. We also have the itinerary planning section, which allowed users to create a itinerary. And so get all the itineraries, get a single itinerary, update the itinerary, delete the itinerary. Also the hotel booking section, which allowed you to search, first of all, search location based on run a search based on like an address or a string, and you get your list of options, and you can use that as a reference to get the list of available hotels in that particular location. For example, Lagos ID has a job ID of 304022, and we can use that to search the available locations. And as you can see, this provider is from bookings.com, and they give us information about every single hotel that is available in Lagos location, including the price tag rating, and also we filtered it to reduce the amount of data. We can also get the users book a hotel. In this case, I would use this geolocation.
For them now. It's not easy to build and test. Thank you. Can we have Team Green? Team Green, Team 4 come up stage. Thank you, Team Green. Oh, 2 ladies.
Yeah.
Amazing, nice.
Ladies in power.
Ladies in power. Please clap for them now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ganiyat, and I have here with me, and we'll be walking you through what we've worked on, and that is the Education and E-Learning API. The problem we've realized is that education institutions today, they face growing... Okay, they face great challenges, realizing that great challenges in efficiently managing their courses, tracking student progress, and creating interactive learning experiences. and realize that the existing solutions are very complex, they are disjointed, and they lack flexibility. And that is why we have built an API that supports the e-learning platforms. Go ahead, please.
So we're able to create a user registration and a cost management. So for the user registration, this API provides comprehensive and support for user registration, allowing new users to create accounts with essential details such as names, emails, and role. And these users are mainly the students and the admin. Then we also have the course management. This API is also detailed management of courses, including the creation, updating, and deleting of courses. Here, students cannot create, students cannot delete, students cannot update. That's only done by the admin. But, sorry, not playing video. So our API have creating of courses, have enrollment of courses, and on-enrollment of courses, and publishing of courses, and on publishing of courses. So once an admin creates a course, then the admin also publishes that course. So by that way, a user, which is a student, can see that course and enroll. And maybe when the student is tired, that, oh, if I feel this course might not be for me, the student can also on-enroll. And if there's any issue whatsoever with that course, an admin can delete that. And in the nearest future, we also plan to make this a better learning platform by adding a student progress tracking and interactive learning tools, just like quizzes, forums, and multimedia resources. Yes, thank you.
Them. Before we call up the next team, let's understand that they both built and tested. If you look at the submissions, we have test cases, we have performance tests. A team went as much as doing CI/CD pipeline, doing the most, but okay. Up next, can I have Team Gray come to present their solution?
Good day, everyone. So yeah, we worked on an online library. We discovered that most online libraries has difficulties in tracking their books, knowing who is reading it, and difficulty in getting feedback from them. So we created an API that can help them to get reviews from the readers. It also helps readers to give comments and do. We'll just walk you through it and we'll see how it goes. So we have the admin and the user. So the admin are those, they can create the books, update the books, and do a manner of things. So why the user, both admin and user they have to log in first before they can perform all these activities. So once the admin log in, they can view reviews of every reader. They can delete the reviews. They can update books and do all manner of stuff. So why the user, from the other hand, once they log in, they can give reviews. They can even read reviews before reading a particular book. You want to read you want to see what people are actually saying about it. So there's an API for that can call the reviews of every user for you.
All right, good everyone. Some additional features we have include being able to track your favorite books. So as a user, you can go here, select a couple of books that you find are your favorites, and then save those. So you can read them whenever you want. You can also view reviews of all existing books. At the same time, you can find like-minded people who have selected books that you also like. So we've made all of this easy for both the user and the admin, and we've differentiated their actions, and it's a very easy way to track your book collection as an online library. Thank you.
A round of applause for them. Managing your book collections and reviews is very beautiful. So all of these projects are on GitHub, and as the test community, I think it's right we go and break it for them, shall we? So after the competition, feel free to check out their work, break it, spoil it, Control Z. And final, the last team to present today, Team Red. Please, can you come out and present your solution? So for this competition, we had mentors mentor them. And today we even have one of the mentors coming to present for his team. So a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Dennis, my name, representing Team Red. So our solution is Link API.
So it's a payment solution that generates a customizable payment link for you, which you can send to receive payments. So who our target on this, the use cases. So we have freelancers, Instagram vendors, WhatsApp vendors. So you can easily come on board, you create your account, and thereafter you can create a payment link to receive payment from your clients. So one of the benefits is simplify payment process, no need of complicated invoices and the likes. So it saves time. You can easily create your payment link, share on WhatsApp, you receive payment, and you deliver the goods to your clients. Our future developments include expanding payment gateway integrations. Currently, we are integrated with Flutterwave. So once your client click on the links redirect the client to Flutterwave checkout page, where the payment can be made via transfer, via card, or via every other means available on Flutterwave platform. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for all the finalists once again. Thank you to you. While the results has been collated before the winner is announced, we have one final technical session to go. And this technical session is going to focus on quality beyond testing, build it right the first time. Let me even ask, is it possible to build it right the first time? Is it possible? Okay, we will find out with this particular session. And bringing up our speaker. Our speaker has over 5 years of experience in quality assurance, penetrating testing and automation, and brings a thorough and meticulous approach to software testing. His expertise spans the entire software lifecycle, from design sessions to post-live maintenance, ensuring that quality is embedded at every stage of development. He is committed to making quality an integral part of every process and placing security at the forefront of all development practices by implementing strategies that prevent bugs from the outset and also ensure robust and secure software deliveries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our speaker for this technical session, a quality assurance engineer and penetration tester, Oluwaseyi Ajadi. A round of applause. You can do better. Thank you.
Good afternoon, test first. I don't even know if it's evening or afternoon. Is it evening or afternoon? You guys don't want to answer me. So I decided to coin my own slogan. So when I say let's talk test, no, when I say let's talk tech, you say let's talk quality. So let's talk tech. I didn't hear you properly. Let's talk tech. Let's talk tech. So I came here last year and I presented on secure test cases. And it was so fun. I usually take it out on Abby that for some reason I'm always the last speaker to present. I don't understand. Abby, I'm looking at you. I'm looking down, but I'm looking at you. And when I was asked to speak again this year, I wanted to speak on something that culminated my experiences this year. This year, I was honored enough to be in the position or in the role of the capacity of a team lead. You guys are not happy for me. And it birthed the topic today called Quality Beyond Testing. Building it right the first time. There's supposed to be a video playing, but there it is. My name is Oluwaseyi Ajadi. I'm a QA and security tester. Greetings. Hola. And those are my handles. I am a lover and a writer. Build. That was my first attempt at cooking bread and egg. As you can tell, I'm not really good at cooking. Build at height. I'm also probably not very good at spelling. I have a friend of mine here that can attest to that. That was my second attempt. If you don't believe me, argue with your ID card. This was my third attempt. This was the last attempt. Build it right. The next day, I was craving bread and egg, and I did this again. Who can tell me the difference? You said? It's the same thing? Is it? Something keeps changing. I can't seem to place it. Exactly. This time, I built it right the first time. It took me 4 tries. I mean, this is not really a try, I just boiled egg. But it took me around 3-4 tries to get to here. And it took me once to build it right the first time. Today, I'll be talking about software and how to build it right the first time. Anybody can build. And for all the developers that believe that it's a lie, anybody can build. Don't stress it. With enough time, truly, anybody can build. Same way almost anybody can do math. For example, 8 minus 2 times 3 plus 10 divided by 2 is 23, right? You guys don't know math again, right? Right? Wrong. It takes intention to build right. Now, what's the story behind this? If you are not thoughtful enough to realize that the rules of BODMAS say that you must do your multiplication before your subtraction, you will not realize that 8 minus 2 times 3 plus 10 divided by 2 becomes 7, because 2 times 3 becomes 6, 10 divided by 2 becomes 5, 8 minus 2, you get 7. So, it takes intention to build right. But the question that we have to ask is, why build it right? I think it's Philippians 6:13, but as I'm not a pastor, whatever your hands find to do, do it with all your might. For in the realm of the dead, you will die one day. You are, where you are going, there is neither working, nor planning, nor knowledge, nor wisdom. And no, I'm not here to preach to you today. But this is not the right question. Obviously, the Bible already tells us that whatever we're going to do, do it right. And we screamed it here today. It's the entire point of quality. If we're not going to do it right in the first place, I won't have a job, and I probably would be sleeping under the bridge. But that's not the real question. The real question today is, no. Before we go to the real question, I want to ask a question. Why don't we build it right? In the rare cases where we don't build it right, I've been on a project and I found roughly 70 bugs. That's a good number of bugs to give up. And the things that occur to me when you see many bugs are these questions. These statements usually come up when you see many bugs. The first statement is, and for all of you here, just raise up your hand if you've heard this statement before. Let's just build an MVP. Just that little. You guys don't used to work in fintech. We will rebuild it later, don't worry. It's just the first edition. We'll go back and rebuild it. Have you heard it before? We'll patch it up later, don't worry. This one, let it just get to the customer. Have you heard it before? It's just for now. Let them just use something. Have you heard it before? And the final one, can I get it in 1 hour? Help me shout, QA is not speed. Can I get it in 1 hour? Can I get it in 1 hour? Thank you. If any of these things are seen, 90% of the time, what happens is there's usually bugs. That's just the fact about it. So the question I want to ask is, why build it right the first time? When we were young, they used to tell us that you're not meant to get things right the first time. And to be fair, it's facts. You're not meant to get things right the first time. But they didn't say you're not meant to push products right the first time. You're meant to make mistakes when learning things. But the problem with products is you have to get it right the first time for a few reasons. One, first impressions matter. Our parents told us this every time while we were growing up. I didn't really understand it. I'm the type of guy to come to this event in a hoodie, probably in slippers. My friends over there would throw me if I came here in a hoodie again. But to be honest, first impressions matter. If I come to your application and it takes me, no shade, 10 minutes to log in, I don't think I'm going to come the second time. Second, penny wise, pound foolish. I think about 2 weeks ago, I was talking to a friend of mine who wanted to buy watches. And I don't know about you, but to me, if you spend 20K on a watch, you have to be making some kind of money. Not really, though. You see, there's this mentality that we have to save a little bit of money so I can buy like a 1K watch from Yaba. I'll just manage that one. Nobody needs to know. The problem is that 1K watch will probably spoil like 5 times, and then you spend 1K and 1K. Maybe you fix it the first time. You spend like an hour 500. It's why we use the word penny wise, pound foolish. When it comes to development, we usually think, let's just quickly push it out because of the time limit. What we don't realize is that when you push out a buggy app, it takes way more time to fix it than to develop it well the first time. Thought is visible. I went on vacation recently for the first time in 3 years. If you guys are in the Nigeria ecosystem, you know vacation is not a concept that is very popular. And we got to a restaurant, they were having a cocktail party, and the service was slow. In fact, we ordered food and we didn't get it till like roughly 2 hours later. Somebody did. And the next thing my friend opposite me said was, they didn't put thought into this. And what made me remember is that thought is visible. People can tell when you put thought into what you were doing. It is very visible. For example, in Nigeria, no shade, if you are going to cross the road and you see a very large edge, it's meant to tell you that you're not meant to cross the road. But obviously, Nigerians will still jump that cross. But even the Nigerians that put that very large hedge there, they forgot that somebody will need to cross that road. And so the next pedestrian bridge is probably like 5 meters away. And then you do Olympics just to get to where you can cross the road. Second, or the last point, procrastination. When you say I will do it later, it is a form of procrastination. And the truth is, in the Nigerian ecosystem and anywhere, something more important will come. You will never go back to that. Now, follow me on a journey. Let's build an application. We want to build a ticketing app to allow users buy tickets for TestFest. Simple, right? What's the first thing we do? Let me have a couple of answers. Just scream it out. What's the first thing to do? Design. First thing to do? Design, UI, UX, yeah? Okay. I can't hear you guys. Plan. What else? What else? Yeah? Requirement gathering. Perfect. Today, I'll be talking to testers, engineers, and project managers. The first thing I believe you should do is write a BRD. And the reason for this in simple common sense is write down what you are trying to build as a monument, a pillar stone for when you lose the focus of what you were trying to achieve in the first place. When you lose your way, oh dear Jedi, you shall find the source. And for me, the only thing that both testers, PMs, for some reason that came out very wrong, I don't know what happened there, is to read the BRD and comment. So, for QAs, you are meant to be the problem makers. You are meant to be rebellious. They know me in my office. If I am there, peace cannot exist. It doesn't just work that way. You comment on that BRD. Why should we do it like this? You'll say, no, let's do it like this. No, we can't do it like this because that's what you're supposed to be. And even as PMs and as developers, you're meant to comment to understand, okay, if we are going to, for example, allow people to buy tickets, do we want people to buy just one ticket? The next question you should ask is, why are they buying just one ticket? What if I want to buy for my friend? So write a BRD. And for you, ask. Thank you. Second, have a design session. Who here has been in the design session? My Lord. Who here has been in a design session? A few months ago, I spoke at an event and I asked how many developers we had in the building. They raised up their hand. We had senior developers. And I'm like, where has been in a design session? And then nobody raised their hand. I said, so all of you have just been cooking beans happily. What is a design session? It is basically where we fight each other, to be very honest. what is a design session? It is where the key players in the team, and I know they spoke about this in the panel session, where they come together and they say, this is how we're going to build it. This is what we're going to do. These are the endpoints we need. These are the modules we need. For example, for the tickets platform, what we're going to say is probably need an admin to create the prices for the event. Or maybe we're going to stick with using the backend for that since it's a one-time thing every year. We need a customer side to build it. All of this is decided during the design session. Why? Because developers are stubborn. They're not going to read the BRD. And more importantly, because reading a BRD does not allow you flesh out your mind. A design session is the space to talk about things and say, this is how I think we're going to implement it, and force you to think about what you're going to implement. How? Get inside one room, get 2mm boxing gloves, and strike the developer in the face. No. Just get in a room, sit down. Project manager, your duty here is to direct the conversation. As a QA, your duty here is to ask questions. How do you stand out as a QA? Be as much of a menace, to be honest. Ask questions. Developer tells you, I don't think we need an admin system. We'll just do it from the back end. You're meant to ask, so what will happen every time we want to change the prices? We'll go to the back end again. These are the questions you need to ask. The goal of this is to have a shared understanding. I have come to find out that why we have bugs is because we have developers writing code based on command and not based on an understanding of what the code is meant to do or what the problem is meant to solve. When you have a design session and everybody has a fixed understanding, a shared understanding of what the problem you're trying to solve, not only will they will build while thinking, no shade to you guys, but they will build understanding that this is the problem we're trying to solve and this is the best way to implement it. Not, oh, they said I should write an endpoint to sleep, so I'll write an endpoint to sleep. And then when the PM now comes, didn't you think of an endpoint to wake up? You didn't ask me to do that one sorry. Next, the little documentations. These are the little things that keep you on path when you start to stray away from the initial plan. The first is the PM has to give detailed task definitions. One of the PMs I work with is one of the most detailed PMs I have seen. He will give you task, acceptance criteria, business requirements. Everything is listed there. What it does is that you will never stray away from your path. If you make a mistake, you can always go back to your source of truth, the little documentations. For a QA, test cases saves lives. Repeat after me, all QAs. Thank you. It's strenuous to write a test case. And if you're like me, you're just going to use ChatGPT to do it anyway. But it is, come and beat me, prove it. Where is your evidence? No evidence. But writing your test case allows you to think about the product in a different light, and it also gives you something to rely on when you are lazy. It's very easy to find bugs when you're into static. When you are lazy, not so much. And finally, for engineers, design documents. Write down what you plan to develop. Write down how you plan to develop it. Write down the APIs you want to make. Things we forget, let me remind you. First of all, if the developer can't explain it, there's probably going to be a bug on it. As a QA, let him sit down and explain it to you. Yes, it takes a week to test a feature. All CTOs, all CT engineering leads, it takes a week to test a feature because our job is more than just to click buttons. What is QA doing? We're testing, and we are doing it well. We don't need a security test. It's a common phrase I've heard. You need a security test, one, because you are being entrusted with your users' data. And if you mess with it, you are losing that trust. And not only that, maybe when they slap you with a few 100 million fines or so, maybe you'll be fine. Is it not just, no singular feature is not just something. Every feature has its babies. Now, quality during sprints. If your team can handle 10 tasks, let them handle 6. Your team is not just your developers, it's your QA. So if you have 10 developers, it doesn't mean you can handle 10 tasks. No. You probably have just 3 QAs. They're not going to test all 10 efficiently. Judge by your team, not your developers. A bigger team doesn't mean more work gets done. I have a project that has financed over 25 million people, and the team members are like 5. We're very small. But a bigger team doesn't always mean more work gets done. a specialized team more of the time gets more work and more quality work done faster. 4 weeks is not a lot of time for a sprint. And then last, sprint spans are only good if they are followed. A lot of times we'll say, okay, we're going to do 6 items. The next morning you hear, we've added another 2 items because they are priority. Lastly, automate. The problem is that there's no time to automate. The question I need you to ask yourself is, when should I start automating? Finally, we will talk about the Nigerian ecosystem. Let's be honest, Nigeria is speed. And speed and quality is equal to oil and water. They barely mix. So you have to find what works for you. The truth is, most companies might not be ready for quality. I have come to understand that quality is something that is intentional, and you have to be ready for it, for you to do it. The price of bugs is a hefty one. You will lose your customer's trust, you will lose the experience, you will lose the first impression, and you might actually just lose customers. From a friend of mine, Samuel Abada, if it was a fintech or it was outside Nigeria, your projects would not survive. Do not hold yourself to the standards of Nigerians. Hold yourself to the fact that if my product goes outside of the country, it can still stand the test of waters. It's, however, not impossible to build it right the first time in Nigeria. And here's how we do it. We can't. But we can try and do it. And these are the tips. First of all, what is on time? Define your timelines. 2 weeks is when we want to do it. Don't say, we just want to do it in the fastest time possible. Second, what does success look like? I don't know about you, but that's a very delicious burger. And that's what success looks like to me after this program. Build what you need. I think Femi Taiwo said it best. If it's a sign-up that you need, only build a sign-up. Don't go and be building reset. Build what you need for that time. Everything is important, but not everything is urgent. Let me hear you say it. Everything is important. Finally, decide based on impact. Stop the bleeding, don't bandage the cut. As a QA, you are meant to not just find bugs, but find the severity of it. Just based on severity. There are some bugs that you can go live with. I'm not advising you to, but there are some bugs you can go live with. Then, wake up to reality. Would it be me if I didn't put anime in my slides? You will have bugs. So launch date is not the end of QA. It will continue after your launch date. And for those of you that don't know, that's Uchiha Madara, the best Naruto character ever to live. Finally, quality is intentional. When thought is put into something, it is very visible. Don't break the trust of the people that have entrusted you with their lives. Build. Say it to me. And finally, I can't hear you. My name is Oluwaseyi, and thank you for having me.
Okay, I believe we can do the better than that. Let's put our hands together again for Oluwaseyi. Okay, so we're coming to the end of the event in a few minutes. We just have a couple of more things to do, and we'll be calling it wraps for Test Festival this year. But before we do that, we would love to hear from one of the friends of the Bug Detective. So put your hands together with me as I call on a representative from QA Fit, Mr. Dari. Let's put our hands together for him. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to be here. I bring greetings from our head of community, a co-founder at QA Fit, that is in person of Temitope Oyedemi. So the reason why we are here, actually, we're here with quite a number of our community members at QA Fit, is to actually make an announcement for a conference that will be holding this November. And it's tagged Mastering QA Strategies, that is actually tailored towards people that are actually trying to move from ideation, and they are also soloists. Being having a solo role in the QA space can actually be kind of daunting. It's a daunting task. So we've been doing a whole lot at this conference. And what is QA Fit? You can actually check out QA Fit on LinkedIn at qafit.io. That's qafit.io. Now, you could also get more details about this conference Now, QA Fit has actually been in the space as pan back to like 2023, where we've had over 400 applicants register for the program. We've run series of 4 different programs that involves testers. So we are trying to move from being a social brand to more like a company. So everything that you need to know about what QA Fit as a company would be is what we'll be doing at this event. And you can see we have fantastic speakers that will be chairing this program. So we'd love to see you there. From QA Fit to you and to Abiola and Zach, we actually appreciate what you're doing at this great event. So thank you much for having us.
All right, let's put our hands together for him again. If you've enjoyed the experiences here so far, you would want to attend the event. Like Moyo said earlier, our call and response, when we say test, we say... Oh, come on. When we say test, we say...
You know, what's funny is you've had quality jollof rice. Now you don't want to answer us.
You don't want to give quality response. When we say test, you say... Okay, that's much better. So how about now, like I said, we're coming to the end of the event, right? And before we end Test Fest 24, we want to come to the end of another event that we've had. The month-long hackathon that we've been having since last month. It's been ongoing for over a month. You saw presentations from some of the teams that participated earlier. And right about now, we're going to hear 1 or 2 things from the judges for the hackathon. So basically, they're just going to come tell us the experience judging this hackathon, the criteria that they put in place, and that they factored in when picking the winners, and all that. Will?
All right, please join us as a welcome on stage, a senior quality assurance engineer at Interswitch, Udeme Jalekun. A round of applause as she comes on stage.
Thanks a lot.
We'll also have coming up the quality assurance lead at Passpoint, Chibuzo Obilom. A round of applause. We'll also have a software engineer. Join the team of judges. Please welcome Emmanuel Adisa. And finally, the software engineering, a software engineering manager at Datayo Ibijola. Together, they will be telling us what they've done so far with the hackathon contestants, and then we would have the announcement of winners.
Okay. So, yeah, you have the floor.
Okay, good. This is not loud, though. Okay, it's loud. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? It's the end, but they usually say it's not the least. Last but not the least, right? So we are not the least, though. We no agree. Okay, yes. So, yeah. How was being a judge at the hackathon for you?
Being a judge at the hackathon is sometimes biased. Biased because you have quite to go through within a very short time. So it's not very in-depth, but you try to give the best you can, looking at some key things, and I think that's what has happened.
Okay. Should have been ladies first. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. We forgive you. All right. So I think it's the same. It's the same. We had limited time to review the submissions, and they had a good number of items in each submission. So you had to try to not be biased on the different segments. There was a repo, there was a test report, there was a GitHub project itself. So it was a fight. I think it was the Nigerian factor affected us, the timeline, the fight for speed, and also, yeah, I would say it was a good one. There were some great submissions, but we didn't quite get enough time.
Yeah. For me, I think the first thing I did was not to look at the names. So I don't see one Igbo name and say, this is my guy. So up to till now, I don't know anybody's name. I just know their colors. I know they have numbers, right? But then, for me, it was eye-opening because First of all, kudos to everyone who participated in the hackathon. I know hackathon or hackathon, decathlon. Say something, right?
It's towards the hackathon.
Yeah. So, being able to put together the APIs, the code base, in that amount of time, it sort of like dawned on me, like, wow, people are really, when people are motivated, like they can do and undo, you get. But it was interesting. We have I am the bad cop. I have a lot of bad feedback. So I'm not going to say anything. Do you have any feedback? Like, encourage them or ginger them?
Okay. So everyone did great. I think from the responses, we could tell some teams didn't have as much time as others because it showed from your submissions. So for everyone who participated in the hackathon, I think you should give yourself a round of applause. You did exceptionally well. For you to have been determined enough to build the APIs, to make the submissions, it's good work. So once again, put your hands together for yourself. That's excellent. The grading guide had a number of submissions. For those who were not privy to what the items that were to be submitted, they were expected to submit a code repository, API documentation, a technical presentation that was a video presentation, a demo video, the technical presentation is different from the demo video, and a README file. Well, in your GitHub repository, you have a README. Duh. Okay, so then the test cases, the report, and then the deployment instruction. So for the code repository, it's 25 points, just for clarity purpose, so that everyone gets to know what item has what amount of score. I don't know if this was shared publicly. Then the API documentation, 10 points, technical presentation, 10 points, demo video, 10 points, README file contents, 5 points, test cases and results, 30 points, deployment instructions, 10 points. So going to feedback, like Chibuzo said, I don't even know the names.
Testers' feedback, like, was...
Well, I'm a tester now. How am I supposed to give feedback? Okay, so through the eyes or through the lens of a tester, this is for
just give us.
Okay, for the gray team.
Sniper.
There was no actual API document provided. There was no demo video to give the human touch. Me personally, I wanted that humanness and I didn't get that. There was no demo video. It was difficult analyzing the test cases and scripts because of the absence of these things. Because the test reports and the test scripts were not provided. So that's for gray. I could tell that maybe you didn't get as much time as others, or I don't know what happened, but that's my feedback for the gray team. For the red team, all right, so I had some tester-related feedback based on it, generating, I know your application is a payment application, and then there's the extra perks as to, is a more risk-based application, meaning compared to someone who just wants to rent a book, right? Or check for books, that your application has a higher risk appetite. So I was able to generate links with some validations not in place. I could generate payment links without an authorization token. Wow. I could, well, I'm not supposed to say.
No, I'm giving.
Okay.
Your judgment is close to God's judgment.
Okay, you guys did great. Maybe I should just say the positives.
It's cool. I let them know that we are working.
Or maybe the feedback should be given in a closed
Yeah,
group.
it will, but just run through. Then we'll allow...
okay.
Aditayo,
so which one should I do? Should I give
Aditayo,
feedback?
do you have anything that's stood out like
Okay.
like a trend across that probably was lacking or probably was existing?
Yeah, kind of. So I think when you're going into a competition, you have to bring your best cards first. Like, remember you are competing against several good heads, right? You don't know their capacity, so you have to come up with your best card. So for something that is lacking in some of the team is the fact that your documentation was not tight. But going through your code, you see that, yeah, this guy really did something. But you weren't able to present what you've done. Like some teams, there's a team, I'm not sure now, no video, no documentation, nothing. So you have to extract the idea from your code. And it takes time, right? So when you're going into a competition, just go with your best fit. Yeah? So just go with your best fit. Be clear with everything. Be more direct. Some people are very patient. They can go through everything you've written. Some people are not. They just want to look for the quick points. So where's the link? Let me click on it. Is it working? Is it not working? Some people, okay, where's your test case? How many tests passed? How many failed? Let me see the one that failed. Why did it fail? Like, but some people with patience, I think maybe like I think she has all the time to like, okay, let me go through it one by one. But yeah, so I think the best thing is when you're going to a competition, be more explicit.
So let me close it, right? For me, right, well, it's a test first. So we're biased to testing. I wanted to see some test swag. I wanted to see test cases. I wanted to see postman runners, postman reports, Newman reports. That's what I was expecting. But when I got there, it later dawned on me that probably these guys didn't have enough time to do it. But then, it was nice doing this, and I applaud everyone's, the 5 teams. I applaud your efforts. Time was short. You guys had code. Some people you guys did not deploy air. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Let's put our hands together for all our judges. Thanks a lot for. Please stay. Please. You're going to be presenting with us. No. Please, let's put our hands together again for them. Thanks for the feedbacks. I want to believe the teams that concerns will be taking that into account. So we're going to go into the presentations of the prizes now. And to present the third position, or the second runner-up rather, I would love to welcome to the stage Samuel Abada. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Yeah. So announcing the second runner-up, Team Gray. Team Gray. Please clap. Please stay in the middle. Right.
If you're not clapping for anything, you should be clapping for the fact that they are going home with 200,000 naira. Wait, you have to stay by so that we can have the presentation for picture session rather for everybody when it's done. So just stand by. Thank you. Can we have Sheyi on stage for the presentation of this first runner-up? Thank you so much, Samuel. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, or the first runner-up, will be going up with a total sum of 300,000 naira.
And it
Shay,
goes
the winner
to
is
Team.
Dun, 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 dun.
Team.
Should we go on a commercial break? We'll be
Team
right back.
Green. All ladies. Ladies in power.
Celebrate Team Gray once again.
Green.
Team Green.
Congratulations.
Wow.
You have worked very hard for it.
All right, let's have the photo session with the judges as well. 300,000 naira for Team Green, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. All right. Thank you, Shay. Thank you so much. And finally, for the presentation to the winners, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage founder of the Bug Detective and convener of Test Fest, Abiola Razak. Now, careful, thank you. The winner for 2024 Hackathon will be going on with a total sum of 500,000 naira. And at this point, I'm going to leave Biola to do the honors. There'll be several commercial break for this one.
I promise you. I promise you. I'm actually even thinking maybe I should just run away with this money. Amina. Actually, Chibuzo, what do you think? We can share it though.
We're on live TV.
50-50.
You run, we follow you.
50-50.
No, we're on live TV.
60-40.
Turn off your mic.
Okay, that's fine. The winner of the first Test Festival API Hackathon goes to Team Purple!
Team Purple, ladies and gentlemen.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, has it been a great event so far? Are you sure? Okay, we are not sure. Can we rise? Can we rise? Can we rise? Shall we rise? I came down for this moment. It's been a long day. Very amazing time so far. We've had great sessions, great interactions. Please rise. If you're not standing at this point, you are wrong. Wow. So now we're going to do a sound check, sound meter. The way you're going to scream right now should identify or should be in sync with how much knowledge you've received, how much fun you've had, and how much of networking you've had to do in this place today. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, TechFest attendees for the 2024 edition, the 2.0 edition. How excited are you for this year's event? No, we're going to do that sound check once again. That meter, that sound, that noise check. I want you to see everybody. They're watching us online, in case you did not know. We had people join online as well. And I want you to pepper them for not coming physically, so that next year they will be the first person to run into this auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, has it been a great day? When I say tech, you say tech, 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 tech. It's been such a great time with you. Please walk around, just say thank you to someone for giving you a great time. Just walk to somebody that has made you smile today, or somebody that has made your stay here worth it, or somebody that you hope to connect with, and just say, thank you for coming. Thank you for making my stay here worth it. Yes, connect with them. All right, while we're also doing that, please remember that the 9th of September is also the what? 9th of September is what? World Testers Day. So we're going to take that chance together. I hope I still have you in the room.
Yes.
So please, at the count of 3, together we're going to say,
please, we're not done with the event. So wait, we're not done.
We're not done. We're not
Please,
done, guys. We're not
leave
done.
yet.
We're
Okay.
standing because we want you to join us in something.
Okay.
With a resounding chant, can we take together Happy World Testers Day?
No.
Now I have your attention, so we are not going to do the real one.
Yeah, we're going to do it again.
In 3, 2, 1, go! Happy World Testers Day! A round of applause.
Okay, all right.
This will definitely work for us on the 9th of September. And we wish all software testers and quality assurance personnel Happy World Testers Day in advance. See you guys, and we hope that you continue to have great quality conversation in the course of your work. All right, we're going to take the closing remark, and also we're going to have a photo session together right here on stage before we say our final goodbyes. Thank you to our sponsor once again. And yes, Shalom, we've had such a great time at the second edition. Have we been great hosts? Have we been great hosts?
I think we deserve a round of applause. Put your hands together for us. It's been great.
Thank you. My name is Moyosara Oluwa. I had the honor of doing this with Shalom.
Adebola, Shalom Adebola.
And we cannot wait to see you at the 2025 edition by God's grace. Handing over to the convener, Abiola Razak, for the closing remark.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please don't go. We have a group picture. Please don't go anywhere.
It's our tradition.
Stay here. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for coming out. Thank you, Biggie. Please, let's say thank you, Biggie.
Thank you, Biggie.
Thank you, Biggie.
Thank you, Biggie.
Thank you, Flash Chick. Biggie, see you next year. Everybody shout Biggie next year.
Biggie next year.
Say Biggie Test First 25.
Biggie Test First 25.
Thank you very much. You just sealed the deal for us like that. All right. Thank you very much. All right, so thank you to everyone here, our speakers. Thank you very much. Our judges, thank you. Flash Change, shout out to you. Thank you very much, everyone. And please remember to post on your social media. Don't forget to tag us. And don't forget to, remember everyone you've connected with here today. Keep the circle of, networking running. And, tag TBD in your pictures on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, across all social media channels. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, we'll see you next year. But before that, we want to take a group picture. So please, we need everybody on stage. We want everybody up here. Don't worry. No. You can stay there as well. If you can come up, it will be perfect. Please, can we have a very low music? Please, if you're outside, we need you in the auditorium now. We need you in the auditorium. It's going to be quick. Can we have the lights up so the pictures and videos are clear? Can we have a very low, soft music? Thank you. Volunteers, team members, sponsors, attendees, partners. Please, we need everybody here. Speakers, panelists, moderators, we need everybody here. Can we have more people up on stage? Don't worry, the platform can take us. Let's have more people here. Can we have very low music so that we just vibe with it? Media, let's have some music. Let's have some music, please. Thank you. Please, if you are taking pictures outside, please, we want you guys on stage. Can you please come here? I'm talking to you. Stop looking at the phone. Come here. Come here, please. Come. My brother there, please come. Want you in the picture. Come now. Don't worry, nobody will carry your food. I'll give you extra. Come here. Okay, all right. Can we have a Biggie, please? We want you guys in the picture. Please. Who's taking the picture? Where's our Is the photographer up here? Okay. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Can you see everybody? Please. Let's have people here. What? Okay.
Carry your dummy check.
Who can join us now?
Carry your dummy check.
Come.
Dummy check.
Come here.
Carry your dummy check.
Please join. Hackathon winners. Hackathon winners.
You don't go collect your money.
Team Gray. Come and join us now. Come and join us. All right. So everybody here. So we're just going to do our call and response, right? When I say test, you say. No. You guys are not ready. We'll do it again. When I say test, you say. Are we good to go? All right. So 1, 2, 3. Test. Test. Thank you all. We love you. We appreciate you. Safe journey home. See you next year. Oh, wait, guys, please, one thing. Can we all come back, please? One more thing. Skip my mind. One more thing, please. One more, please. Let's just come back. Wait, let's reduce this. Let's reduce the music. Please, can the videographer go back up there? Please. I know we've done this before, but we're going to do it again as a community, right? We're just going to scream Happy International Testers Day. Do we get that? So let's do a couple of tests on. 1, 2, go. We're going to do that again. 1, 2, go. For the last time, 1, 2, go. All right, thank you all. We'll see you next year. Safe journey back home. Please, can we have all the team members up on stage? Team members, please. Volunteers, please. Let's take pictures with every volunteers first, then we have team members. Volunteers, please come up on stage, TBD volunteers, please. TBD volunteers. Please, volunteers, everybody. Volunteers, please, let's have you on stage. All right, where's our cameraman? Photo? Where's the photographer? Where's the photographer? All right. So, volunteers, can we just form half circle so that everybody is shown? Half circle. If you are too tall, come and sit down in front. Or if you are not too tall, please just come and sit down. Sit down. Volunteers, please. Some of us are not showing. Can we come and sit down here? Anyway, just sit down. Let's have some people sit in front here. We can't see your face. Can you come and sit down here? They're taking. All right, is that good? We cannot see you. Can you come and sit down here? Just come and chew here. Yeah, come and sit here. Let's Yeah. Is this all the volunteers? All right. Okay, so can we have the team members wait behind? Just the team members now. Team members, team leads, team members. Team members, team leads. Let's have you. Can we have the team members and team leads, please? Please, let's have the team members and team leads. Are these all the team members? Okay.
Uncle, come up stage. What happened? Benga.
Please, let's have all the team members. Thank you. I think this is everybody. Sheyi. All right.
CBD team.